In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, a massive screen spanning the sky plunged the entire world into chaos. Luffy watched Ace's fallen figure on the screen, his rubber fists clenched, blood seeping through. I will never fail again. Buggy stared at his own Yonko bounty poster on the screen in disbelief, while Shanks looked up at the prophetic form of Nika on the Red Force. As the futures of various timelines intertwined in the sky, and as all the fates that had been foreshadowed began to twist, this year, which should have been recorded in history, was hurtling towards an unforeseen direction. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Sky Screen. Brain Storage Place. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, Admiral's Office. Sengoku sat in his chair, intently studying the battle plan on his desk that he didn't know how many times he had read, fearing any oversight. After all, the upcoming battle would directly affect the ultimate direction of the entire world. Suddenly, a naval soldier rushed in from outside, panic-stricken, saying, "No, it's bad." "And Master Admiral, what is it?" Sengoku raised his head and looked at him with displeasure, asking, "What happened? Why are you in such a fluster? What's the matter?" A huge screen suddenly appeared in the sky outside. "What?" Sengoku was taken aback, immediately standing up from his chair and hurriedly walking outside, looking up. Sure enough, a glass-like massive screen spanned the sky. He immediately turned to the naval soldier who had followed him, asking, "Why haven't you shot it down?" "We tried, but it didn't work," the soldier replied, trembling, and naval offices around the world have also sent reports that they have seen the giant screen there too. "What?" Sengoku was shocked again, and a wave of unease surged within him. He knew that a major event that could shake the world was about to occur, but he didn't know whether it would be a good or bad thing for the world government and the Navy. In contrast to Sengoku's anxiety, some people around the world showed extraordinary excitement upon seeing the giant screen. Some were thrilled, some were curious, and others were even driven to madness. Finally, accompanied by a burst of black and white snowflakes, the massive screen displayed text. "Hello, beings of this world. I am a sky screen system. Previously, I have used supreme divine power to know all the major events of this world, past, present, and future. Next, I will present them to you in a live video broadcast. At the same time, to increase your enjoyment and sense of participation, during the video playback, you can send your real-time thoughts and opinions about the video content in the form of bullet comments to the screen through your mind. However, I must remind you that for each video content, each of you only has the right to send 10 bullet comments. Exceeding this number will incur a fee of 10,000 berries for each additional comment. If you do not have 10,000 berries on you, I will collect it from you in other ways. I hope you can send bullet comments within your means. Additionally, to prevent some individuals from abusing their wealth and flooding the screen with comments, disrupting the normal presentation, I must remind you that if such violations occur, I will revoke their commenting privileges. Of course, I have also prepared various rewards for you. As for how to obtain them, I will present them to you in different forms during the video playback. Now, I declare the video playback to begin. As the last word of the sky screen system faded away, screens around the world began to flicker with black and white snowflakes again. But soon, these black and white snowflakes disappeared, replaced by a turbulent sea and a strange island surrounded by dozens of naval ships. The island was divided into two parts. The lower part was lush with tropical plants, while the upper part resembled a broken egg, wrapped in a cloud that looked like cotton candy. At the same time, a string of text appeared. Year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar. Future Island, Egghead Island. New World, Egghead Island. Hey, why are we on the screen right away? And what's up with those warships surrounding us? Atlas, the embodiment of fury, exclaimed. I'm not quite sure, but judging by the date, this should happen in 2 years. The Navy's presence here could mean two things. One is to protect us from an invasion. Pythagoras, the embodiment of wisdom, said, rubbing his head with a thoughtful expression. The other possibility is to eliminate us. Edison, the embodiment of thought, interjected. It must be that we've done something intolerable to the world government, which is why they're mobilizing such a massive force against us. As he spoke, he and Pythagoras instinctively looked at Lilith, the embodiment of evil, standing nearby. Hey, why are you looking at me? You don't think I caused some big trouble that brought the Navy here, do you? Lilith said with dissatisfaction. Yeah. To her surprise, Edison and Pythagoras didn't give her any face, seriously nodding and saying, That's what we think. You guys. Lilith glared at them in frustration, then pointed at Shaka, the embodiment of justice, saying, "Why don't you suspect Shaka? He might have caused it." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to Shaka, exchanged glances, and shook their heads, saying, "It's impossible for Shaka. He wouldn't like to stir up trouble like you." Ah, ah, ah. Lilith was immediately infuriated, shouting, "You guys are so double-standard. What do you mean Shaka doesn't like to cause trouble? His quiet demeanor is just a facade. He's actually the one who loves to stir up trouble the most. And what I do isn't causing trouble. It's about funding. Without funding, how can we conduct research?" Shaka ignored the antics of Lilith and the others, instead looking at the silent main body, Vegapunk, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the video footage within the sky screen was gradually zooming in, closing in on the upper layer of Egghead Island, within the island's clouds. Suddenly, a beam of light shot through the island clouds at high speed, arriving above the upper layer of Egghead Island, then transforming into a human form that landed steadily on the cloud, looking around. Suddenly, a gigantic figure in front of him caught his attention, and he couldn't help but mutter, "No wonder no ships were found on the coast. They were here." As his voice fell, the camera zoomed in on the giant figure, which was a massive robot. In its hands, it was holding a ship, and panicked voices were coming from both the robot and the ship. "Run. It's a Marine Admiral. What do we do, Luffy?" "Hey, where's Luffy?" Amid the confusion, a figure had already jumped off the ship, landing on the cloud, saying to the newcomer, "Long time no see." As he spoke, the person transformed into a blur and kicked towards the newcomer's face. The newcomer immediately raised his hand to block in front of him, and their feet and hands collided, instantly releasing black lightning. "How rude." The newcomer said with dissatisfaction that "We are 100 times stronger than we were 2 years ago, Kizuru." The person grinned and shouted at the newcomer. As his words fell, introductions about the two characters immediately emerged. Marine Headquarters, one of the 3 admirals, Kizuru Borisolino. The 4 emperors, Straw Hat Kid Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 2. The Boiling Pirate World. Once this introduction appeared, it was like throwing a deep-sea bomb into an already boiling pirate world, instantly causing an uproar. In an instant, various shocked, confused, and curious comments flooded the sky. Hey, what's going on? Why has the position of the 4 emperors suddenly changed to such a little brat? Where did the Straw Hat Kid come from? Why does he get to be the 4 emperor? Isn't that Straw Hat Kid the one who caused a ruckus at Eni's lobby not long ago? How did he become a 4 emperor 2 years later? Who did he defeat? However, faced with such a massive barrage of comments, the sky did not provide an immediate answer. Not only that, it seemed to be giving the world time to digest all of this, or perhaps it was just to tease the audience, as it chose to freeze the video at the moment Kizuru and Luffy clashed. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. Luffy becoming a 4 emperor 2 years later. Am I dreaming? A villager stood in the street, asking a neighbor beside him. "If that sky isn't lying, it should be true," the neighbor replied. Then, the villager immediately swallowed hard and cheered. "That's so cool. Our Luffy is amazing. Who says otherwise? A future 4 emperor from our village. That's something to brag about." The neighbor quickly agreed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Makino's bar for a drink, to toast the most successful pirate from our village." "Okay, let's go." Triangle Whirlpool, Doghead Warship. Wahaha. 4 emperor? Luffy, this kid is really something. He truly is my grandson, Garp laughed proudly. Standing behind him, Kobe looked at him with admiration. "So cool." Luffy sent. Marine Headquarters, Mariehua, Marshal's office. 4 emperor? As expected, not dealing with that Straw Hat Kid is a problem. Garp's family is all trouble. Sengoku rubbed his head in pain, but a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. But who? Could that person replaced by the Straw Hat Kid as a 4 emperor be? It wouldn't be. New World, Moby Dick. 4 emperor? Ace's brother, and he's already become a 4 emperor in 2 years. This guy is progressing too fast. Who can argue with that? Plus, he seems to handle Kizuru with ease, clearly looking down on him. That's quite arrogant. Arrogant. If it were you, you'd be arrogant too if you became a 4 emperor at such a young age. But who did he defeat to become a 4 emperor? Big Mom, or Kaido, or even Shanks? Definitely not Old Man. With that guy's strength, he couldn't possibly defeat Old Man. Of course, does that even need to be said? Old Man, who do you think Ace's brother defeated to inherit the title of 4 emperor? Marco, lounging on the sofa with a drink, asked Whitebeard. Gura, who knows such things? Whitebeard took a sip of his drink and replied casually, it could be Kaido, or Big, or even Shanks. After all, this sea always has new waves pushing out the old, and we old folks have to make way for you newcomers. But that requires you to fight for it.as. He said this. He seemed to think of something, his smile fading as he asked, by the way, Marco, have the summons to Skypiea and the others been sent out? They've been sent. They should be on their way. Marco replied, is that so? Then let those annoying bugs live a little longer. Whitebeard's gaze shifted to the turbulent scene nearby, where several Navy ships were faintly visible. Then he turned his attention back to the giant screen above, a look of anticipation in his eyes as he muttered, so before that, what other surprises can you bring me? New World, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Mama, I don't know whether it's Whitebeard or Kaido, but to let such a little brat defeat them, what a disgrace. Big, sat on her throne, looking at the images transmitted from the Den Mushi, sneering. Exactly, what a disgrace. Mama, her numerous homies and children immediately echoed. Only her second son, Katakuri, quietly watched this scene, then turned his gaze to Luffy in the Den Mushi. For some reason, he had a vague feeling that this man would bring them considerable trouble in the future. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Goo, interesting, really interesting. To let such a snot-nosed brat become a four-emperor in the future, it seems Linlin and Whitebeard are really getting old. Kaido sat in his chair, drinking while watching the images coming from the Den Mushi, disdainfully saying, come on, stinky brat. Let me teach you that there are still gaps between the four emperors. New World, Red Force. Luffy, you're progressing really fast. You're almost catching up to me. Shanks smiled proudly. Looks like our next meeting won't be too far off. Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's Bar. Manchi-chan, he's truly my idol. He became a four-emperor in just 2 years. That's amazing. Shaki leaned against the bar, watching the images transmitted on the wall, taking a puff of smoke and saying, yeah, his growth rate is way faster than ours back in the day. Truly, the new waves push out the old. Rayleigh sat at the bar, drinking while sighing. Just don't know where they went in these 2 years, huh? As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and his tone became serious. Looks like our guest has arrived. Just as he finished speaking, a huge figure silently appeared outside the door. The next second, a somewhat apologetic voice rang out. Sorry, I got held up, but I won't take up too much of your time, as my time is running short. On the other side, as time passed, the barrage on the giant screen began to gradually decrease. Of course, this did not mean that people's enthusiasm for the subsequent content had waned. On the contrary, they wanted to save their precious comments for the upcoming video. At this moment, they were just temporarily hiding that enthusiasm, waiting for the next content to air, after which they would erupt like a volcano. Soon, a line of text appeared on the giant screen. Chapter 3. A War of Words Across the Void. I know you're all very concerned about who the Straw Hat Kid took the four-emperor position from. But before I reveal that answer, I first want to show you the enmity between Marine Admiral Kizaru and the Straw Hat Kid's crew. Now, please watch the video. The next second, as the text disappeared, the video on the giant screen began to play, showing Luffy and his crew's actions on Sabaody Archipelago, as well as how they were all annihilated under the joint efforts of Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma, of course, omitting some key dialogues. Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago, a hidden corner. Father, so, you were on this island before, why wouldn't you come to see me? Bonnie cried, looking at Kuma in the sky with a puzzled expression. The Grand Line, Baradigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Thank you, Kuma, for protecting Luffy and the others. I owe you a favor, Dragon said, looking at Kuma on the giant screen, his tone incredibly complex. It's just a pity that I, Holy Land, Mariewa, in a lavishly decorated room. It hurts so much. That damn lowly pirate dared to lay a hand on me. One day, I will capture them all and make them my slaves. Charles Saint shouted in a fit of rage, wrapped in bandages as he watched the scene on the Den Mushi. Don't worry, son. I will make them pay. But first, I have a better plan, said Roseward Saint, who was also wrapped in bandages, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he looked at Kuma's figure on the Den Mushi. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily, the Colosseum. That guy actually dared to hit a celestial dragon. Unbelievable. Hancock sat high above, biting her lip as she watched Luffy struggling against her two younger sisters below, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. While an Indescribable emotion quietly spread in her heart. Before long, the footage of the conflict between Kizaru and Luffy was finished, and the giant screen dimmed. However, as if to tease the world or joke with them, the giant screen lit up again at a rapid pace. This time, what appeared before the world was an iceberg shrouded in snow and wind. On the iceberg, several figures flickered in and out of view. As the giant screen zoomed in, Luffy, Law, and Frankie, with Nami's soul attached, appeared before everyone. It seemed that Luffy and Law had just finished a conversation. At this moment, Luffy suddenly asked Law, "Who are the four emperors you mentioned?" "That guy's name is Kaido of the Beasts," Law replied. "I was thinking of taking down Shanks first. But whatever. I'm going to defeat all the four emperors," Luffy said, counting on his fingers. As Luffy's words fell, the entire giant screen was instantly flooded with various bullet comments. At the same time, the sky seemed to press the pause button again to ensure that the audience could still enjoy the subsequent content. That real-time bullet comments floated across the screen. "This kid is too arrogant. He actually thinks he can take down all the four emperors, that he can't be thinking of becoming the Pirate King, right? Where did this Trafalgar Law come from? When did the seven warlords include him? Isn't he a warlord? Isn't he with the world government? How is he getting mixed up with the Straw Hat Kid? As expected, pirates can't be trusted. Is it true that the Straw Hat Kid's position as a four emperor is going to be taken from Kaido? Or is it from Shanks? Hurry up. I'm too curious about what happens next. Gahaha. A bunch of brats who haven't even matured yet. Dare to talk big. Come on, brat. I'm waiting for you in the new world, and I'll show you just how vast this world really is." At this moment, a particularly eye-catching black bullet comment suddenly appeared on the screen, instantly overshadowing the others, followed by a name that carried a heavy sense of oppression. "For Emperor, Kaido of the Beasts." With this bullet comment from Kaido, the previously bustling comment army instantly diminished significantly, as Kaido's terrifying reputation was something these mere mortals could not bear. However, not everyone was afraid of Kaido's name. After a brief silence, another bullet comment, radiating a heart-pounding aura, slowly emerged. "Mama, mama, mama. Kaido, you really are shameless. After 2 years, you actually lost to a bunch of ignorant brats. Looks like your strength has declined a lot. Why don't you come join my nation? That way, I can protect you." Following this bullet comment was another name that instilled fear in the hearts of many. For Emperor, Big Mom. With Big Mom's comment appearing, the sea roared again, stirred by the confrontation between the two emperors. After all, this kind of remote dialogue between the four emperors was something they would never witness in their lifetime. In an instant, countless people held their breath, nervously waiting for Kaido's response, as the air seemed thick with pressure. As expected, Kaido quickly responded. "Gahaha Linlin, you old hag, stop talking nonsense. How could these brats, who aren't even fit to scratch my back, defeat me? You should worry about yourself. Who knows? These brats might take your position as a four emperor in 2 years. Be careful not to trip in the gutter. You'll embarrass yourself in front of the whole world. Mama, mama, mama. Kaido, you really are stubborn. But whatever. Soon, this so-called sky will reveal everything, and we'll see who ends up embarrassed. Gahaha, let's wait and see, Linlin." As the verbal sparring between Kaido and Big Mom came to an end, the comments on the giant screen cleared, as if the overwhelming aura from the clash between the two emperors had completely swept them away. However, the effects it brought about rippled through reality like a wave. Chapter 4 Reactions, Part 1. The Grand Line, Unknown Islands Polar Dive. We're doomed. We're doomed. We've been targeted by the Yonko Kaido. We're really going to die this time. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't go to the New World after all. Exactly. Pikun and Shachi covered their heads, their faces pale, their voices trembling. Several crew members around them echoed in agreement, panic silently spreading across the deck. Oh no! At this moment, the usually carefree Beepo suddenly waved his bare paws excitedly, breaking the oppressive atmosphere, and shouted, 2 years later, Captain, becoming one of the 7 warlords. Does that mean we can enjoy some privileges too? That way, we can visit the Navy headquarters. I wanted to go for a long time. He became more and more excited, his furry face filled with longing, his eyes almost sparkling as if he was already standing in the plaza of Marineford. Is that the point? Pikun and Shachi rushed forward, one on each side, grabbing his neck and shouting, "We're currently being targeted by the Yonko Kaido." Whether we can survive until 2 years later is a question. You idiot bear, stop dreaming. I am sorry. Beepo immediately drooped his ears and apologized in a low voice. Trafalgar Law leaned against the cabin door, ignoring his companion's commotion, silently gazing at the sky above, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The Grand Line, Unknown Islands, Victoria Punk. I didn't expect those two idiots to form an alliance 2 years later. Indeed, weaklings love to huddle together for warmth. Now, they caught Kaido's attention. Kid grinned as he touched his left arm and said, "But the more like this, the more advantageous it is for us, right, Killer?" Killer next to him let out a devilish laugh. "Indeed, let those big shots focus all their attention on them. This way, we can build our strength in the shadows." Waiting for the best moment. However, at this point, his tone suddenly changed, filled with worry and seriousness. According to the content now exposed by that sky, that Straw Hat Kid will become one of the Yonko in 2 years. I estimate he must have defeated Kaido, which will be quite unfavorable for us in our quest for One Piece. Kid, you said it. That was originally a matter for 2 years later. Now that everything has been exposed, do you think those big shots will just let it go? Whether he can survive until 2 years later is a question. A sharp light flashed in Kid's eyes. Moreover, even if he can survive until then, the one who will defeat him will only be me. Holy Land, Mariehua, Panga City. I didn't expect that Straw Hat Kid could become one of the Yonko in 2 years, and it seems he even defeated Kaido. Indeed, we underestimated him too much. Agricultural warlord Shepherd T. Peter said solemnly. After all, he is Carp's grandson, plus the enhancement of that fruit. Financial warlord Izambaron V. Nejiro said, gripping the original demon slayer. With a serious tone. Speaking of which, do you think he might have defeated Kaido because he awakened that fruit's ability? After all, we are very clear about Kaido's strength. Scientific Defense Warlord Jolicious Satan said, a glint flashing in his eyes, his tone low. If that's the case, then I must crush this threat in the cradle. Environmental Warlord Marcus Mars snorted coldly. After all, the emergence of that terrifying sky might disrupt all our plans. We must act quickly now to eliminate it completely before the situation spirals out of control. Seconded. Legal Warlord Topman Wal Chuli crossed his hands under his chin, proposing CP0 to mobilize, using all intelligence resources to find that Straw Hat Kid and completely eliminate him. Agreed. The other 4 saints nodded slowly. We absolutely cannot allow that fruit to reappear in the world. The mistake of 800 years ago must not be repeated. Between flowers, quietly gazed at Luffy's bounty poster, her eyes cold. D family. Joy boy, you really are a persistent spirit. The Grand Line, Visalia, and Boeing Islands. That idiot Luffy actually provoked a Yonko. We're really doomed this time. Almost simultaneously, Nami and Usopp's terrified shouts erupted from Weather Island and Temptation Forest, echoing through the sky. However, unlike their panic, the other members of the Straw Hat crew scattered around the world displayed completely different reactions. The Grand Line, Namakura Island. Yo-ho-ho. A Yonko. Mr. Luffy is indeed as always. So exciting. Brook sat on the floor, his hollow eye sockets showing no emotions. But his tone was filled with excitement. Although I no longer have blood, yo-ho-ho-ho. But in order to witness the captain become the Pirate King, I must become stronger. Behind him followed a group of residents in bizarre outfits. EC, Bridge Country, Taikaira Wolf. Yonko, Robin, wearing shackles, raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a meaningful smile, indeed. A future to look forward to. As she spoke, her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the chains on the shackles. It seems I must leave here as soon as possible. South Sea, Trino Kingdom. Yonko, Luffy is really cool. It seems I must leave here as soon as possible. Chopper felt the burning sensation in his backside, looking up at the giant birds patrolling around the giant tree. I need to have a good talk with those guys. Future Island, Barkamer. Yonko, Luffy, this guy's really too passionate. Frankie said elegantly while holding a cup of red tea, then threw the tea on the ground, shouting at the nearby kid and his grandfather, "Don't give me this stuff. Why want his cola?" The Grand Line, Peach Island, Kamabaka Kingdom. Yonko, what a troublesome captain. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth. ran wildly while being chased by transvestites. But this kind of adventure is more interesting. But before that, he glanced back, his face turning pale. I need to escape this hell first. Behind him, a group of heavily made-up transvestites cheerfully shouted, "Sweetheart, don't run away." The Grand Line, Kralakana Island. Yonko, it should be fun to fight. I must quickly join Luffy and the others. Zoro, wrapped in bandages like a toy, shouted at Perona, who was hugging him. "Let go of me already." Ho-horo. Perona let out a series of signature ethereal laughs. Not only not letting go, but hugging him tighter. No way. "You're my toy now, I won't let you go." "Damn it, you stinky girl, let go of me." Zoro roared in anger. Whoosh. In the next second, a ghost passed through his body, and his originally angry expression instantly collapsed, turning gray and limp, muttering, "I'm really sorry for shouting at you." Perona immediately looked pleased at this scene, and at the same time, her grip on Zoro tightened a bit more. Chapter 5 Reactions from All Sides. Part 2, New World. Moby Dick. The Four Emperors, Kaido, and Big Mom. As soon as this small segment of content was released, it drew the attention of the 2C Emperors personally speaking out. If the subsequent content continues to play, it might attract even more big figures. Indeed, but Ace's brother is in trouble. He's currently being targeted by Kaido. This guy probably won't survive until 2 years later when he becomes one of the Four Emperors. That may not be the case. I think that kid is quite lucky. Don't forget, he successfully escaped from Kizaru and Kuma. How can Kizaru and Kuma be compared to Kaido? Anyway, I think he is in big trouble. That's right. Kaido's madness and strength cannot be simply compared to an admiral or a mere warlord. The kid is in real danger. Since you all look down on the Straw Hat Kid so much, how about we make a bet? I think the Straw Hat Kid can survive Kaido's grip. A bet it is. Who is afraid of who? I bet he can't. I bet he can. Dad, I remember you used to be on the same ship as Kaido and Big Mom, right? Marco ignored the noise from his companions and turned to look at Whitebeard, who was lying on the sofa, and asked, "Why didn't you send a bullet screen to interact with them just now?" "Gururara, you know quite a bit, Marco." Whitebeard took a sip of his drink and laughed. "But that was a long time ago. Besides, my relationship with them isn't that good. Moreover, what we need now is to act low-key. After all, being too high-profile now won't benefit our future actions." However, he said so, but a trace of reminiscence unconsciously flashed in his eyes, as if he remembered something. New World, Red Force. "Captain, Luffy is being targeted by that guy Kaido. Aren't you worried at all?" Lucky, gnawing on a meat leg, asked Shanks, who was leaning against the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. "Worried? What is there to worry about? Don't underestimate Luffy. He is the man who is going to be the Pirate King." Shanks turned around, his face wearing a relaxed and confident smile. "This little storm won't defeat him." "Yeah, Lucky, that kid Luffy is much stronger than we think, so don't worry. He won't be easily defeated." Ben Beckman handed a glass of wine to Shanks, agreeing. Shanks took the glass, exchanged a knowing glance with Beckman. Both their eyes filled with trust and expectation for their junior. He drank up the wine in the glass and turned his gaze back to the sky, waiting to see. The sea will soon boil even more because of him. Navy headquarters, Mariehua, in a certain room. Boil. The ones who should be boiling in this world will be us. What Kaido and the Straw Hat Kid are just stepping stones for us. He, Blackbeard with greasy hands, laughed while watching the images transmitted by the Den Mushi. "Ha ha ha, you're right, Captain. This world is destined to be overturned by us, the Blackbeard pirates." Burgess excitedly waved his huge arms, letting out a rough laugh, agreeing. "So, when do we set off, Captain?" Van Augur calmly asked. Blackbeard immediately turned to the elegant Lafitte, who was sipping red wine, and asked, "How are the preparations going?" "Everything is ready, just waiting for your command, Captain." Lafitte finished the wine in his glass and replied with a smile. "Good. We'll set off after this meal." Blackbeard stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth, his laughter becoming even more boisterous, taking advantage of the distraction of that group of people being drawn to the sky and Kaido. "It's the perfect opportunity for us to act, hee. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. I didn't expect. That little brat Law from back then has grown up to be quite handsome." Jorah looked at Trafalgar Law's stern profile on the screen, cupping her cheeks and saying dreamily, "I really want to capture him and let my art transform him." You can forget about that. Jorah, in 2 years, he'll become a warlord. And his strength is not something you can handle. Senior Pink calmly sucked on his pacifier and said in a deep voice besides, what we should focus on now is that kid called Straw Hat. I have a feeling he will be our most troublesome obstacle in the future. Senor, are you overestimating that Straw Hat kid? Diamante, holding a long sword, laughed dismissively. In 2 years, he may become one of the 4 emperors. But right now he is just a nobody rookie. Moreover, he is currently being targeted by Kaido. He probably won't survive until 2 years later. Lao Ji added, striking a peculiar G-shaped pose. You should know, Kaido's terror is something even the young master wouldn't dare to provoke easily. I say, Lao Ji, how dare you talk behind the young master's back? I'll go report you to him. Ha. Torpol leaned close to Lao Ji with a sticky demeanor, smiling mischievously. Don't come at me with that, Torpol. That trick won't work on me. Lao Ji said nonchalantly, at worst, I'll just give you a hush money. Baby 5, you can cover this expense. Saying this, he suddenly pointed at the girl beside him. Hey, want money? Sure. Baby 5 covered her face, excitedly saying, I'm needed again. Lao Ji, you're using other people's money as a favor again. But whatever. Buffalo commented from the side, after all. Baby 5 is willing too. Saying this, he turned to Baby 5. Baby 5, lend me some money later. You want money too? Okay. Baby 5 nodded vigorously, feeling great about being needed. You guys should stop. Don't always bully Baby 5. Gladius couldn't help but interrupt, then change the subject. By the way, do you think the young master will appear on the screen 2 years later? Of course. Even that kind of rookie can appear. How could the young master not? Dringer turned in a circle on her high heels, her youthful yet determined voice, saying, I do say, the young master might even become the pirate king in 2 years. After all, even that kind of guy can become one of the 4 emperors. That's right. The young master will definitely make it. Everyone echoed. By the way, where's the young master? Isn't he's supposed to go to the Navy headquarters? At this moment, Sugar, who had been quietly eating grapes, suddenly asked. He seems to be resting upstairs. Mahabis answered while posing impressively. After all, going to the Navy headquarters is a big deal. The young master needs to conserve his energy. On the 2nd floor, Doflamingo leaned against the window, silently watching Law on the screen, his sharp and profound gaze hidden behind rose-tinted glasses, occasionally flickering with a thoughtful expression. Law, Doflamingo murmured softly, the corners of his mouth curving into an elusive arc. With your personality, you would never easily trust others. What exactly are you plotting? Just then, as if feeling that the world had enough time to digest, the sky above the heavens moved again. However, this time, what appeared before the world was not an image, but Chapter 6, First Q.A. May I ask whose position as one of the 4 emperors will the Straw Hat Kid Luffy replace 2 years later? A. For Emperor Whitebeard B. For Emperor Kaido of the Beast C. For Emperor Big Mom D. For Emperor Shanks E. Other you may send your chosen correct option in letter form to the screen, and I will tally the results. After revealing the answer, I will randomly select one lucky viewer from those who answer correctly to give a mysterious grand prize. The tallying time is 2 minutes. Note, I will only count the first letter barrage you send, so sending multiple messages will be ineffective. Please choose wisely. Now the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. As the number 1 disappears from the screen, the entire screen is suddenly flooded with various letter barrages. The majority are B and D, as the previous video footage only mentioned these 2 characters in Luffy and Law's conversation. Therefore, most people naturally chose these 2 as their answers. Of course, some people thought differently and chose A and C, considering that Luffy had previously mentioned wanting to defeat all 4 emperors. So, some believed that perhaps he defeated the other 4 emperors and took their positions before defeating Kaido or Shanks. As for option E, very few chose it, almost none. Those who selected this option were mostly taking a gamble, thinking that if a newcomer like Luffy could become one of the 4 emperors in 2 years, unexpected changes could occur in the 4 emperor structure during that time, and they would be right. However, most people generally thought this was impossible, as the position of the 4 emperors is not easily shaken. They believed this was merely a distraction thrown out by the screen. The 2-minute countdown passed quickly. The barrage on the screen suddenly cleared, and the system text reappeared. All right, I have completed the tally. Now please continue watching the video. The answer will be revealed through the playback of the video content. As the text disappeared, the giant screen lit up again. However, this time the scene was no longer the iceberg shrouded in wind and snow, but suddenly switched to a rooftop engulfed in flames. 2 people were seen standing opposite each other in the fire, but the camera was too far away. Therefore, the audience could not see their faces clearly, only vaguely noticing that one person seemed to be wearing a straw hat, while the other wore a pink feather coat. At this moment, the person in the pink feather coat suddenly spoke. "You're just a passing pirate. What are you pretending to be a hero for?" "No." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the person with the straw hat firmly replied, "It's you who made my friends cry. It's you who made my companions angry. You and your birdcage are hindering us. If I can't defeat you, then I will bear everything. I won't let anyone die anymore. Gear forth." As he said this, the camera on the screen suddenly zoomed in on the 2 of them, and at the same time, their character introductions appeared below them. King of Dressrosa, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Worst generation, one of the 11 supernovas, Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy. The real-time barrage on the screen flowed by. Doflamingo? How could the Straw Hat Kid fight him? Isn't he's supposed to be going after Kaido? Does Doflamingo have any connection with Kaido? Pretending to be a hero. Isn't the Straw Hat Kid a pirate? Why would Doflamingo say he's pretending to be a hero? What happened between them? Gear forth. What is that? Could it be the Straw Hat Kid's ultimate move? New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. This guy, he is indeed coming for me. A cold light flashed in Doflamingo's eyes beneath his pink glasses. To deal with me, you've really put in a lot of effort. Saying he is dealing with Kaido and forming an alliance with the Straw Hat Kid. It turns out to be, wait, could it be? Oh no. Muttering this, Doflamingo suddenly realized something and immediately shouted to Toripole and others below. Toripole, Diamante, send someone to Great Route, Unknown Island polar diving. It's indeed aimed at Doflamingo. A knowing look flashed in Law's eyes. But what does this have to do with Kaido? Could it be, at this moment, facing the various barges constantly floating across the screen, the video was once again paused. Immediately, the barrage that filled the screen was cleared, and system text quickly appeared. I know you are filled with confusion and misunderstanding about everything happening before you. So to clarify your doubts, I have decided to first play the backstory of all this. It all began with a deal. As the system text disappeared, the video screen went dark again. Soon after, a dialogue began to play. "Hey, Doflamingo, let's make a deal. You little brat, do you know who you're talking to? Don't provoke me, or else you know the consequences. Doflamingo, no one knows your matters better than I do. Your most important trading partner is the 4 Emperor Kaido of the Beasts. If he finds out you can no longer provide artificial devil fruits, you will be taken out by him. You little brat, you're joking. What do you want to get Caesar back? Very simple. You resign from the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. If I don't see this news in tomorrow's newspaper, don't expect to see Caesar again. You little brat." The call was abruptly hung up. The screen lit up again, showing Doflamingo's twisted face filled with rage clearly in front of everyone. Chapter 7. Kaido's action real-time bullet comments drifted across the screen in the sky. What? Doflamingo and the Yonko Kaido actually have a deal in secret? Isn't he a warlord of the sea? Does the world government not care about this? On artificial devil fruits. What are those? Can devil fruits really be artificially made? Caesar? Who is this guy? What's his background? Why is Doflamingo so nervous around him? Could it be that he is the one who created the artificial devil fruits? New World, Punk Hazard. A hidden laboratory somewhere. Hey, what the hell is going on? My collaboration with Doflamingo was just getting on track, and now it's suddenly exposed. Caesar shouted angrily at the screen, his face twisted, nearly crushing the test tube in his hand. Dumb screen, dumb Strahl hat Keat. And that Trafalgar Law, it's all over now. Hey, master. At that moment, Monet hurried in, her face serious. Young master, let me inform you. Prepare to evacuate. He has already sent someone on the way. Sigh. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. artificial de Villefruit? I didn't expect Doflamingo to have this thing. Jack, you go to Dressrosa and invite Doflamingo over. I want to get my hands on that thing he has. Kaido's thunderous voice echoed in the cave, carrying an undeniable command and a hint of greed. Yes, Lord Kaido. Jack the Drought replied heavily, his massive body turning toward the cave entrance, a fierce glint in his eyes. Wait, Jack. Queen the Plague twisted his fat body forward. If Caesar is there, also invite him for me. I want to see how this guy creates artificial devil fruits. If he can make it, I can too. Understood, Brother Queen. Jack responded in a deep voice, then strode away, his heavy footsteps fading. Caesar, Germa, and Vegapunk, just wait. I will prove that I am the greatest scientist in MADS. Queen looked up at the sky screen, revealing a fierce smile full of ambition. But before he could finish, a cold voice sounded from behind. Talking big without fear of biting your tongue. If you're really that capable of making it, why let that guy named Caesar do it first? The speaker was none other than Ember Disaster, Jin, standing behind Kaido. Jin, you bastard, what nonsense are you spouting here? If that way Caesar can make it, I can definitely do it, and I'll do it better than him. TCH, anyone can brag. Just wait until you actually make it. Jin, you, North Sea, Germa Kingdom. What artificial devil fruits? Such a lowly thing. Only that way Caesar would find it appealing. Just wait. One day I will show you the true power of science. Germa sneered at the sky screen. New World, Egghead Island. I didn't expect that guy Caesar to actually succeed in recreating artificial devil fruits. The avatar of wisdom, Edison sighed. Yes, but according to his style, the results must have serious flaws. The avatar of knowledge, Pythagoras, calmly added. If mass-produced, it could lead to disaster. The avatar of fury, Atlas, chimed in. So, we should have executed that guy on the spot instead of choosing to imprison him. This way he wouldn't have escaped. The avatar of evil, Lilith, said angrily. Scientists have no right to judge the lives of others. The avatar of justice, Shaka, said calmly. But since Caesar's matter has been exposed now, I think the world government won't remain indifferent. They will find a way to recapture him. Shaka is right, but just in case, we must also prepare for contingencies. Research on the side effects of artificial fruits must be prioritized. The main body, Vegapunk, slowly nodded and said, this topic will be left to you. Edison, Pythagoras. Okay, main body. Edison and Pythagoras immediately responded in unison. Naval Headquarters, Mariewa, Admiral's Office. Damn it, Doflamingo. That rumor about him is indeed true. Sengoku, with a grim face, slammed his fist on the table, shaking the documents on it, showing just how angry he was. After all, as a warlord of the sea, to secretly trade with a Yonko is a blatant provocation against the Navy and the world government's authority. Just on this point alone, he could immediately strip Doflamingo of his warlord title and send someone to capture him. However, Sengoku forced himself to calm down, taking a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. After all, this is not the time to act against Doflamingo. They still need his strength. Once that matter is over, he will definitely make Doflamingo pay the price he deserves. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. That traitor Law actually dare to threaten the young master like this. When I see him again, I will personally kill him. Lao Ji shouted angrily, shaking his fist, the joints cracking. I say, now is not the time to talk about this. Torpal's sticky body swayed, speaking urgently that screen. Who knows how many more things will be exposed. The young master has already sent Buffalo and Baby, 5 to fetch Caesar, and the others. We need to take action too. Gladius and Diamante, you go to the underground port to monitor. Lao Ji, you take people to strengthen the palace as defenses. Yes, the cadres responded in unison, quickly dispersing to carry out the orders. On the second floor, standing by the window, Doflamingo looked at the content on the screen in the sky, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fufufu. Let this play continue. I want to see what kind of ending this will have. Grand Line. Unknown Island, Polar Submersible. I really guessed it, but I didn't expect there to be such a thing as artificial devil fruits. 2 years later, I must succeed. Law looked at the screen in the sky, silently praying in his heart. Mr. Corazone's grudge must be settled by our own hands. Chapter 8, The Double-Edged Sword of the Sky, facing the barrage of various comments rolling across the sky. This time, The video did not pause, but smoothly transitioned to an unknown island covered by massive, dense plants that were almost primitive. As the camera gradually zoomed in, it was seen that Trafalgar Law was gripping a man wearing a black long hat who looked terrified, quickly maneuvering through the perilous forest. Each of his rapid dodges was not for catching his breath, but to evade the increasingly fierce pursuit behind them. They were clearly being hunted by someone. Before long, Law and his companion reached the coast of the island, and their pursuer burst out of the forest. It became clear to the world that the one hunting Law was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. At the same time, an introduction about the man captured by Law appeared. He was Caesar Clown, a former member of the World Government Scientific Team. The live comments on the screen floated by. How did the scene change so quickly? And now Trafalgar Law is being chased by Doflamingo? What is going on? Wait, isn't Trafalgar Law also a warlord of the sea? Why does Doflamingo, also a warlord, seem to struggle so much? Could there be differences among the warlords? So this guy is Caesar, a former member of the World Government Scientific Team. No wonder he could create such miraculous things as artificial devil fruits. He really is quite capable. But why did he leave the scientific team? New World, Dressrosa. You see, Law? This is the outcome of opposing the young master. Just wait to die. The executives of the Don Quixote family shouted with excitement and cruelty. Grand Line, Unknown Island, polar diving. Run. Captain, don't let that guy catch up. Beepo and others shouted desperately. Law helplessly watched this scene. He was clearly sitting here fine, yet they were shouting and cheering for him as if he were truly on the run. However, Law did not interrupt them. Instead, he focused intently on the images on the screen, not missing any detail. Perhaps he could learn something from these images that would give him a better chance against Doflamingo in the future. At that moment, the video transitioned again, unexpectedly starting to rewind and play parts of the events leading up to Doflamingo and Law arriving at this island. First, it showed Doflamingo resigning from his position as a warlord of the sea at Law's request, then setting the trading location at the nearby island of Greenbit. Of course, during this time, Doflamingo also mentioned to Luffy that he had something that would make him drool. However, not many noticed this little subplot. Next, it showed Law and the Coated Robin and Usopp bringing Caesar to a nearby iron bridge from Greenbit, where they even brushed past CP0. The live comments on the screen flowed by. Doflamingo really resigned from his position as a warlord of the sea at Trafalgar Law's request. It seems he really fears the Emperor Kaido. Wait, aren't those just the Straw Hat crew? Why the need for coding? Does the Straw Hat crew have something shameful? Hey, isn't that CP0? Why are they here? Are they here to capture Doflamingo, who resigned from the warlords? In the video, Law and the others had already stepped onto the iron bridge, but shortly after they set foot on it, they encountered a horned fish. The fish continuously attacked them, and although Robin and the others repelled it with various means, the fish did not give up. Just as it seemed it would succeed, it was suddenly ensnared by a large net from the island, accompanied by strange voices. This scene shocked Law and the others, as they had not seen any figures on the island. However, before they could figure out what was happening, those mysterious voices disappeared along with the fish. Then Law remembered that they could use Caesar's abilities to fly to the island. Initially, Caesar disagreed, but under the threat of Law using his heart, he reluctantly agreed, transforming into gas and taking them toward the island. At this moment, a second introduction about Caesar also appeared. Caesar Clown, a Logia-type gas fruit user. The live comments on the screen flowed by. Wow, these horned fish are fierce, and they look so scary. Wait, what was that sudden large net? And that strange voice, could there be others on this island? Or are they not human? Logia type? I didn't expect Caesar to be a Logia user. But why does Trafalgar Law have his heart? What kind of user is he? Oh. New World, Greenbit Underground, Dongtada Kingdom. Oh no, it seems we've been filmed. A group of little people warriors panicked like ants on a hot stove, running back and forth, continuously muttering. What are we going to do now? What should we do? All right. At this moment, Leo stepped forward, shouting, "Stop scaring yourselves here. Our top priority now is to contact the captain and see what he says." Upon hearing this, the other little people immediately stopped their panic, nodding in agreement. New World, Dressrosa, on a certain street. Oh no, if this continues, Leo and the others will definitely be exposed. We must quickly move them. Guild Tesoro thought anxiously, quickly turning around and dragging his single leg rapidly towards the flower field area. Originally, he thought the sky's exposure of Doflamingo's crimes might bring a glimmer of hope to their suffering kingdom. But now it seemed that this exposure was a double-edged sword, potentially bringing liberation but also deeper crises. He had to hide them before Doflamingo's men found the little people. Grand Line, Bowling Island. Why do I have to suffer like this? Usopp wailed while frantically eating. Usopp, stop eating. Hercules stood by desperately trying to intervene, only to be met with Usopp's angry rebuke to leave him alone. This left Hercules feeling helpless, but thinking of the moves Usopp had displayed in the video. He felt a surge of responsibility and immediately tried to persuade Usopp again. Master, you should look very cool, right? Hercules secretly felt proud in his heart. Chapter 9. Admiral Fujitora. Meteorite Fall. The video continues to advance as Law and the others split up after arriving on the island. Robin and Usopp enter the forest to investigate and discover a Navy warship docked on a tree trunk. Meanwhile, Law waits by the coast with Caesar for Doflamingo to arrive for their trade. Soon, Doflamingo appears, but he is accompanied by a squad of Navy soldiers emerging from the forest. The leader is a tall, middle-aged man with short black hair and an X-shaped scar on his forehead. He has his eyes tightly closed and holds a cane sword. Although he cannot see, he walks with steady and powerful steps. His introduction appears. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Fujitora. Real-time comments on the screen flash by. Wait, aren't the admirals Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru? Who is this Fujitora? What happened in the Navy during the past 2 years? No way, this admiral seems to be blind. Can he be trusted? He doesn't look very strong. Wait, didn't Doflamingo resign from the 7 warlords? How can he still act alongside an admiral? Isn't he afraid of being captured by the Navy? Oh! In the video, Law engages in a dialogue with Doflamingo and Fujitora. After confirming that Law has indeed violated the 7 warlords agreement by forming an alliance with Luffy, Fujitora slowly draws his cane sword and says, I hereby officially strip you of your title as a warlord of the sea. He gently swings his cane sword, and several purple circles suddenly ripple out, shooting up into the sky. In the next moment, the clouds are torn apart, and a massive meteorite, engulfed in flames, crashes down toward the coast with devastating force. Real-time comments on the screen flash. By what? Who just said this Admiral ISNT strong? Step forward. Summoning a meteorite with bare hands. What kind of monstrous ability is this? The new Admiral is terrifying. This level of combat power has surpassed common sense. In the video, Law quickly activates his ability, Rune. A semi-spherical, transparent space rapidly expands around him, enveloping the falling meteorite. He swiftly draws his sword cutlass and strikes the meteorite, splitting it in half, sending the two halves crashing down toward Doflamingo and Fujitora. Doflamingo immediately swings his hands, using his ability to slice the half coming toward him into several pieces. Fujitora, in turn, swings his cane sword again, sending waves of purple energy that deflect the other half of the meteorite away. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. A thick cloud of white smoke engulfs Law, Doflamingo, and Fujitora. As for Caesar and the group of Navy soldiers, they had long since fled to the nearby forest before the meteorite fell. Soon, as the white smoke dissipates, a massive pit with only 3 points of support is revealed. Law, Doflamingo, and Fujitora stand in a triangular standoff. Real-time comments on the screen flash by. 3 people. Took a meteorite head-on? Are they even human? Is this the world of top-tier powerhouses? Are we really living in the same world as them? To withstand a meteorite and still stand in confrontation? The combat power of these 3 has already reached unimaginable heights. At the Navy headquarters in Mariewa, in the marshal's office, Sengoku, who had been watching the screen intently, immediately picks up the transponder snail on the table and orders, Hello, is this the intelligence department? Find Fujitora Isho right away. We need his strength now. On the streets of a certain island in the Grand Line, Fujitora, who had been walking slowly with his cane sword, suddenly stops. A gust of wind brushes against the tips of his hair, and he slightly raises his head to look at the sky, softly saying, It seems. The wind is about to change. In the video, The confrontation between Law, Doflamingo, and Fujitora continues. Fujitora summons another meteorite, but Law easily resolves it once again. Then, Law quickly retreats from the coast and rushes into the forest while contacting someone with the transponder snail, evading Doflamingo's pursuit from behind. Meanwhile, Fujitora leads a group of Navy soldiers in pursuit. Before long, Law is ultimately intercepted by Doflamingo and pressured by Fujitora from the side, trapping him in a pincer attack. Fujitora launches an attack first, but Law dodges using his ability. Doflamingo follows up with his attacks, and under the barrage of Doflamingo's various abilities, Law finally exposes a flaw and is caught by Doflamingo's ability, who then sits on top of him, preparing to take his life, only to be stopped by Fujitora. He tells Doflamingo that he is there to arrest Law, not to kill him. Doflamingo, constrained by Fujitora's status as an admiral, has no choice but to let Law go. But he takes Caesar's heart back and reveals some information to Law, though the content is deliberately obscured. However, Law appears particularly shocked, clearly having heard some astonishing secret. At this moment, Caesar suddenly bursts out from the forest, demanding Doflamingo give him his heart. The gravity-pressed Law suddenly speaks up. I never said that heart belonged to Caesar. Huh. Doflamingo and Caesar are both taken aback, and Doflamingo tightly squeezes the heart in his hand. A scream from a member of the Navy squad comes from a distance. This distraction causes Fujitora to lose focus, and Law instantly activates his ability to escape his control while taking Caesar with him. Real-time comments on the screen flash by. I see. Trafalgar Law was being pursued by Doflamingo for this reason. Wait, what did Doflamingo say to Trafalgar Law? Why is it being deliberately concealed? Hurry up and reveal it. What about the other members of the Straw Hat crew? Aren't they allies with Trafalgar Law? Why is only Trafalgar Law getting attacked? They should come and help him. Chapter 10 Shock. The Flame Fruit realizes the great route, unknown islands, and the polar submarine. The Straw Hat crew is really lacking in loyalty. The captain has been beaten by Doflamingo like this, and they still haven't shown up to help. It's infuriating. Beppo and the other crew members complained indignantly, saying that forming an alliance with them was indeed a huge mistake. Luo, on the side, ignored Beppo and the others' complaints, as he always felt that things were far from simple. The reason Luffy and the others hadn't appeared must be because they had other more important things to do. They should be on their way now. After all, from his own performance, it was obvious he was acting as bait, and he believed that the subsequent video content would give him the answers. At this moment, the video in the sky shifted to a narrow alley. A small thug from the Doflamingo family was being cornered by two strangely dressed individuals. One was Luffy wearing a fake mustache and sunglasses, and the other was a burly man in a suit, but only wearing a pair of tight briefs. His character introduction appeared alongside Straw Hat crew shipwright Frankie. The Grand Line, Water City. Frankie, that guy, hasn't changed at all in 2 years. Barry, holding a cigar, couldn't help but laugh. Who said that? He has clearly gotten weirder. Papyri Lulu shouted at the screen, look at that exaggerated body of his. He's clearly wearing a suit, but still paired with those ancient briefs. Isn't that weird? Ha ha, well said. The shipyard workers burst into laughter. You guys. Kiwi and Maz were furious to see Barry and the others making fun of their boss, and charged over, ready to start a brawl. Iceberg quietly stood by, not joining in the nonsense, just with a hint of a helpless smile on his face. He looked at Frankie's familiar exaggerated figure and unchanged briefs in the sky, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, as if he was reminded of something. The Grand Line, Balikamoya. So this is what I will look like 2 years from now. That's super. Frankie excitedly struck a classic pose, arms forming a star shape. All right, future modifications will follow this route. First, let me see if there are suitable materials in this lab. Saying this, he walked toward the depths of the abandoned laboratory. This scene made Kiwi and his grandson internally comment, "What a weirdo." The video continued to play. Luffy and Frankie were interrogating the thug about the whereabouts of the artificial devil fruit factory. Unfortunately, the thug was too low-ranking to know the factory's location. However, one piece of information he revealed made Luffy shudder. His sunglasses slipped from his face, revealing eyes wide with disbelief. The next moment, The camera slowly moved to an arena not far from Luffy and the others. The entire arena was already packed with people, a cacophony of cheers erupting. A man wearing a golden helmet with orange feathers and a dark long dress stood in the center of the arena. His character introduction immediately appeared, bullfighting arena. Ace reporter, Gaz. Gaz first glanced around at the audience, then spoke in an infectious tone. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of today's event, His Majesty the King has bestowed upon us a shocking treasure. 2 years ago, in the peak war at Marineford, a man perished. He is now a legend. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the son of the Pirate King, Ace's ability. It is said that his fists can pierce battleships with flames and burn towns to the ground, turning them into hell. And that terrifying ability has now been reborn as a devil fruit in this world. Look, at this point, Gaz suddenly unveiled a glass case that had been covered with a white cloth. Inside was a devil fruit, entirely crimson, covered in flame-like spiral patterns, radiating a strange glow, startling everyone present. The ultimate victor of this tournament will receive this taboo fruit, he announced loudly, one of the strongest Logia-type devil fruits, the Flame fruit. The real-time barrage on the screen flowed by. The peak war at Marineford. What is that? I've never heard of it. Is it a major event that will happen in the future? That Pirate King actually has a son, and he was the captain on Whitebeard's ship. This background is terrifying. Fortunately, he is already. The devil fruit can actually be reborn? This is the first time I've heard of it. Oh! East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Kalbo Mountain. Bang! While celebrating Luffy's future as one of the 4 emperors, Satan lost his grip on the wine bowl in his hand, which crashed to the ground, revealing an expression of disbelief and horror. Ace will die. She trembled, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. No. It can't be. It can't be. Boss. Magura and the others gathered around, but didn't know how to comfort her. The Grand Line, World Economic News Headquarters. Quick, send out the news that the world government has captured Fire Fist Ace and is preparing to execute him. Morgans commanded the staff to quickly format and print the prepared news release, excitedly flapping his wings. Big news, century-defining news. I didn't expect that Ace actually has the identity of the son of the Pirate King. Although that bastard in the sky exposed this news in advance, it indirectly helped me. Sure enough, it was the right choice to hold off on this news before. Now, the whole world will go crazy over it. Wano Country, Kuri, Casa Village. Will Big Brother Ace die? But he promised me that when I become a stunning kunoichi, he would take me to sea. That liar. Au knelt by the river, gulping water while tearfully looking at the sky, her small shoulders trembling. I don't want Big Brother Ace to die. I don't want. On Onigashima. In a certain room. Ace. No, I must go save him. Ace, wait for me. Yamato, hands in handcuffs, suddenly stood up, her eyes burning with determination. The next moment, she dashed out of the room, rushing toward the coast of Onigashima. Stop, Master Yamato. A member of the Beast's pirates, panicked, chased after her. Kaido won't allow you to leave. Get away. Almost simultaneously, Kaido received word that Yamato was attempting to escape. Ha! My foolish son seems to be going to save someone. Kaido took a big swig of alcohol, a dangerous glint in his eyes, but I won't let her succeed. Shin, go catch her and prepare. We're going to have some fun at the Marine headquarters. That old man Whitebeard won't just sit idly by while his crew is in danger. The son of Roger. Huh. Ha ha. This is getting more and more interesting. Yes. Brother Kaido. Chapter 11. The surge from all sides the Grand Line. The Sabaody Archipelago. Shaki's bar. Old Ray. If you want to go, then go. Shaki wiped a glass, and her gaze fell on the silent Rayleigh. After all, that was Roger's son. Rayleigh slowly removed his glasses, rubbing his brow with his fingertips. His aged, yet still sharp eyes stared at the burning fruit in the sky, as if he could see a more distant past through it. That child. His voice was hoarse. He is the last bloodline of Roger. In the bar, only the cheers from the arena and the sky remained. Rayleigh tilted his head back and drank the remnants of his wine, the glass clinking against the wooden bar. No, Shaki. To everyone's surprise, Rayleigh finally shook his head. This is not something I should interfere with. Shaki raised an eyebrow, slightly, seeming a bit surprised, but not entirely so. This is the path that child chose for himself. I should not meddle. Rayleigh said quietly. And there will be someone who will do it, right? Whitebeard. The New World, Elbaf, the land of the Sun Roger's kid, actually got on Whitebeard's ship. What a remarkable fate. Jabba finished his drink, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. But this fate is indeed too cruel. Roger. The New World, the Red Force. Ace. Captain, what should I do? Shanks looked complexly at the burning fruit in the sky, the griffin in his hand trembling slightly. The New World, Totland. Whole Cake Island. Mama, mama, mama. Big Mom laughed heartily as she stuffed a whole piece of cake in her mouth, cream smeared on her lips. I didn't expect that Roger had a son, and he was even recognized as a son by Whitebeard. These two have an unbreakable bond. Saying this, her fat fingers tapped on the armrest of her throne, her eyes glinting with cunning. Now there's going to be a good show. That old man Whitebeard will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Then, Mama, should we also get involved? Parasparrow asked, licking his candy cane. Get involved? Why should we get involved? Big Mom's laughter abruptly stopped, her tone suddenly turning cold. Let them both suffer, whether it's that old man Whitebeard or the Navy. The more they lose, the better it is for us. Mama, mama, mama. One Piece will ultimately belong to me. The New World, the true spider. Ace. Is he that bastard Roger's son? Squard slammed his fist heavily against the ship's railing, splinters flying. No, this can't be. It must be a lie. That sky must be deceiving us. His roar echoed over the sea, and the crew exchanged glances, none daring to speak, because they all knew that their captain had a deep-seated grudge against Roger's pirate crew. Quick, increase speed. At this moment, Squard forced himself to calm down, but his voice was particularly low and dangerous. I need to get a dad immediately and ask for clarity. Yes, Captain. The New World, the Moby Dick. Ace. The captain is actually the son of the Pirate King. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Don't say that. Me too. I don't know how Squard will react when he finds out. He has a blood feud with Roger. Who knows? After all, asking him to save the son of his enemy. I wouldn't be able to accept it either. Who says otherwise? Hey, you guys, is this the time to discuss that? The most important thing right now is how to rescue Captain Ace and not let him die. This we certainly know. But if we proceed according to our original plan and still can't rescue Captain Ace, wouldn't that mean our subsequent actions would fail? That Whitebeard, lying on the couch, looked at the increasingly demoralized crew below, slowly sitting up. Gwahaha, you all don't need to be so downcast. Although the future shown by the sky is quite unfavorable for us, it most represents a possibility. As long as reality hasn't happened yet, everything can still be reversed. His gaze swept over each crew member, continuing, and don't forget, now that the sky has appeared, it might even show us the reasons for our failure later, and then we can avoid those mistakes. Perhaps then it will turn into a favorable situation for us. As he spoke, Whitebeard's voice became increasingly firm. Even if the sky doesn't show that information, we have received some warnings that will help us respond more calmly. Don't forget, we are the Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest pirate crew on these seas. Finally, his bold voice echoed throughout the ship. No difficulty can stop us from bringing back our family. Don't you all agree? Yes, yes, yes. Whitebeard's words were like thunder, resonating in everyone's hearts, the confusion in the crew's eyes gradually replaced by determination. Standing aside, Marco watched the revitalized crew with satisfaction, a slight smile rising at the corner of his mouth. However, he also understood that relying solely on morale was far from enough. If they wanted to confront the Navy, they needed more thorough preparations and better plans. After all, the Navy would definitely make adjustments due to the exposure from the sky. Marco. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly called out to him. Marco stepped forward. Dad, what do you need? Whitebeard lowered his voice and said, help me do something. Go to the Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, the Admiral's office. Is Vildi? That's rather good news, but he is Roger's son, exposed too early. I wonder if Whitebeard will also. In any case, adjustments need to be made to the plan. Must consider some unexpected situations. The instability brought by that sky is too much. Sengoku looked at the plan on the table, his eyes flashing with contemplation and sharpness. The Grand Line. Baldy go. Ace, why does this name sound so familiar? Sabo leaned against the table, painfully pressing his forehead, fragments of memory crashing into his mind like tides, yet failing to coalesce into shape. The Grand Line, impelled down, level 6 infinite hell. Kapu stood in front of the specially made sea stone cage, looking at Ace. Bound by heavy chains. The image from the den mushy flickered in the dim prison, reflecting on Ace's pale face. So, if this really is the outcome, are you satisfied? Kapu's voice rarely lost its usual vigor. Ace smiled bitterly and shook his head, the chains clanking with his movements. Satisfaction doesn't matter anymore. I only hope no one else dies because of me. When did you become so naive, Ace? Kapu slammed his fist heavily against the cage. This war is destined to be bloody. Whitebeard will never give you up, and the Navy will never back down. There's no turning back. Ace lowered his head, his voice almost inaudible. I'm sorry to Dad and the others. Only Whitebeard. Kapu's voice trembled. What about Luffy? Do you think that kid will stand by and do nothing? In his heart, you are his most important brother. With that kid's personality, he would definitely charge into this war without a second thought. By that time, at this point, Garp's voice choked. They suddenly looked up and found Garp already in tears. Old man, why? Why don't you follow the path I planned for you? Why? Why does everyone have to become a pirate? The voice of the Navy hero was fragmented. Old man, I'm sorry. Ace's voice became choked. It was the first time he saw his grandfather so vulnerable. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily, the Colosseum. Ace is dead? Luffy clung to the snake-transformed Sandisonia's back, his rubber-like body trembling slightly in shock. The image in the sky pierced his heart like a sharp knife. He frantically fished out a piece of paper from the lining of his straw hat. It was Ace's Viver card. He saw it slowly burning, the edges already turning to ash. No, this can't be. I have to save him. Luffy suddenly looked up and shouted to Hancock, who was covering her face with one hand, looking pained in the stands. Hey, woman, are you going to fight me next? If so, hurry up and come down. I have something very important to do. As soon as he said this, it immediately drew dissatisfaction from Hancock's two sisters. Hey, man, you can't talk to my sister like that. However, Hancock slowly lowered her hand, her usual pride returning to her face. But there was a barely noticeable fluctuation in her eyes. No, you have won this duel. According to our agreement, I can grant you one wish. Speak. What is your wish? Oh, in that case, I hope you can. The Grand Line, Alabasta Kingdom, the Palace Terrace. Luffy and Vivi looked at the sky, clenching their hands tightly with worried expressions. Almost simultaneously, on the various islands where the Straw Hat crew was located. No, we must quickly reach Sabiti Archipelago and meet up with Luffy. The guy needs my strength right now. A nearly identical thought arose in each member's heart. Chapter 12. The turmoil of the bullfighting arena at this moment. The video footage shifted, and Luffy, now under the alias Lucy, appeared in the contestant preparation area of the bullfighting arena. The place was bustling with warriors from all over, and the air was filled with the scent of sweat and gunpowder. The not-so-tall Luffy weaved through the crowd, curiously looking around, and soon caught the attention of some people. A burly man named Sparta took the initiative to provoke him and launched an attack. However, Luffy was agile and easily dodged all the attacks, even knocking the opponent down to the ground with one hand. This action immediately caused a stir in the crowd, with many gasping in amazement. However, it also attracted the intervention of the arena guards, who believed Luffy was disturbing the order and were about to drive him away. Suddenly, a flying axe thudded into the floor right in front of the guards. Following that, a tall man in a dark green cloak stepped forward to help Luffy. He was accompanied by another robust companion, and behind them was an elderly man with white hair but an imposing presence. The introductions of the three characters quickly appeared. Kai E from the Flower Country's 8 Treasure Navy, Bu Wu from the 8 Treasure Navy, and Qing Jiao, the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy. With the old man Kai's intervention, Luffy successfully stayed in the arena. He expressed his gratitude to them, but received resistance from Kai, who told him to take back his thanks, which made Luffy sigh and realize that the people here were indeed strange and varied. At this time, the announcer in the duel arena, amidst the high-spirited cheers, announced the competition rules and the start of the first elimination match in Area A. The contestants immediately plunged into chaos, and amidst the glint of blades and swords, the cheers from the audience rose wave after wave. Real-time comments floated across the sky. Kill. This is what real men should see. Blood boiling. Every punch lands, every knife draws blood. This is how it should be done, with real knives and guns. Oh, in the new world, Dressrosa. No, this is not the duel that the Liku King wanted. That guy Doflamingo is desecrating the sanctity of the arena. One day, I will definitely take back the real Dressrosa. As Cyrus headed towards the flower field, he looked at the images on the screen, his heart burning with suppressed anger. In the bullfighting arena, by a window, the Liku King, wearing an iron helmet, silently gazed at the screen, his eyes filled with sorrow. I'm sorry. To the people of Dressrosa. At this moment, the video shifted back to Luffy, who was selecting his equipment. Suddenly, the female staff on site let out a series of gasps, their eyes filled with hearts as they collapsed to the ground. Before long, a handsome man wearing a cowboy hat, with golden curly hair and a pure white cloak, elegantly entered the hall. His character introduction quickly appeared. Cavendish, captain of the beautiful pirate crew, the Pirate Prince. The comments on the screen were instantly drowned out by fan screams. "Ah, it's Lord Cavendish, so handsome. Husband, I love you. Your beauty makes the bloodshed in the arena look like a backdrop. Pirate Prince, is this beauty even real? I'm breathless." In a new world, Deep Sleep Forest, White Horse. Cavendish lightly bit a rose, intoxicated by his image on the screen. No matter how many times he looked, this face was perfectly stunning. However, the next second, his expression darkened. That hateful straw hat kid dared to ignore me? Those people from the worst generation are truly all annoying. In the video, Cavendish was boasting to Luffy about his achievements. However, Luffy directly ignored him and instead stood in front of a towering stone statue in the preparation room, praising its imposing presence. At that moment, a girl dressed revealingly and wearing a golden helmet walked up to him, introducing the legend of the statue. Meanwhile, her character introduction quickly appeared. Rebecca, the sword fighter of the bullfighting arena. In the new world, Dressrosa. Among the crowd on the streets, a wave of suppressed discussions erupted. Rebecca, the granddaughter of that cursed bloodline, is still alive. What a blind fate. I really don't understand why Lord Doflamingo was so merciful to leave this disaster alive. The bloodline of the Liku royal family should not exist. How much disaster and shame have they brought to our country? People pointed at the screen, their words filled with anger and confusion. In the bullfighting arena, by a window, the Liku King tightly gripped the window frame, tears silently streaming down his aged cheeks. Tremblingly whispering, "Rebecca, you're alive. That is so good." Meanwhile, Cyrus, who was hurrying to the flower field, also saw the figure on the screen. His toy body suddenly felt a sharp pain in the chest, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Rebecca, you." "Scarlet, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect her well, but don't worry, it won't be long before you won't have to suffer anymore." Chapter 13. Shocked. The new Four Emperor's Blackbeard at this moment. The video screen shifted, focusing on the duel arena at the center of the competition. The first match was nearing its end, with only a few dozen contestants still engaged in fierce combat. Among them, a particularly tall and robust man wearing a simple paper mask stood out. He not only remained unscathed through a series of intense clashes, but also appeared to handle everything with ease, as if everything was under his control. Seeing this, the remaining contestants spontaneously joined forces to launch a fierce attack on him. However, before they could get close, the man effortlessly sent all of them flying into the air with a single move, instantly ending the battle. In the vast duel arena, he alone stood proudly. The audience erupted into deafening cheers and applause. The announcer, Garci, shouted hoarsely, praising this mysterious strongman. Following this, under the gaze of countless spectators and Garci, the man slowly tore off the paper mask from his face, revealing a horrifying visage. The entire arena fell into dead silence, and Garci tremblingly exclaimed that the victor of the A-Zone elimination round was none other than the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. The man who made children too scared to cry, Jesus Bagus. Ha ha! The man, wearing a wrestling mask and sporting long purple hair, let out his signature boisterous laugh. He spread his arms wide, seemingly enjoying the atmosphere frozen in fear, and his laughter echoed harshly in the silent arena. A character introduction immediately appeared. For Emperor's Blackbeard Pirates, Captain Number 1, Champion Jesus Bagus. Real-time comments floated across the screen. For Emperor's Blackbeard, Where did this guy come from? I've never heard of him before. I didn't expect that 2 years later, besides the Straw Hat Kid taking one of the 4 emperor's positions, there would be someone else who has taken it. Who did this Blackbeard take the position from? Blackbeard? That name sounds like it has some connection to Whitebeard. He can't have taken Whitebeard's position, right? Whitebeard didn't die after that, did he? In the New World on the Moby Dick, Blackbeard, the traitor who killed Captain Sachi, has actually become one of the 4 emperors 2 years later. How is that possible? What given the right? That despicable scoundrel who relies on sneak attacks and betrayal. I wish I could peel his skin off and rip his tendons out. Does someone like him deserve to be called a 4 emperor? Wait, could Captain Ace's capture also be related to him? After all, he went after that bastard and fell into the Navy's hands. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Whitebeard listened to the angry discussions of the crew below. His weathered face showed no signs of joy or anger, but the flickering cold light and anger in his eyes revealed the turmoil within him. Teach. In the New World. On the Red Force. Teach. Shanks, touching the 3 healed but still faintly painful scars over his left eye, looked seriously at the screen and muttered to himself. This guy is indeed a very dangerous presence. In the New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Blackbeard? Another nobody who popped up from who knows where. Does this guy even deserve to be called an emperor? Kaido tilted his head back and took a large gulp of alcohol, the liquid dripping down his beard. His eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. This sea doesn't need so many emperors. Having me is enough. Once I obtain the power of this country, all the Whitebeards, red-haired, and Blackbeards will have to disappear, huh? In the New World, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Mama, mama, mama. After that Straw Hat Kid, another Blackbeard has emerged. When did the position of 4 emperor become so pathetic? Big Mom's eyes gleamed with dangerous light. Kaido and Whitebeard have truly disgraced the 4 emperors. Naval Headquarters, Mariewa. Admiral's Office. Blackbeard? I knew that this guy's self-recommendation for the Shichibukai position was not pure. It turns out he was aiming for the 4 emperor's position. Sengoku's face turned ashen as he picked up the snail phone on the table. However, I won't let you succeed. Meanwhile, at the Naval Port Headquarters, on the deck of a warship. Ha ha ha, Bagus, you're famous now. Blackbeard looked at the screen and laughed proudly at the strong man beside him. Now the whole world recognizes you. Ha ha, Captain, we should say we are all famous now. After all, we are the future 4 emperor pirates. Bagus excitedly waved his muscular arms and shouted. Ha ha, you're right, but luckily we ran fast. If we'd been a moment later, we would probably have been caught by the Navy. Blackbeard laughed, saying, Sengoku, that old fox has probably sent people to catch us. Unfortunately, it's too late. Saying this, he looked at Lafitte beside him, set sail. We're going to impel down. Ha ha. Yes, Captain. Lafitte nodded and took out a snail phone from his pocket, quietly giving orders into it. The video screen switched back to Luffy, who had just finished talking to a man wearing sunglasses with short golden hair. But their conversation was not broadcasted. Then, under Luffy's gaze, the man slowly walked into the duel arena. At the same time, Garci's voice introduced him. The next participant, who reveres our king, Doflamingo, has brought golden pillars from a distant land to pledge his loyalty to the king. He then ruthlessly destroyed the towns of those who mocked our nation as a barbaric pirate nation, forcing them to submit. That's right, he is the vicious bullet from Dressrosa. And this man has finally received the king's favor. At today's grand event, this man has decided to fulfill his long-held wish through victory, to be promoted as an official member of the Don Quixote family. He is one of the contenders for this competition, the pirate, Bellamy, the hyena. As Garci's words fell, the audience began to chant Bellamy's name. At the same time, a close-up of Bellamy was shown, and his character introduction appeared. Captain of the Bellamy Pirates, Bellamy, the hyena. In the New World, Dressrosa, the royal palace. Fool. You really are a good dog, Bellamy. Doflamingo looked at Bellamy's figure on the screen. A playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But loyalty alone is not enough. Let me see your strength 2 years later. In the Grand Line, at the sea of Magic Valley Town, on an unnamed pirate ship. Is that me 2 years later? If I can also do those things now, wouldn't I have a chance to enter the Don Quixote family? Bellamy looked at his spirited self on the screen, a complex light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he clenched his fists and declared, "No, I will definitely make it. Let's continue to search for the way to Sky Island, everyone." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 14, The Strongest Punch. The four emperors sneer in the video footage. As Bellamy's cheers just faded, Gaki eagerly introduced the last person entering the arena. "Look, this man, who arrived late, also belongs to Zone B. In just 1 year, he has risen like a comet, breaking into the new world at an astonishing speed, gaining fame quickly. He is an incredibly cruel and insane newcomer, piercing and roasting numerous pirates and spreading the videos. His indiscriminate bombardment and burning of civilians have made him the #1 on the most wanted pirate list. That's right, he is the pirate Bartolomeo." A man with a grass-green rooster comb and a prominent golden nose ring walked into the duel arena. The surrounding audience immediately booed and cursed at him, with many even standing up excitedly, waving their fists in anger. However, he was completely indifferent, instead extending his hands toward the audience and, in the next moment, giving them the middle finger. At the same time, his character introduction appeared, Captain of the Bartolomeo Club. Cannibal Bartolomeo. Real-time comments floated across the screen. "Damn, Bartolomeo is so arrogant. He actually dared to give the middle finger to the entire audience. Doesn't he fear not being able to leave this arena? Ha! Truly deserving of the most hated pirate of the year. This provocative gesture is so skilled it's almost painful. No wonder this guy was able to break into the new world in just a year. His ability to attract hatred is absolutely top-notch." East Blue, Road Town, in a bustling street. "Ha! Truly worthy of me. Becoming a supernova in just a year, just like my senior Luffy." Bartolomeo looked at his incredibly arrogant self on the screen, proudly muttering, "But the most important thing is being able to compete alongside my senior Luffy. That's just amazing. If only I could do it right now." At this point, he suddenly thought of something, touched his golden nose ring, and wondered if he should set sail now. He didn't know how the Gambier ship was prepared. "No, I need to go check it out." In the video footage, as Bartolomeo's confrontation with the audience concluded, Gaki announced the start of the B-Zone match with the ringing of the battle bell, and the entire duel arena instantly plunged into chaos. Almost simultaneously, Luffy and Cavendish appeared in front of a large window, watching the B-Zone match. During this time, Cavendish introduced Luffy to several competitors most likely to win in Zone B, including the Fighting King Elisabello II, strategist Dagoma, footwork fighter Broccoli, Dressrosa's self-defense army leader Don Quixote Lepon, the criminal duo Abdra and Jet, the fisherman martial artist Haku, as well as Bellamy and Bartolomeo. Meanwhile, as he was introducing in the duel arena, one of the seated competitors, Bellamy, was already being targeted by several people, who all launched an attack on him. In response, Bellamy merely smirked disdainfully, then crouched down, his feet immediately transforming into springs, and he shot towards those people like a cannonball. In just one encounter, he easily took them down. At the same time, additional information about him appeared. Bellamy, Paramecia type, spring fruit user. While Bellamy was fighting on one side, the other side of the duel arena looked quite different. A muscular man wearing a crown and sporting short golden hair was surrounded by a group of people, standing still and repeatedly throwing punches, seemingly in some preparatory motion. His character introduction appeared, Fighting King Elisabello II of the Protean's Kingdom. At that moment, a voice of inner monologue suddenly rang out, coming from a short and stout man with a mustache. "The burn fruit. We of the Protean's Kingdom must bring it back. Our King Elisabello II is a natural destructive weapon, with an inherently tough body that delivers powerful punches. The iconic event of breaking through enemy fortresses has left the whole world in awe. But such power comes at a cost. He needs an hour to concentrate and charge for this heavy punch. This legendary sword can only be used once in a battle, and is said to be capable of defeating even the four emperors. It's called the King's Punch. As long as the timing is right, it can determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, before that, we must buy him enough time." As this monologue concluded, additional information about him also appeared. Strategist Dagoma of the Protean's Kingdom. Real-time comments floated across the screen. "King's Punch? 1 hour charge? What kind of bizarre ability is that? Will enemies give you an hour to prepare on the battlefield? Laughable. What? Can a punch defeat the four emperors? Is that for real? Aren't they just bragging? They must be boasting too much, right? Defeating the four emperors? They probably have never seen the true power of the four emperors to dare say that. New World, Totland Kingdom, Whole Cake Island. Mama ha ha ha. A punch that can defeat the four emperors? That's some shameless bragging. Big MOM said with a disdainful expression. Mama, should I go destroy this country for you and bring that king back? Parasparrow asked flatteringly while licking his candy cane. Big MOM waved her hand, her voice booming. Mama ha ha ha, wait a minute. I do want to see just how powerful this punch of his really is. If it's as impressive as he boasts, I'll capture him as my collection. If not, then. At this point, a cruel, bloodthirsty glint flashed in her eyes as she continued. I'll wipe this ignorant king and his country off the map completely. Mama ha ha ha. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Yugagogo. What a boast without any preparation. When can such a fortress-crushing punch sit at the table? Kaido laughed contemptuously, grabbing a huge wine gourd and taking a big swig. But whatever. I don't have time to deal with this kind of trash right now. I have more important things to handle. And what about that guy, Jin? How long is it taking? Yugagogo. New World, Protean's Kingdom, Royal Palace. Elizabello, too, sitting on the throne, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Dagama, for some reason, I always feel a bit anxious. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With your king's punch, even if the four emperors come personally, we will still have the strength to fight. Strategist Dagama quickly bowed to reassure him, but a hint of worry still flashed in his eyes. After all, he didn't know whether Elizabello II's king's punch could truly defeat the four emperors. It was just a legend. After all, I see. That's good. Hearing this, Elizabello II felt a bit of his anxiety ease. He clenched his fist and said boldly, if any four emperors dare to invade, let them taste the power of my king's punch. Chapter 15. Absolute Defense. The barrier fruit shows its power in the video footage. The battle in Zone B has reached a fever pitch, with contestants falling one after another, and the atmosphere on the field becoming increasingly tense. Among the remaining contestants, Bartolomeo, with his grass-green chicken comb hairstyle, stands out. This is because he is not only unscathed, but also in front of everyone. Performed a shocking act by suddenly taking off his pants and urinating in public. This behavior immediately ignites the crowd, with intense shouts and boos erupting from the audience, many even standing up to point and curse at him. However, Bartolomeo remains indifferent, continuing to act as he pleases. At this moment, a figure suddenly appears behind him. The person has light yellow skin and wavy long hair, and his character introduction appears just in time. Fishman Karate Master, Haku. Haku's gaze is sharp, and amidst Bartolomeo's exclamations, he throws a heavy punch. But just as his fist is about to hit Bartolomeo, a strange scene occurs. Haku's arm twists at an unnatural angle, and he collapses to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Bartolomeo, still in the middle of his act, displays a smug smile, as if everything is under his control. The real-time comments on the screen read, "What the hell? Isn't that the fishman attacking Bartolomeo? Why did he fall down himself? What kind of monster is this Bartolomeo? What did Bartolomeo do? How did he win without even touching him? Could he also be a devil fruit user? If so, why did he even enter the competition? What is this guy's purpose?" On Fishman Island, in the Fishman Street, Haku is mocked by his peers. "Haku, you are such a loser, unable to even beat a human. You have really embarrassed us fishmen." Dama laughs sharply, filled with disdain. Tos beside him crosses his arms and coldly adds, "Humph. This is the fate of mingling with humans. You've lost all your dignity. If our new fisherman pirates had taken action, we would have torn that green-haired kid to shreds." Haha, you're right. Hody Jones, seated high, lets out a deep and arrogant laugh. Humans only deserve to crawl beneath our feet, trembling. Once we have gathered enough deadly poison, it will be time for our complete revenge on humanity. Haha. In the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Baltigo, Haku, you are really pathetic. You were defeated by such a guy. Kella stifles a laugh, teasing the embarrassed Fishman Karate Master. And you even hurt yourself? This is just... Haku's face turns even redder. That. He stammers for a long time, but cannot find a suitable excuse. After all, Kella speaks the truth. This defeat is indeed too embarrassing. All right, Kella, don't make it hard for Haku. Sabo pushes up his hat, his sharp gaze focused on Bartolomeo's arrogant figure on the screen. This Bartolomeo is clearly a devil fruit user. Haku lost because he didn't understand the opponent's abilities. However, he suddenly changes his tone, becoming serious. What concerns me more is why Haku would appear in Dressrosa 2 years later. With his personality, he wouldn't recklessly act just for a devil fruit. Something important must have happened that brought him there. Dragon, with his hands crossed under his chin, speaks in a low voice that echoes in the conference room. Are you saying that some darkness hidden in Dressrosa has already affected the Revolutionary Army, and even the whole world? Yes, Mr. Dragon, Sabo nods seriously. I think it is necessary to strengthen our focus on Dressrosa. If that's the case, then Kella, you should go now. Dragon immediately gives the order. The video footage continues to progress. Shortly after Haku falls, Bellamy eliminates the criminal duo of Budra and Jet. He then sets his sights on Bartolomeo, and with the help of his spring-like legs, Bellamy shoots out like a cannonball, aiming a punch directly at Bartolomeo's head. However, just like Haku, at the moment of impact, he is violently rebounded by an invisible force and crashes hard onto the ground. Nevertheless, Bellamy does not give up. He stands up again and attacks Bartolomeo once more. This time, not only do his legs become springs, but his arms do as well. Yet again, he fails to touch Bartolomeo and is sent flying by that unknown force. Moreover, since he exerted several times more power this time, the damage he suffers is also several times worse, and he spits out a mouthful of blood, his body becoming battered and weak. Even so, Bellamy still stubbornly stands up. Just then, he hears Luffy cheering for him, which greatly moves him, and he instinctively glances over. He sees Luffy, for some reason, hanging on the edge of the window, looking quite comical. Suddenly, a change occurs on the other side of the duel arena. Elizabello too is enveloped in steaming heat, his skin turning an eerie shade of pink, and a chilling energy wave sweeps across the arena. His muscles bulge dramatically, veins popping out, as if containing world-destroying power. The next second, he swings his fist, unleashing a powerful force that sweeps across the entire duel arena with a devastating momentum. Bartolomeo tries to dodge, but is firmly grabbed by Bellamy's clothes, unable to escape in time. Boom! With a loud bang, a thick cloud of smoke instantly envelopes the entire duel arena. When the smoke clears, a deep ravine appears in the arena, and all the contestants who were still standing are blasted out, falling into the water outside and losing their qualifications. Seeing this, Elizabello too is about to raise his hand to signal victory, but is shocked to find that a figure still stands on the opposite side of the ravine. It is Bartolomeo, who crosses his hands, intertwining his middle and index fingers, and lightly shouts, "Barrier!" A transparent, square protective barrier stands firmly in front of him. Its surface smooth and unmarked, without a single scratch. All you have to do is stack your fingers to open the barrier. This is common knowledge, even a child knows. Bartolomeo proudly declares, "I'm the barrier fruit user, barrier man. Take this." Barrier smash. With that, he swings his left hand, and the barrier rushes towards Elizabello too, knocking him flying and causing him to crash heavily onto the arena, instantly knocking him out. At the same time, this also means Bartolomeo has become the victor of Zone B. This immediately provokes dissatisfaction and boos from the audience. But Bartolomeo pays no mind, instead spreading his arms wide. Lost in his own world, his eyes flashing with a peculiar light, indicating he seems to have some other purpose. Chapter 16. The War in Area C. Luffy's Haki begins to show real-time comments floated across the screen. Barrier fruit? So that mysterious power of Bartolomeo comes from this. But this Elizabello too really knows how to brag. That punch's power is on a completely different level from the Yonko. This barrier fruit is too overpowered. Just stacking his fingers like this can block any attack. How are we supposed to fight? I wonder if the Yonko can break through this defense? I don't know why, but even though Bartolomeo won, it's really frustrating to see him win. New World. Tato Land. Whole Cake Island. Maha maha maha. Just as I thought. That idiot is indeed bragging. Bigamon laughed heartily, shoving a big piece of cake in her mouth. How dare he challenge the Yonko with such weak punches? He really doesn't know the sky from the ground. Since that's the case, Mama, I'm going to destroy that guy and his country now. Parasparrow timely chimed in. No, I'm not interested in him anymore. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with greed. I'm interested in that barrier fruit now. Maha maha maha. Parasparrow, go bring me that guy named Bartolomeo. As you command, Mama. I'll arrange it right away. Parasparrow bowed and exited, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. New world, Wano country, flower capital, Shogun's mansion. As expected, it really is the barrier fruit of Semimaru. Kaido gazed greedily at Bartolomeo's figure on the screen, his eyes filled with unabashed possessiveness. Damn it, if I could get my hands on such absolute defense, I wouldn't have to fear Kaido as much. Perhaps I could. At this, he suddenly smashed a wine jug on the ground and shouted at the leader of the Onitobans kneeling nearby. Fukuro Kuju, immediately send someone out to sea, no matter what means. Bring that green-haired kid back to me. Yes, Shogun. Fukuro Kuju bowed and accepted the order, silently disappearing into the shadows. East Blue, Road Town, a busy shipyard. Boss, your performance was so cool. Now you can stand on the same stage as Luffy Senpai. Gambier excitedly waved his fists, his face full of admiration. Hey, ha ha ha, of course. Bartolomeo put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. But what I care about more now is the going forward, Luffy Senpai. How's the progress? I can't wait to set sail with Luffy Senpai. Don't worry, boss, the hull is basically completed. Next we'll polish it to have smooth curves like Luffy Senpai's rubber arms. Gambier patted his chest and guaranteed. That's good. Bartolomeo nodded in satisfaction, then showed an eager expression. Once the ship is ready, we will follow Luffy Senpai. Follow Luffy Senpai. New world, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fu. Trash is trash. No matter how much time passes, it will never change, Bellamy. Doflamingo sneered disdainfully. Grand Line, Magic Valley Town waters, on an unnamed pirate ship. I lost. Bellamy looked up at the screen with a face full of disappointment, murmuring, could it be? I really want to change it all. The video continued as the injured were gradually carried into the arena following the end of the B area competition. At this moment, Luffy approached Bellamy, who was lying on a stretcher, and exclaimed, You've changed. Bellamy, what changes you, Straw Hat Kid? Bellamy weakly replied. In the next moment, memories of the past between Luffy and Bellamy emerged in flashbacks. Bellamy's arrogant provocation when they first met at the tavern in Magic Valley Town. Luffy's firm refusal to fight him. Bellamy's various humiliations towards Luffy and Zoro, while the two never fought back. Luffy knocking Bellamy down with a punch for Uncle Kurizumi in his dreams. Bellamy's shocked expression as he looked up at the sky when the golden bell of Sky Island rang, and their conversation when they met again 2 years later. Real-time comments floated across the screen. Wow, I didn't expect. The Straw Hat Kid and Bellamy actually have such a deep past. But I didn't think Sky Island was really a thing. The Straw Hat Kid's heart and demeanor are truly remarkable, facing someone who once humiliated him. He can still be so sincere. No wonder he could become a Yonko afterward. I don't know why, but I'm starting to like the Straw Hat Kid a bit, even though he is a pirate. Grand Line, Magic Valley Town waters, on an unnamed pirate ship. Thank you, Straw Hat Kid, but I'm still not strong enough. Bellamy looked at Luffy's figure on the screen with gratitude and reluctance in his eyes, but I want to give up. One day, I will catch up to Doflamingo and catch up to you. The video continued, and as Bellamy was carried away, the competition in Area C, where Luffy was located, was about to begin, just waiting for the dueling arena damaged by Elizabello II to be repaired. However, what the world didn't notice was that Bartolomeo, who had just followed Bellamy out, became particularly strange after hearing Bellamy refer to Luffy by his nickname. Before long, the dueling arena was repaired, and the contestants for Area C gradually entered. As Kaji struck the bell announcing the start of the competition, the melee in Area C officially began. Luffy immediately showcased impressive combat strength, drawing significant attention as many joined forces to attack him. But Luffy easily dealt with them in just a few moves. Suddenly, a completely black, muscular bull, after knocking several contestants flying, locked its target on Luffy. Kaji also timely introduced the glorious past of this bull. and its introduction quickly appeared. Bullfighting arena. The Grim Reaper killing Bull, Ushi. Facing Ushi's successive charges, Luffy remained calm, his body slightly reddening and steaming, easily dodging each attack. Eventually, after getting bored, Luffy simply stood still, waiting for Ushi to charge at him again, an invisible aura emanating from his body. As Ushi got closer to Luffy, it began to sweat profusely, and just as it was about to crash into him, it obediently stopped right in front of Luffy, its eyes filled with fear and submission. Luffy then jumped onto its back and issued commands for it to charge at the other contestants. Ushi not only didn't resist at all, but also eagerly accepted Luffy's orders, galloping wildly in the dueling arena, knocking down one contestant after another. This action immediately drew gasps and cheers from the audience, and Kaji himself didn't hold back in expressing his fondness for Luffy. Chapter 17, The Power of a Punch. Luffy's initial brilliance, the real-time comments on the screen floated by. What happened? Why did that raging killing bull suddenly submit to the Straw Hat Kid for no reason? What did he do to it? The aura of the Straw Hat Kid is too strong. He can even tame wild beasts. What kind of ability is this? Could it be another devil fruit? Conqueror's Haki. I didn't expect the Straw Hat Kid to possess such rare, kingly qualities. No wonder he could become one of the 4 emperors later. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Conqueror's Haki? Sure enough, this kid has it too. Hee. Kaido gulped down a drink, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. This sea doesn't need so many kings. Kid, New World, Redford ship, Conqueror's Haki? Truly worthy of that lineage. It really is innate. Luffy. Shanks looked at the screen, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. New World, Moby Dick, Conqueror's Haki. I didn't expect the Straw Hat Kid to have such qualifications. Isn't that obvious? Without such qualifications, how could he possibly become one of the 4 emperors in the future? Exactly. I'm getting more and more excited about the Straw Hat Kid's growth. Maybe his future achievements could rival Old Man. Don't joke around. He thinks he can rival Old Man. What are you even thinking? If you don't believe it, let's make a bet. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Gudalala, Conqueror Saki. Your eye for talent is indeed remarkable. Red-haired, Whitebeard took a sip of his drink, a nostalgic gleam shining in his eyes. Perhaps this is the kind of person Roger was waiting for. New World, Totland Kingdom, Whole Cake Island. Conqueror's Haki? Mama. No wonder this kid can become one of the 4 emperors in the future. He really has some skills. Big MOM laughed, but there was a hint of coldness in her voice, however. Kid, in this seat, wanted to be king. Just having Haki is far from enough. Grand Line. Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's Bar. Conqueror's Haki? Monkey-chan's qualifications are truly extraordinary. Shaki refilled Rayleigh's drink at the bar. A smile in her eyes. Looks like old Ray. You really hit the jackpot this time. Hearing this, Rayleigh laughed heartily, then tilted his head back and down a drink. I've never doubted the Straw Hat Kid's qualifications. Just don't know if he is willing to be my disciple. After all, he is Carp's grandson. If that old guy finds out I took his grandson as a disciple, he'll probably come looking for trouble everywhere. So if Carp really comes looking for trouble, will you give up on taking Monkey-chan as a disciple? Shaki lit a cigarette for herself, raising an eyebrow and asking, Give up. A cunning glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. The thought of making that guy, Carp, jump in anger makes me want to teach him even more. Moreover, guiding such a young man to the peak is precisely the last joy of us old folks, right? Grand Line, Baldy Go, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Conqueror's Haki. Truly innate. Luffy. Dragon looked at the screen with relief, a rare smile appearing on his usually serious face, but compared to this. Speaking of which, his gaze suddenly became profound. I look forward to seeing how you will use this power to carve out your own path. The video continued to play. Luffy was excitedly riding Usopp in the arena, but Usopp suddenly came to a stop, crashing into a towering figure like an iron tower. Luffy looked up abruptly, and what came into view was a giant wearing a metal helmet and goggles. His character introduction immediately appeared, Giant Warrior, Heldin. Heldin felt something unusual at his feet, and immediately looked down to see Luffy and Usopp had crashed into him. Without saying a word, he raised his shield and smashed it down at them. Luffy wanted Usopp to run quickly, But there was no time. Heldin had already brought the shield crashing down on the both of them, directly smashing them into the stone wall of the dueling arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. After doing this, Heldin indifferently turned to leave, as if he was just brushing away a speck of dust, completely ignoring the fallen Luffy and Usopp. Unexpectedly, the next second, Luffy stood up from the rubble. He gently touched Usopp, who had a broken horn and had fainted, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes, then glared angrily at Heldin's retreating figure. Immediately after, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared from his spot, appearing in midair, his whole body slightly reddened and steaming, his fist coated in a black sheen. He punched Heldin in the face, directly knocking him to the ground. This scene shocked the competitors and the audience present. But Luffy didn't pay attention to any of this. Instead, he walked straight to Usopp, picked him up, and headed toward the safe zone at the edge of the arena. Almost simultaneously, a man with braided hair, heavy eyeshadow around his eyes, and prominent shoulders walked up to the fallen Heldin, his fist like a cannon, directly knocking him into the audience stands. His character introduction also immediately appeared: Long Hand Tribe, Triple X level boxer, Destruction Canonetti. The real-time comments on the screen floated by. One punch. The Straw Hat Kid actually knocked down such a huge giant with just one punch. This strength is indeed terrifying. Why did this giant go provoke the Straw Hat Kid for no reason? Is he someone you can afford to provoke? This giant is really unfortunate. First being knocked down by the Straw Hat Kid, then getting blasted away by someone else. What a disgrace to the giant race. Chapter 18. Shocking Secret. Trembling the Sea New World. Elbaf, the Land of Light. Gertz looked at Halding, who was silently staring at the sky, and gently comforted him. Halding, don't take it too hard. Goldbag also stepped forward and gruffly echoed, "That's right. He is one of the future emperors." The Straw Hat Kid. Losing to him, ISN, T2 shameful. As he spoke, he heavily patted Halding's shoulder with his broad palm. The reclusive Rod stood by, watching as Gertz and Goldbag spoke one after another, unsure of what to say himself, and could only irritably tug at his messy purple hair. After a long while, Halding slowly withdrew his gaze from the horizon, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder as he said, "Don't worry, Gertz, Goldbag, and Rod. I'm not weak enough to be brought down by this. This future battle has made me see my shortcomings more clearly." As he spoke, he slowly raised his massive hand into a fist, the knuckles cracking from the force. "If I want to reclaim the glory of the giant pirate crew from 100 years ago and become the true king of giants, I must become stronger." With a fiery gaze sweeping over his three companions, his voice carried an undeniable determination. "From today, I will triple the intensity of my training, honing not only this body, but also my fighting spirit. One day, I will make the name of Elbaf resound across these seas again." Gertz and Goldbag were infected by this passion, straightening their backs in unison. Even a usually odd Rod spat out the grass stem he had been chewing, a serious glimmer appearing in his eyes. In the underworld. What a disgrace to Elbaf, Halding. Loki looked to the sky. Although he could not see, he could hear the voice of Kaido coming from the heavens, and a sneer of disdain crept across his lips. To actually lose to a little human. Truly a fitting legacy of that useless woman. With a flash of malice across his face, he said, "Just wait. One day I will get out of here. And when that time comes, I will make Elbaf and my name resound across the entire sea, just like rocks did back then." The video continued to play, with Edio, after dealing with Halding, seeking out Luffy, who had been set up by SI. The two immediately erupted into a fierce battle, exchanging blows, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who was winning. After a vigorous exchange, Luffy's helmet was knocked off. To avoid revealing his identity, he hurriedly wrapped his cloak around his head, searching for his helmet. At the same time, a burly old man was angrily rushing toward Luffy's direction, muttering something, though it was deliberately obscured. Soon, Luffy spotted his helmet. It was being held by a man wearing a peculiar cactus hat. This man also carried a mountain of weapons on his shoulder. A character introduction quickly appeared. Bounty Hunter, Pillager, Jean Ango. Luffy initially wanted to retrieve his helmet from Jean, but he was obstructed by the weapons thrown at him, forcing him to dodge the onslaught of projectiles first. Various weapons flew past Luffy, but not a single one managed to hit him. Meanwhile, Jean kept muttering, "Thanks to you, I made a fortune these past 2 years. The prisoners you let escape from Impel Down have already been taken down by me dozens of times. Next, I'll capture the main culprits of your escape. Buggy the Clown, Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov the Okama King, and Shiryu of the Rain. If I can catch all of you, I'll be famous." However, Luffy ignored his words, only concerned about whether Jinbei and Ivankov were okay. Seeing Luffy disregard him, Jean became even angrier, throwing weapons faster and faster, his mountain of arms gradually depleting at a visible rate. Yet, he continued to chatter, "Not just you guys, but also those vicious escapees hidden from the world, the ones who escaped from Impel Down level 6. I've already figured out where they are." Level 6? Luffy was slightly taken aback, dodging the weapons comfortably while muttering, "I didn't expect there were others who escaped besides us. Damn it, why can't I hit him?" At that moment, Jean seemed to finally notice that his weapons had not hit Luffy at all, and he cursed, unleashing a barrage of weapons like a rainstorm. Yet none touched Luffy's clothing. But soon, he sensed that something was off because a thick, killing intent suddenly surged from behind Luffy. He looked up and saw that, at some point, Shinjo had come up behind Luffy, and all the weapons he had just thrown had landed on him. Shinjo, with an angry face, stared at him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Luffy seized the opportunity to snatch the helmet from Jean's hand. He initially wanted to chase after Jean, but was knocked away by Shinjo, falling into the water and losing his qualification. The real-time bullet screen on the sky floated by. Impel Down, level 6? I can't believe the Straw Hat Kid has been to that place and escaped from it. This is simply unbelievable. What? So many vicious prisoners escaped from level 6. What is the Navy and the world government doing? Level 6? That's South, the legendary place that holds criminals capable of overturning the world. How did the Straw Hat Kid get in? Was he captured? Does that mean he is the first person in history to successfully escape from level 6? Naval Headquarters, Mariewa. Admiral S. Office. Level 6? Why would a Straw Hat Kid go there? He wouldn't be trying to save his brother Ace, would he? It has to be that way. With the way that Carp Guy and his family act, they could definitely pull it off. Sengoku's mouth twitched, a look of realization and helplessness flashing in his eyes. No, I must transfer Ace here ahead of time. Also, the escapees Jean mentioned must be closely monitored by Magellan, especially Jinbei and Crocodile. Sengoku picked up the special Din Mushi on the table and dialed the line to Impel Down. New World, Moby Dick. Level 6? That little brat actually went to such lengths for Ace. Ace, you really have a good brother. Gururara. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Impel Down, level 5. 5. Okama Paradise. Ivankov. Ivankov stared at the screen showing the sky from the imaging snail, lost in thought, as he couldn't understand why. Even if the Straw Hat Kid came to Impel Down in the future, he had no reason to escape with him. After all, he had been waiting for that man's call, unless. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily, the Royal Palace. Luffy. Hancock's cheeks flushed, bashfully looking at Luffy, who was gorging not far away, her voice gently reminding, "If you go to Impel Down now, it might already be useless." Huh? Why? Luffy swallowed the meat in his mouth, looking at Hancock in confusion, his rubber neck stretching long. Don't look at me like that." Hancock's heart skipped a beat as she met Luffy's pure and direct gaze, her cheeks flushed red. Instinctively, she turned her face away, her voice barely above a whisper, because, with the Navy's efficiency, they might have already deduced from the information revealed just now that you would go to level 6 to save your brother Ace. After all, if the Navy seriously investigates, it wouldn't be hard for them to find out that Ace is your brother, and they would definitely move Ace away in advance. Hey, how could this happen? Luffy suddenly panicked, his rubbery face drooping as he shouted unwillingly, "Ace is my brother. I have to rescue him. I might have a way." Hancock took a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing feelings that surged within her due to Luffy's closeness, and tried to keep her voice steady and serious. "Really? What way?" Luffy exclaimed, instantly bouncing in front of Hancock, naturally grasping her hands, his eyes full of expectation. "It's Hancock. And you. Please let go of my hand first." Hancock felt her face heat up as if it were about to smoke, her mind spinning, her voice trembling. She barely steadied herself and continued. Since Ace will be transferred to the Navy headquarters, then we might be able to change our plan, not go to Impel Down, but go directly to Mariewa. Huh. Luffy was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. He excitedly hugged Hancock, his rubbery arms tightly wrapping around her. Yes, this plan of yours is amazing. Hancock. Hancock was completely overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy, letting out a short scream, her eyes turning into hearts as she fainted softly into Luffy's embrace, wisps of steam rising from her head, indicating her flustered state. Sister. The two sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, saw this and exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with worry and helplessness. Chapter 19. Shocking Bloodline. World in an uproar. The video continued to play. After dealing with Jean, Green Pepper finally confronted Luffy. With the helmet back on, Luffy faced Green Pepper's relentless assault, no longer choosing to evade but standing firm, determined to face him head-on. At the same time, Green Pepper's incessant muttering finally reached the ears of the world. Kapu's grandson. Redeem yourself. Stahlhat Luffy. Real-time comments floated across the screen. Kapu? Could it be the Kapu, the naval hero? The Straw Hat Kid is the grandson of the naval hero. What a bombshell of an identity. The grandson of the naval hero became a pirate? What a huge irony. No wonder the Straw Hat Kid is so strong. He inherited the bloodline of a hero. New World. Moby Dick. Gulalala. So he's Kapu's grandson. No wonder that surname sounds so familiar, Whitebeard said with a wicked smile. Kapu, that guy, hates pirates more than anything in his life, and yet his own grandson has become one. He must feel so frustrated. Gulalala. New World. Tato Land. Whole Cake Island. Mama. Kapu's grandson? I should have figured out that this kid is related to Kapu. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with a dangerous light. That old bastard caused me no small trouble back in the day. Let his grandson pay for it now. Mama. New World. Wano Country. Onigashima. Kapu's grandson? No wonder this kid is so arrogant and possesses Conqueror's Haki. Now everything makes sense. Kaido took a swig of alcohol, a glimmer of nostalgia and fury flashing in his eyes. I'm really looking forward to meeting this kid. Naval Headquarters. Mariewa. Marshal's office. Damn it. Revealing this now could easily shake the morale of the troops. I don't know how Kapu raised his family. They all turn out to be such rebels. When I see him next, I'll make sure to take all his Sunbei, Sengoku, having just hung up the phone, cursed as he saw this scene on the screen. Grand Line, Alabasta, Royal Palace. Luffy is actually the grandson of the naval hero. Princess Vivi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise. But it quickly turned into a gentle smile. But no matter his identity, he is the hero who saved this country and my most important friend. Go for it, Luffy. And everyone, West Blue, Land of Flowers, 8 Treasure, Navy Territory. The Straw Hat Kid is actually that bastard Kapu's grandson? I can't believe I'm just finding this out now. No, I can't let this slide. I have to set sail and kill that Straw Hat Kid. Let Kapu feel the pain of losing his closest kin. Green Pepper roared angrily, preparing to leave. Kai and Buwu immediately stepped forward to stop him. Wait, Grandpa. You don't even know where the Straw Hat Kid is. How are you going to find him? They urged. Maybe wait until we have news about him before setting out. Wait? I've been waiting for nearly 30 years. I can't wait any longer. Green Pepper pushed the two aside, his wrinkled face twisted with anger. That bastard Kapu, back in the day, punched my most prized spearhead flat and made me lose the treasure of the ice continent. This humiliation, I must make his grandson repay it. But Grandpa, the two tried to persuade him again, but Green Pepper ruthlessly interrupted. Stop talking. No matter what, today I will find Kapu's grandson for revenge. Or are you saying you're afraid I can't beat him? This. Jai ain't bu ikchengit gnansis. Although they were well aware of their grandfather's strength, their essay saying that youth is strong in combat. And considering Luffy would eventually become one of the 4 emperors, they were genuinely a bit worried about their grandfather getting hurt. Seeing that his grandson was silent, Green Pepper immediately understood they were tacitly agreeing with him, and his anger flared even more. Fine, since that's the case. Today I'll show you whether I'm still capable before going to take revenge on Kapu's grandson. I'll practice on you two little brats first. Hey, wait, Grandpa. Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Royal Palace. I didn't expect you, Luffy, to be Kapu's grandson. Granny Nu leaned on her snake staff, looking at Luffy, who was still eating and drinking heartily in surprise. Oh, Granny, do you know my grandpa? Luffy raised his head, curious. Yes, back in the day. He took care of me quite a bit. Granny Nu nodded, her eyes flashing with a hint of nostalgia, mixed with resentment and wariness. Several times, I almost got caught by him. That guy's a downright monster. I see. That does sound pretty miserable, Luffy replied without a care. Granny Nu looked at him speechlessly, now certain that Luffy was indeed Kapu's grandson, as his personality was almost identical to Kapu's. Luffy, no matter your identity, my feelings for you will not change. Hancock cupped her cheeks with her hands, gazing lovingly at Luffy. Meanwhile, Boa Sandersonia and her sister looked at their infatuated sister in disbelief. Impel down. Level 6, Infinite Hell. Oh no, this is bad. Kapu looked helplessly at the screen image coming from the Den Den Mushi, his rugged face full of frustration. What? Old man, are you worried about Luffy? Ace's voice came from a cell in front of him, teasing him. I never thought you'd have a day like this. Old man, who is worried about that kid? Kapu shrugged, indifferent. Anyway, his identity will be known to the world sooner or later. As he spoke, his tone suddenly shifted, becoming a bit agitated. What I'm worried about is that Sengoku guy. He is definitely going to use this as an excuse to cut my senbei. That's the amount I saved for 3 months. It's all ruined now. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he knocked heavily on the bars of the cell with his knuckles, making a dull sound. And that kid calling me grandpa, no respect at all. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and tilted his head. Not far away in the darkness, a figure was slowly walking towards him. Before long, the person arrived in front of him. It was the chief warden of Impel Down Magellan. Vice Admiral Kapu. Marshal Sengoku's orders. He wants you to. Chapter 20. Luffy's Ambition. Minter exposed in the video, Luffy's entire body was enveloped in white steam, his skin taking on an unnatural crimson hue, as if his blood were boiling within him. Opposite him, Green Pepper clasped his hands together, an astonishing aura erupting around him, his white beard defying gravity and rising upwards. Carp's grandson, he roared, charging at Luffy like a frenzied bull. The flame fruit is something I will never give to anyone. Luffy bellowed back, undeterred as he met the charge head-on. During the clash, both fighters knocked aside Eddie and Kai-E, who were blocking their path, sending them flying into the water and out of the competition. Bang! Their fists collided, and an invisible force radiated from their center, spreading outward. Contestants who had still been fighting instantly fainted, losing their combat ability. Then a violent shockwave erupted from the two, sending everyone in the duel arena flying. In an instant, only Luffy and Green Pepper remained standing in the arena. The shocking scene of their direct confrontation of Conqueror's Haki left everyone present in stunned silence. You can actually control Conqueror's Haki? Green Pepper coldly scrutinized Luffy, asking, what kind of delusional dream of kings are you having, you brat? Of course, I want to be the Pirate King, Luffy declared firmly. Pirate King? Don't dream. Green Pepper scoffed. There are countless people in this sea who have the qualifications to be king. Do you really think you can stand out among them? Saying this, he charged at Luffy with a headbutt, which Luffy easily dodged. Where did you learn that Haki, you brat? Green Pepper demanded, his eyes wide with anger. Rayleigh, Luffy answered without hesitation. Damn it, that guy is still alive? That's really annoying. Green Pepper roared, leaping towards Luffy with a kick, only to be easily blocked again. The real-time comments on the screen read, Pirate King? I had guessed the Straw Hat Kid's goal long ago, but hearing it from his own mouth is still shocking. Rayleigh? The legendary Dark King Rayleigh? So he asked the Straw Hat Kid's teacher. No wonder his strength is so formidable. Hero Carp's grandson, the direct disciple of Dark King Rayleigh. The Straw Hat Kid's background is getting scarier. On the Grand Line, Sabadi Archipelago, Shaki's bar. Old Ray, you can laugh if you want. Don't hold it in, Shaki said, taking a puff of smoke and glancing at Rayleigh, who was excited but trying to suppress his laughter. Ha ha! Rayleigh finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the bar, as if telling a story yet saying nothing at all. In the New World, Elbaf, the land of the sun, TCH. That Rayleigh guy got ahead of me again. Jabba pouted, but then shrugged. Let me see what kind of great disciple Rayleigh can teach. He looked at Luffy on the screen, downing his drink, and murmured, Pirate King. This path isn't so easy to walk, kid. On the Grand Line, Twin Cape. It seems Rayleigh feels like I do. Thinking these young ones can complete the unfinished business we couldn't. Kuroka said leisurely while fishing, watching Luffy's figure on the screen with a satisfied smile. Ugh. The giant whale Labu beside him seemed to sense something, letting out a long and cheerful cry, as if cheering for its friends. In the New World, the Red Force, Rayleigh-san really took Luffy as a disciple. Looks like recommending Luffy to him was the right choice. Shanks gazed at Luffy on the screen, recalling his earlier meeting with Rayleigh on Sabaody Archipelago. In the New World, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Rayleigh? Mama haha. Looks like you've taken this kid as the flag bearer of the new era. Big Mom's eyes gleamed coldly. Too bad as long as I'm here, he will never succeed, Mama. In the New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Rayleigh? Ugahaha. This kid really carries a lot of expectations, Kaido said, taking a large swig of alcohol, but the more expectations, the more fun it will be to destroy him. Ugahaha. On the Grand Line, Amazon Lily, the palace. I didn't expect you to know Rayleigh, little Luffy, Granny Nyan said, leaning on her snake staff, quite surprised. Yeah, I met him on Sabaody Archipelago. I was really surprised when I found out he was the Pirate King's first mate. Luffy nodded, stuffing his meat into his mouth, and replied muffledly, but I didn't expect he would become my master later. That is really something to look forward to. As he said this, he seemed to think of something, swallowing the food in one go, and curiously looked at Granny Nyan, asking, by the way, Granny, what is Haki? This term has been mentioned since earlier. What exactly is it? What? You don't even know what Haki is? How did you defeat other devil fruit users before? Granny Nyan exclaimed, nearly jumping up, her snake staff almost slipping from her grip. Fist. Luffy clenched his fist, answering matter-of-factly, just knock them away. Like this. Rubber. Rocket. As he spoke, he mimicked the action, almost flipping the table in front of him. Granny Nyan held her forehead, looking at Luffy in disbelief. She never expected that Luffy had come this far relying solely on his devil fruit ability and brute force. It was truly a miracle. At the same time, she sighed about how challenging it would be for Rayleigh to teach him. Haki, as it is known, is Granny Nyan immediately decided to explain Haki to Luffy, partly to prevent this reckless kid from suffering in future battles, and partly so that when Rayleigh became his master, he would have less to explain. Meanwhile, Hancock occasionally interjected, helping Luffy understand in a simple and straightforward way. Watching this scene, the sisters Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, who originally wanted to ask Luffy about how things were with Rayleigh, found themselves at a loss for how to interject, and could only wait silently for them to finish their explanation. Chapter 21. The Victor of Area C. The cone head reappears in the video footage. The half-finished green pepper suddenly burst into tears without warning. This sudden change shocked the entire audience. Then, with a sorrowful and angry tone, he began to recount the grievances between himself and Carp. Originally, his head was not the round shape it is now, but rather conical, which is why he was nicknamed Conehead Green Pepper. This conical head was not only his proudest weapon, but also the key to unlocking the vast treasures hidden beneath the frozen continent. However, 30 years ago, Carp had punched his conical head, causing it to cave in, which directly led to his inability to access the treasures of the frozen continent, leaving him to lament his lost fortune. Since then, he had harbored resentment against Carp, passing this hatred down to his grandchildren. Unexpectedly, after listening to this heart-wrenching history, Luffy replied dismissively, "You were just hit by my grandpa once. I've taken many punches from him growing up. What's so impressive about that? Damn it." Green Pepper was furious at Luffy's nonchalant attitude and launched another attack. In an instant, the two engaged in an intense battle of offense and defense. On the duel stage, only two figures were swiftly intertwining, with the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoing throughout. This left the commentator, Jassi, in awe, stating that the speed of their attacks and defenses was so fast that even he couldn't follow what was happening. What we are witnessing now is one of the rare intense battles in the history of this arena. This reignited the passion of the audience, who erupted into deafening cheers, shouting to support this peak showdown. Finally, after a fierce clash, the two separated, panting as they faced off. "You really have some skills, brat," Green Pepper gasped, his tone carrying a hint of recognition, but then became incredibly disdainful. "But that's still far from enough. If you think you can match me now that I've lost my fangs, then there's absolutely no hope. I advise you to give up on becoming a pirate." At this point, his tone carried heavy sarcasm. "I can't believe Rayleigh would choose a brat like you as the flag bearer of the new era. Seems that guy has gotten old and muddled." Indeed, 2 years ago, the Navy had the foresight to eliminate Ace, who inherited the Devil bloodline, the biggest thorn in their side. Luffy's expression darkened instantly, coldly asking, "What are you talking about?" Green Pepper ignored him and continued to provoke. "Do you really think you can take down the Navy admirals and the 4 emperors, then surpass Roger? Don't joke around. You're still far from enough." Hearing this, Luffy decided not to waste any more breath on him. He swiftly extended his arm back and rotated it quickly, covering his entire arm with a dark Haki, then launched a powerful punch at Green Pepper, shouting, "Gum Gum Eagle Bazooka!" Bang! Luffy's fist landed heavily on Green Pepper's stomach, but he blocked it with Haki, causing him to stagger back several steps. However, Luffy's offensive was far from over. His arm extended again, grabbing Green Pepper's head, using his elasticity to pull himself rapidly into the air. Then he stretched his arm back again, instantly becoming enormous, the dark Haki enveloping it like armor. Gum Gum Pistol!" Luffy roared, and the massive black fist, like a mountain, surged down towards Green Pepper with tremendous force. Green Pepper was not to be outdone. He clasped his hands together, covering his entire head with Haki, and with a powerful push of his feet, he shot upwards like a rocket to meet the descending giant fist. 8 punches, ultimate dragon strike. Bang! The fist and the head collided violently in mid-air, producing a deafening explosion. After a moment of stalemate, with a furious shout from Luffy, the immense power completely overwhelmed Green Pepper. His fist slammed down on Green Pepper's head, knocking his original cone head back out. Green Pepper immediately lost consciousness and fell from midair, crashing down and splitting the entire duel stage in half, landing in the water. Luffy landed steadily on one half of the duel stage. The commentator Jossie, seeing this, immediately snapped back from his shock and shouted excitedly with a voice breaking from emotion. Outside the ring, Green Pepper is disqualified. The victor of Area C is the swordsman Luffy. Yay! Luffy instantly regained his trademark radiant smile, joyfully raising his hands in celebration. The audience in the stands generously showered him with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Real-time commentary on the screen read, "Green Pepper really had a rough time. First, he was flattened by Carp, and then he was defeated by the Straw Hat Kid. This grandfather and grandson duo really has it tough. That punch from the Straw Hat Kid was truly spectacular. But can this be considered a blessing in disguise for Green Pepper? After all, his cone head is back. Now he can open those treasures hidden beneath the ice again. I wonder if Green Pepper will let go of his resentment towards Carp after this battle. After all, in a sense, the Straw Hat Kid helped him." West Sea, Flower Country, territory of the 8 Treasure Navy. "Damn Carp's grandson, just like his grandpa, is so annoying. He actually beat me up like that," Green Pepper shouted while watching the footage on the screen. Behind him were Kai, E, and Bu Wu, whom he had just dealt with. Suddenly, Kai, E, and Bu Wu exclaimed in shock, "Grandpa! Grandpa! What's wrong? Are you two not satisfied with the beating?" Green Pepper turned around and shouted angrily, "And no, Grandpa, your head. Your head," Kai stuttered, pointing at Green Pepper's head. "What's wrong with my head?" Green Pepper instinctively touched his formerly round head and found that, he didn't know when, his head had returned to its conical shape. This is... Green Pepper trembled all over, his hands shaking as he felt the long-lost sharpness on his head, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks as he exclaimed, My cone head is back. Ha! My cone head is back." Seeing their grandpa so happy, Kai, E, and Bu Wu also smiled. Before long, Green Pepper returned to his senses from his excitement and looked at Luffy on the screen, who was still receiving cheers from the audience, instantly understanding what had happened. He immediately focused his thoughts. The next moment, a prominent but puzzling comment appeared on the screen. Carp, my grievances with your family are hereby resolved. Haki. This favor, I will remember it. Chapter 22, a joke, a lunchbox in the elevator. What on earth is that guy Green Pepper babbling about? It's really baffling. Carp couldn't help but complain as he looked at the image projected by the den mushy in his hand. He then turned to glance at Ace and Jinbei, who were locked up with sea prism stone behind him, his face filled with dissatisfaction and helplessness. Sengoku only knows how to create trouble for others, and it's this kind of troublesome task that I have to deal with. At this point, he suddenly turned to Ace and said jokingly, "How about this, Ace? When we get on the ship later, I'll unlock your sea prism stone chains. You can take the opportunity to escape, right? That way, I won't have to worry about it." Before Ace could respond, Jinbei, who stood beside him, as well as Magellan and others escorting them, were already wide-eyed in disbelief. "Vice Admiral Carp," Magellan nearly shouted, his voice echoing through the elevator, his entire face turning red with anger, almost dripping with venom. "Is it appropriate to say such things? Please be serious. This is an escort mission personally assigned by Admiral Sengoku. I hope you won't let your emotions get the better of you. All right, old man, stop joking around. You're not that kind of person, and I wouldn't escape." Ace sighed helplessly, his tone carrying a hint of understanding. "Besides, even if you let me go, where could I escape to? This sea area is the exclusive territory of the world government. I have no way out." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Carp let out his signature loud laugh, then scratched his head and pretended to be relaxed. "Since that's the case, then just pretend I never said that." For a moment, the entire elevator fell into an eerie silence. Everyone except Ace stared at Carp with an indescribable look. Carp, however, seemed oblivious, turning around nonchalantly to focus back on the screen projected by the den mushy. Yet behind his seemingly carefree smile, a fleeting shadow of gloom passed through his eyes. The video continued to play, suddenly shifting to reveal Luffy's figure in a cage-like area of the arena, holding a lunchbox and eating. While underneath him was a person, a woman, none other than Rebecca, with whom Luffy had a brief conversation earlier. Rebecca had her eyes tightly shut, appearing to have given up resistance, softly saying, "Do whatever you want, I won't resist." However, Luffy just chewed on his food and mumbled, "I wouldn't hurt someone who invites me to eat, but I almost killed you just now." Rebecca opened her eyes in confusion and looked at him. "It doesn't matter. I didn't die anyway." Luffy wiped his mouth and replied nonchalantly, "Besides, you had no killing intent just now." Upon hearing this, Rebecca suddenly choked up, mumbling something, but the content was deliberately erased. Real-time comments on the screen floated by. "Wait, is that Straw Hat Kid okay? The girl is letting him handle it. He.S. not reacting at all. Is he even a man? Oh, I've never envied the Straw Hat Kid so much. Why wasn't T at me under him? What is going on? Why does that Rebecca want to kill the Straw Hat Kid?" New World, Dressrosa, Bullfighting Arena, Player Dormitory. "Rebecca, are you okay?" A man wrapped in bandages looked at the oddly staring Rebecca, concerned. I'm SKYNET." Rebecca silently lowered her head, but the blush on her face betrayed her. "By a certain window. Rebecca, if the Straw Hat Kid could save you maybe." The expression of the king of the Riku family was complex as he looked at the scene on the screen. In the flower field, Cyrus took a deep look at the scene on the screen, his toy-like eyes revealing no emotion, then pushed open the door to the secret base and walked in. On the Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Royal Palace. "Luffy, you would have developed feelings for that girl, would you?" Hancock's face turned pale as she nervously watched Luffy, who was devouring his food. What are you talking about?" Luffy lifted his head, looking confused at her. "Hey, that response is too cold." Seeing this, Hancock's already pale face turned even whiter, and then as if realizing something, she frantically covered her face, saying, "Could it be? Is this a sign of cheating?" "No. Besides, you guys aren't even married. Don't add unnecessary drama." Granny Nyan couldn't help but interject, leaning on her snake staff and loudly criticizing. On the Grand Line, Kamabaka Kingdom, Beach. I'm so mad. Why does every good thing happen to that guy Luffy?" Sanji kicked a nearby transvestite away, feeling indignant. However, the transvestite merely brushed off the sand and with sparkling eyes lunged at him again. Sanji-kun, don't be so violent. You've hurt me. Get lost. You damn guys. Sanji's temples bulged with anger as he delivered a precise side kick, sending another approaching transvestite flying, shouting, "Let me get out of here. That's not going to happen. Sanji-kun, we won't let you leave until you become one of us." The proxy queen, Caroline, standing at the edge, said with a wicked smile, "My heart belongs to the vast ladies, and I will never submit to you." Sanji's determined voice echoed on the beach. The video footage slowly rewound, starting to recount the events that had transpired earlier. It turned out that after Luffy returned to the player rest area, he was immediately pursued by Cavendish. To avoid him, Luffy had no choice but to run away. During this time, the now-recovered Green Pepper, along with his two grandsons, came to thank Luffy, which directly led to chaos in the entire resting area. Amid the confusion, Rebecca seized the chance to pull Luffy out and brought him to the food stall in the arena. Here, he encountered Burgess, who was holding a din mushi, seemingly reporting to someone. After noticing Luffy, he turned the din mushi towards him. Luffy immediately exchanged a few words with the person on the other end, and his expression turned rather grim. Afterward, Burgess laughed and left. As for the content of their previous conversation, it was not revealed. Luffy quickly turned his attention to the lunchbox stall, but since he had no money, Rebecca paid for him and bought several lunchboxes. Then, Rebecca led him to the dormitory of the bullfighting arena, where they sat against an iron cage. Just as Luffy finished one lunchbox, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the cage behind him, grabbing him tightly. The person in the cage immediately ordered Rebecca to deal with Luffy because his earlier performance was too eye-catching and he might become Rebecca's most troublesome opponent. Although Rebecca hesitated for a moment, she ultimately followed orders. Unfortunately, her attack was easily neutralized by Luffy, who instead subdued her to the ground. Thus, the initial scene unfolded. Chapter 23. Chaos in Area D. Rebecca Advance's real-time comments floated across the screen. That Straw Hat Kid is way too trusting. A few boxes of takeout bought him out. How has he survived in this treacherous pirate world? I don't know where Rebecca gets her courage from. With her lackluster strength, she actually thinks she can kill Straw Hat? What a pipe dream. Hey, Screen, I've had enough of you. Are you sick? Why do you keep blocking certain conversations? What is it that we can't hear? Oh. The video continued to play. At some point, Luffy had moved away from Rebecca, quietly sitting to the side and silently listening to her story. Finally, Rebecca stopped her tears, and her words came to an end. Just then, a voice announced that the D-Area match was about to begin. She immediately picked up her weapon, said goodbye to Luffy, and walked towards the arena. Before long, she entered the arena, but what awaited her was a barrage of insults and boos. This left Luffy, who was in the contestant dormitory area, confused. He couldn't understand why Rebecca was receiving such treatment. At that moment, a person from the cage explained to Luffy that it was because her grandfather had been the king of Dressrosa and had caused great harm to the citizens. Consequently, the citizens naturally extended the blame to Rebecca. This made Luffy subconsciously think of his grandfather and Sabo's past, and he immediately stated, "A grandfather is a grandfather, and Rebecca is Rebecca. They are completely different matters." His words were acknowledged by the person in the cage, but they couldn't convince the angry and prejudiced citizens outside. The next moment, the camera finally shifted to inside the cage, allowing the world to see the scene within. A group of swordsmen, their bodies wrapped in bandages and missing limbs, were weakly sitting on the ground. Real-time comments floated across the screen. King Riku? Isn't he that foolish former king of Dressrosa? I can't believe Rebecca is his granddaughter. That's really disgusting. Straw Hat and that Rebecca are indeed kindred spirits. After all, they both have troublesome ancestors. What the hell? What happened to these people? Why are they all disabled? What have they been through? New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Haha, let them curse. The more ferocious, the more interesting, don't you think, King Riku? Doflamingo looked at the screen with a cruel smile on his face. Bullfighting arena, by a window. I am sorry, Rebecca. King Riku lowered his head in guilt and murmured. On a street, inside a house. Rebecca, I'm sorry for all the burdens you've had to bear over the years. Don't worry. One day, We will settle the score with Doflamingo. Violet clenched her hands, tears welling in her eyes, but her gaze was firmly directed towards the palace. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by a man's voice from outside. Lady Violet, His Majesty Doflamingo requests your presence. Okay, I'm coming. Violet quickly wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, composed herself, and walked towards the door. In the video, facing the overwhelming insults, Rebecca initially appeared indifferent, but ultimately, she couldn't hold back as her eyes turned red and tears threatened to spill. At that moment, a voice rang out from the entrance, coming to Rebecca's aid. It was Cavendish. He rode in on a white horse and addressed the audience, passionately declaring that if they wanted to take revenge on Rebecca, they should do so honorably in the arena, rather than hiding in the stands and insulting a young girl who had bravely stepped onto the stage with a death wish. Cavendish's words hit the audience like a heavy hammer, and they immediately stopped insulting Rebecca, instead praising Cavendish and cheering for him. Amidst the roaring applause, Cavendish thoroughly enjoyed the attention, his eyes sparkling with excitement, almost bursting out in joy. Rebecca stepped forward to thank him for coming to her defense. But Cavendish firmly rejected her gratitude, stating that from here on out, they were opponents, and he would show no mercy. He then moved to the other side, looking for reporters, believing that his recent actions would gain him a lot of fans. Real-time comments floated across the screen. Cavendish may be narcissistic, but he was pretty cool at that moment. No way, this guy is just showing off. It's all for the spotlight. Cavendish, you're so handsome. I love you. New World, Sleeping Forest, White Horse. Great. With my handsome performance just now, I should be able to attract quite a few fans. Cavendish excitedly clenched his fists, thinking that if he won the match, he would probably gain a whole new batch of fans. In the video, as commentator Gaz rang the opening bell, the chaos in Area D officially erupted. Rebecca was immediately besieged by many, but she skillfully dodged and evaded, turning danger into safety time and again. Not only that, but she also successfully pushed several opponents into the water. Such opportunistic behavior naturally drew the audience's dissatisfaction, and they began to boo her. However, Rebecca ignored them, focusing entirely on the battle at hand. Before long, a giant of a man, as large as a small mountain, set his sights on her. His introduction appeared, captain of the Magia Atska Kingdom Army, Luringer Rogan. Facing the vastly larger Rogan, Rebecca knew she had no chance in a direct confrontation. So, she chose to evade, using her agility to lead Rogan around the arena, utilizing him to take care of several attackers. Finally, after her efforts, she successfully escaped Rogan. But before she could catch her breath, a blond man wielding a long knife and wearing a tall hat adorned with skull patterns approached her. His introduction appeared. A-class war criminal of the TIA's naval battle, Slyman. Slyman's attacks were far beyond those of the previous contestants Rebecca had faced. Consequently, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage, nearly struck by Slyman's blade. Fortunately, in a critical moment, a robust woman wielding a shield in her left hand and an axe in her right rushed in to block the strike for Rebecca. Her introduction appeared, swordswoman Achillea. Unfortunately, Achillea couldn't hold out long against Slyman and was eliminated. Slyman then turned his attention back to Rebecca, preparing to strike when suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke billowed up in the arena. In the next second, a white shadow darted through the smoke like the wind. When the smoke cleared, all the contestants in the arena were down on the ground. This scene stunned the audience, who had no idea what had just happened. As for the commentator Gaz, he was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a figure swayed and stood up from among the fallen contestants. It was Rebecca. As the only one still standing in the duel arena, she naturally became the champion of Zone D. This immediately drew the dissatisfaction and insults of the audience. But facts are facts. Rebecca adjusted her armor and silently walked towards the resting area. Chapter 24, Excited Ace. Awakening memories of Sabo, the real-time comments on the screen floated by. No, what happened? Why is everyone down except for that Rebecca? Explain. Heaven's way. What was that white figure just now? The speed was insane. There must be a dark secret behind this. My husband Cavendish would never lose. Oh! New World, Deep Sleep Forest, White Horse. Damn White Horse. showing up at such a critical moment, causing me to miss a great opportunity to gain followers. Cavendish frustratedly grabbed his golden hair, but then lifted his chin, thinking, well, never mind. My elegant figure must have been remembered by the world. As for victory, let that little girl have it for now. The video continued, showing Rebecca entering the rest area, where she immediately encountered Luffy and Bartolomeo, who was following closely behind. Rebecca happily greeted him and told him she had made it to the finals. However, she quickly realized that this Luffy seemed different from the one she knew. Both his gaze and aura felt unfamiliar. Bartolomeo stepped forward, using a somewhat warning tone, saying, "Hey, you woman, don't just talk to this esteemed person." Unexpectedly, Luffy pushed him aside and walked straight up to Rebecca. The next moment, a voice that sounded deliberately altered said, "You're Rebecca, right? I already roughly know your story." "Yeah, my story." Rebecca looked at him with confusion and asked. Luffy did not directly answer her, but gently patted her shoulder, speaking in a warm yet profound tone. "There might be a big commotion later, but it won't be a bad thing for you." As he said this, he deliberately took a few steps forward, stopping in front of a stone cave illuminated by sunlight. His tone became nostalgic and deep, revealing a dirty and sordid underbelly beneath the seemingly tranquil surface. "This country is very similar to the one we grew up in." After saying this, he continued walking, leaving Rebecca, who was still in a daze, and Bartolomeo, who was excitedly following him. The real-time comments on the screen floated by. "No, this guy is obviously not Straw Hat Luffy. Where did he come from? Can someone play the game for another? Why has Bartolomeo suddenly become so obedient? Isn't he supposed to be a reckless guy? What do you mean by the country we grew up in? Does Dressrosa hide some unknown darkness?" Advanced City, Level 1, in front of the entrance gate. "No, it can't be. How could it be him?" Ace stared at the screen, his voice trembling, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. "He is still alive. He is actually still alive." "Ace! Ace, what's wrong? What happened?" Jinbe, standing behind him, sensed something was off and quickly stepped forward to ask. Before Ace could answer, Carp suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Let him cry for a while." In Jinbe's confused gaze, Carp looked at the screen with a complex expression, murmuring, "I didn't expect that brat to still be alive in this world." Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Royal Palace. Luffy, what's wrong?" Hancock looked at Luffy, who was holding a leg of lamb, but was unable to stop the tears flowing down his face, anxiously asking. "I don't know why." Luffy bit into the meat fiercely, wiped the tears from his face, and looked at the screen with a somewhat dazed expression, but he suddenly felt very happy inside. Grand Line, Baldy, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Sabo, what's wrong?" Clara exclaimed, supporting Sabo, who suddenly knelt down holding his head, and surrounding Revolutionary Army soldiers quickly gathered around. However, Sabo seemed to hear nothing, curling up on the ground with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The memories that had been sealed away surged into his consciousness like a tide, and the intense pain made it almost impossible for him to breathe. "My head, it hurts. These images are—" He gasped for breath, and after a suppressed roar, he completely fainted. "Quick, call a doctor, hurry!" Clara shouted anxiously, as Revolutionary Army soldiers had already rushed out the door. "East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Mount Galbo. It's Sabo. It has to be Sabo. He didn't die." Dayton, who had been grieving over Ace's future fate, suddenly jumped up from the ground, vigorously wiping the tears and snot from his face with his sleeve. "That brat. After all these years, he doesn't even come back to take a look." "Boss, should we send a comment to recognize him?" Dogra asked excitedly. "No, that's not something we should do. Let those three brothers handle it." Dayton gently shook his head, looking at the screen with renewed hope in his eyes. If Sabo is here, then Ace might. Chapter 25. The Fanatic Bartolomeo. As the video cuts to Bartolomeo, he has just entered the lounge after becoming the victor of Block B. He overhears a conversation between Luffy and Bellamy, which makes him incredibly excited. Later, when Luffy is about to compete, he stands by the window with Cavendish, watching Luffy's match. After Luffy wins, Bartolomeo is more ecstatic than Luffy himself. When Luffy returns to the lounge and is chased by Cavendish, Bartolomeo shows extreme anger and is ready to rush out to teach Cavendish a lesson. At that moment, two contestants walk past him and overhear Cavendish calling Luffy S-name. This prompts one of them to sneer, Luffy? Isn't he the pirate who couldn't save his brother during the Marineford War? If he can become famous even after failing to save him, I can do that too. This comment ignites Bartolomeo's fury. His eyes widen, and he raises a barrier that slams the person against the wall. With a voice as cold as iron, he asks, "Who were you just mocking?" He then loosens the barrier slightly, releasing the person, and grabs their tongue, glaring fiercely. Listen well. Straw Hat Luffy is destined to be a top figure of this era, the future Pirate King. In the next moment, he draws a short knife and presses it against the trembling person's tongue root, his tone growing sharper. What do you think you are? How dare you judge Luffy? You're nothing but a worthless bug. 2 years ago, I witnessed. As he speaks, a memory unique to him flashes back. It was at Lowtown when Luffy was nearly executed, yet he boldly proclaimed, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the execution platform, miraculously saving Luffy. That statement and the lightning that split the platform are deeply etched in Bartolomeo's mind and soul like the hottest brand. It was from that moment that he became a fan of the Straw Hat Pirates. The scene shifts back to the bullfighting arena, and a brief introduction about him appears. Cannibal Bartolomeo, a fanatic fan of the Straw Hat Pirates. Real-time comments float across the screen. Brother. Straw Hat's brother can't be Fire Fist Ace, right? No wonder he cares so much about the Mera Mera no Mi. Now everything Straw Hat does make sense. Wow, I didn't expect Bartolomeo to look so fierce, but actually be a fanatic fan. People really can't be judged by their appearance. I've seen Straw Hat Spirit before, but I didn't expect him to still smile so confidently and shout out his dream in the face of death. That kind of spirit is truly admirable. Oh. On the Grand Line, Sabati Archipelago, Shaki's bar. Old Ray. That execution platform where Luffy almost got executed seems to be the same one from Roger's time. Shaki took a puff of her cigarette, her gaze distant, leaving her words unfinished, but the implication was clear. Indeed, Rayleigh shook his drink, murmuring, "I didn't expect Luffy to have such an experience." Then, a knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fate, it really is something extraordinary. On the Grand Line, Twin Cape. Fate, it really is extraordinary. Don't you think so, Labu? Kuralakas looked at the sky, his tone complex. Awoo. Labu let out a loud whale sound, seemingly in agreement, with the lively straw hat pattern painted on its head standing out under the bright sun. In the New World, Elbaf, Upper Realm. Roger, I didn't expect there would be someone in this world so similar to you. Jabba took a big swig of his drink and laughed loudly. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick. Garurr, the same place, the same execution platform. It's really interesting. Roger, perhaps the one you've been waiting for is him. Whitebeard looked at the sky, letting out his iconic hearty laugh, though a hint of nostalgia and sentiment flickered in his deep eyes. Old man, as his words fell, a crew member rushed over, respectfully reporting, "Captain Squard has arrived. He said he wants to see you." Oh, he came faster than the others. Must be because of that matter. Whitebeard set down his bowl of wine, his eyes flashing with understanding. Let him come in. In the New World, Red Force. I didn't expect Luffy to actually have fans. Shank's lips curled into a proud smile, though his gaze grew profound, as if piercing through time and space. Captain, the era you started at Lowtown is now being fervently pushed forward by this kid who has inherited your straw hat, in his own way. In the New World, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Mamarama, this straw hat kid still has some backbone. He is not just a loudmouth. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Big Mom's eyes, but it was soon replaced by stronger ambition. However, Pirate King is still too early for you. Only I can stand at the top. Saying this, she grabbed a nearby dessert and took a big bite, her gaze returning to the screen. But, Mamarama, it seems the drama in Dressrosa is getting more and more interesting. In the New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Wow, I'm starting like this little brat. Not everyone can laugh in the face of death. Kaido downed a large gulp of alcohol, his eyes flashing with excitement. If this kid is willing to submit, he might become a formidable force. In East Blue, Lowtown, at a busy shipyard. Woo, this is amazing. I never expected to see the heroic figure of Luffy Senpai again one day. Bartolomeo was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Wait for me, Luffy-senpai. I will catch up to you all soon. Chapter 26 Gathering. The defeated Law. The video continues to play. And Bartolomeo, unable to find Luffy because Rebecca took him away, starts wandering around aimlessly. Unexpectedly, as he passes by a window, he is attracted by a green figure outside the arena. Immediately getting excited and leaning against the window, tears welling up as he tries to convey something to that figure. But due to his overwhelming excitement, he can't get his words out. His exaggerated actions, of course, catch the attention of the person outside. The figure looks up at Bartolomeo with a hint of confusion, wondering who this person is. The introduction of this character quickly appears: Straw Hat Pirates. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. When Bartolomeo realizes that Zoro is actually talking to him, he becomes even more excited, tears streaming down his face. But he still manages to hold back his almost fainting joy and uses all his strength to shout, "Zoro-senpai, I can help you find Luffy-senpai, but afterward, can you give me an autograph?" Although Zoro doesn't understand why Bartolomeo is so excited, he straightforwardly responds, "Since you're willing to help me find him, then I'll leave it to you." Upon hearing Zoro entrust him with this task, Bartolomeo feels as if he has heard celestial music, his blood boiling, and tears flowing like a burst dam. This scene leaves Zoro outside the window, speechless. The real-time comments on the screen float by. It's hopeless. Bartolomeo is completely beyond saving. He's simply a hardcore fan. Oh my goodness, this is too exaggerated. I've never seen anything like it. It refreshes my understanding of the word fanatic. Wait. He reacted like this just seeing one member of the Straw Hat Pirates. If he saw them all, wouldn't Bartolomeo just die on the spot? Oh. The video continues, and with his sacred mission, Bartolomeo, as if energized, begins searching for Luffy's whereabouts. Finally, he encounters Luffy outside the contestants' dormitory area. However, he doesn't dare to approach him immediately, instead hiding behind a pillar, silently watching Luffy, even getting lost in fantasy. It isn't until Luffy quickly runs past him that he snaps out of his daydream and immediately chases after Luffy, successfully stopping him. At first, Luffy thinks he is there to cause trouble and tells him not to disturb him as he wants to cheer for Rebecca, who is still competing. Bartolomeo, faced with Luffy's reprimand, not only shows no dissatisfaction, but instead appears overjoyed, tears continuously flowing from his eyes. This scene leaves Luffy with a face full of question marks, and he attempts to walk past Bartolomeo. However, at this critical moment, Bartolomeo suddenly realizes and tells Luffy that Zoro is looking for him. As soon as Luffy hears Zoro's name from Bartolomeo, he grabs him and asks where Zoro is. Bartolomeo nearly faints from Luffy's grip, but still manages to tell him Zoro's location. Thus, Luffy immediately runs in Zoro's direction. Bartolomeo, unable to withstand it any longer, faints. Soon, Luffy successfully meets Zoro. However, upon arrival, Zoro scolds him for not calling him to participate in the competition. But then, reminded by a man in black clothing beside him, Zoro suddenly remembers that they have important matters to discuss. Meanwhile, the introduction of the man appears: mysterious swordsman Kinemon. Zoro immediately takes out a din mushi and dials it. Before long, Luffy and the others establish contact with the other end, seemingly discussing something. But the content is intentionally erased, only indicating that Luffy appears very excited. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurs. A shadow falls from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground not far in front of them, making a muffled sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settles, a figure is seen lying on the ground in a sorry state, covered in wounds, gasping for breath, as if he has no strength left to move. It is Law. Shortly after, a figure approaches from not far away, clad in a striking pink coat. It is Doflamingo. The real-time comments on the screen float by. Damn. The cursed heavens. Doing this again, blocking out the dialogue. It's so annoying. What the hell? How did Trafalgar Law end up like this? What happened between him and Doflamingo? Hurry. Get on with it. Heavens, I want to see the battle between Trafalgar Law and Doflamingo quickly. New World. Wano Country, Curry, Pickle Village, Tea House. It's Kinemon. Ah, Hachi looks at the familiar figure on the screen, unable to contain his emotions any longer, covering his mouth with his hand, tears streaming down his face, his shoulders trembling slightly with sobs. I knew it. I knew you were still alive. That's so good. This is really so good. At the foot of the mountain, in the village. Kinemon. So the prophecy from back then was true. Ashura Doji shows a shocked expression, but then seems to remember something, tears unconsciously flowing from his eyes. His tone mixed with self-blame and confusion, but why? Why did you have to wait so long? In Flower Capital, at the brothel, in the courtesan S-room. Kinemon. Brother, it's so good to know you're alive. Kamurasaki pauses slightly with the teacup in her hand, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. She holds back her excitement, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, her lips involuntarily curling into a comforting smile. I will endure until that day comes. Outside, Kawamatsu silently watches this scene without saying a word, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword tighter, silently vowing in his heart, "Don't worry, Lord Momonosuke. I will ensure your safety until you." At the Shogun's mansion. Kinemon, those bastards are still alive. That bastard Kazuki Momonosuke actually sent them to the future. Kaido is shocked, his eyes widening in terror. But then he seems to think of something, a cruel and smug smile appearing on his lips. But even so, don't think you can win against me. I have Kaido on my side. Moreover, as long as I capture that green-haired kid, I will be invincible, haha. With that, he can't help but let out a mad laugh, as if intimidating unseen enemies, or dispelling the fear deep within himself. New world, Zo. If Kinemon and the others are still alive, then there is still hope. It seems I must go have a good talk with that old cat. Inuarashi withdraws his gaze from the screen and looks toward the distant whale forest, speaking in a complicated tone. Chapter 27. Sanji's reinforcement, showing his might? The Grand Line. A certain unknown island, polar dive. Captain Babwa and the crew looked at the sky, unable to help but shout in pain. Sitting beside them, Law instinctively clenched his fists. Has the gap between him and Doflamingo really remained so vast after all these years? When would he be able to take revenge? New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fufufu. Law, you've disappointed me greatly. I thought your strength would surpass your words, but it seems you don't even have the qualifications to make me take you seriously. Doflamingo sneered cruelly, a flicker of disdain and disappointment in his eyes. What a waste of the ope no me. The video continued to play, and the camera suddenly shifted to Greenland Island. Law was escaping along the coast, grabbing Caesar, with Doflamingo hot on their heels. Suddenly, from the nearby sea, a scream pierced the air, instantly capturing Doflamingo's attention. He first glanced at the source of the sound, quickly understanding Law's intention, and immediately shifted his target towards it. Not far from them, a ship was anchored, its bow resembling a lion's head in the shape of a sun. Information about it quickly surfaced: Straw Hat Pirates, pirate ship, Thousand Sunny. At that moment, 4 figures appeared on the ship: a woman, an animal, a skeleton, and a child. Their introductions then appeared: Straw Hat Pirates, Navigator, Nami. Straw Hat Pirates, Doctor, Tony Chopper. Straw Hat Pirates, Musician, Brooke. Mysterious Child, Momonosuke. Doflamingo immediately leaped towards the Thousand Sunny, indifferent to Law's shouts behind him. Soon, he was above the Thousand Sunny, and with a smug look, he said to Law, "Just watch how your allies will meet a tragic end at my hands." With that, he raised his finger, ready to strike the Thousand Sunny. At this critical moment, a figure shot through the air with astonishing speed from the distance. "Hey, didn't you see my companions are all scared to tears by you?" In the next second, a fiery left kick came crashing towards Doflamingo's face. "Get away from them." Boom! A loud sound erupted as their kicks collided fiercely in midair. "Oh, someone who can fight has arrived." Doflamingo steadied himself, eyeing the newcomer with interest. At the same time, the introduction of the newcomer appeared: Straw Hat Pirates, Cook, Blackleg Sanji. Sanji! The crew on the Thousand Sunny, including Nami, shouted excitedly. Real-time comments floated across the sky. Wow, another one who can fly in the air. Is flying ability so common in the New World? Why is Blackleg Sanji's kick surrounded by flames? Could it also be a devil fruit ability? Can fight? I didn't expect Doflamingo to have such a high opinion of Blackleg Sanji. Ah! The Grand Line, Kamabaka Kingdom, Beach. Ha ha ha. Finally, it's my turn to show off. Sanji looked proudly at the sky, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Miss Nami must have been attracted by my handsome figure. Would she fall in love with me now, Nami-san? At this point, he excitedly spread his arms, as if Nami was right in front of him. In the next second, a transvestite seized the opportunity to sneak into his arms, sweetly saying, Sanji-kun, were you calling me? Get lost. You damn transvestites. Stay away from me. Sanji instantly woke up from his beautiful fantasy, looking at the heavily made-up transvestite in horror, kicking him away. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Royal Palace. Huh. ISNT Sanji-s move. The same as those pigeon-keeping guys? I didn't expect he learned it too. Luffy swallowed the last piece of meat, somewhat surprised. But with Sanji here, Nami and the other should be fine. Luffy, so you have women on your ship? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Hancock looked at him nervously and asked, yes, Nami and Robin. Luffy nodded naturally. Robin? Besides that one named Nami, there's actually another. Hancock unconsciously clenched her fists, her mind racing with various scenarios. No, I must not give in. This scene left the nearby Granny New and others speechless. The Grand Line, Kuraikana Island. TSK, this perverted cook doesn't seem to have improved much, Zoro said with dissatisfaction, then looked around the trees in confusion. Wait, Haven T, I just been here. Following him quietly, the floating Perona watched this scene with a look of helplessness, as Zoro had already circled this area several times. North Sea, Germa Kingdom. TCH. It's just little Sanji. What is so impressive about him? Niji said with an unhappy expression. Who says he is not? It's just dealing with a little warlord. What is so great about that? Yanji crossed his arms, disdainfully agreeing. You can't say that. After all, the warlord is the highest level of power he can deal with, so he has to act a bit forcefully. What could he do? He is a failure. Ichiji said coldly. Reiju quietly listened to her brother's sarcastic remarks about Sanji, saying nothing, but a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. EC, Bartai Restaurant. Finally, I can see that kid Sanji's figure, Patty said while wiping the dishes, laughing. If he doesn't show up soon, I'd almost think he got kicked out of the Straw Hats. But looking at this momentum, Sanji has indeed gotten much stronger in these 2 years. Carney looked at the figure soaring in the sky, sighing. To be able to run in the air, what kind of technique is that? That's one of the Marine's 6 powers, Jeppo. Zeph stood by the second-floor railing, his eyes filled with satisfaction. It seems that kid has indeed experienced a lot of training since leaving here. He is getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 28, Sanji's Defeat. The determination to grow stronger the video continued to play, and Sanji, seeing that his attack had failed to shake Doflamingo even a little, stiffened his expression. His right foot suddenly burst into flames as he kicked towards Doflamingo's side. Doflamingo immediately withdrew his right leg, which was locked with Sanji's left, and elegantly leaned back just in time to dodge the fierce kick. However, Sanji seized this opportunity, skillfully adjusting his posture in midair, and launched another attack with his left foot, producing a sound of breaking air, devil wind foot, special grade meat grinder. Swish! Sanji's strike still missed, as Doflamingo merely sidestepped lightly, rendering his attack ineffective. Immediately after, Doflamingo gently waved his fingers at him and murmured 5 color strings. Swish! An invisible slash shot out instantly, heading straight for Sanji. With a thud, blood splattered from Sanji's body, and he fell from the air. Sanji! Nami and the others on the ship exclaimed in horror, their faces filled with fear and confusion. What on earth did that Doflamingo guy do? However, before they could ponder further, Doflamingo had already turned his attention to them. At the same time, he taunted Sanji, who was falling, saying, if you have what it takes, come protect your comrades. With that, he rushed towards Nami and the others. Sanji, still descending, heard this provocation and immediately adjusted his posture, stepping down forcefully with his moonwalk, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. He shot towards Doflamingo like a released arrow, roaring devil wind foot, iron pan, light spectrum, swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Sanji's legs engulfed in flames. transformed into a rain of fire, pouring down towards Doflamingo like a torrential storm. Doflamingo's expression stiffened, and he held his pink coat forward, successfully blocking all of Sanji's attacks. Not bad, quite powerful, Doflamingo sincerely praised. But the next moment, his fingers moved slightly, and Sanji found himself frozen in midair, unable to move an inch. His attack abruptly halted. What? What's going on? Sanji struggled to twist his body, but found that it seemed to be tightly bound by some invisible force. At that moment, Doflamingo suddenly extended his palm backward, and a thick column of flame materialized in his hand, then swung straight at Sanji, overheat whip. Sanyikun. Nami and the others on the ship immediately cried out in despair. Room. Just at that critical moment, Law's voice suddenly rang out, butchery. Swish. Law appeared in front of Sanji, holding Caesar, while Doflamingo was teleported to a short distance away in midair. The line column in his hand missed its target and changed direction, heading towards Dressrosa. Bang! The next second, a tall building in Dressrosa was instantly sliced in half by the flying line column. The real-time comments on the screen floated by. What kind of defensive ability does Doflamingo have? Blackleg Sanji's attacks are so fierce, yet he remains unscathed. This is too abnormal. Trafalgar Law's intervention was incredibly timely. Otherwise, Blackleg Sanji would have been done for. What kind of ability does Doflamingo have? Not only can he fly, but he can also slice buildings from such a distance. Grand Line, Kamabaka Kingdom, Beach. Damn it, this is really embarrassing. Sanji looked at the screen, his face slightly pale, and angrily spat the cigarette but on the ground. Not only did he fail to protect Miss Nami, but he also had to rely on that Trafalgar guy to save him. That green algae head must be laughing at me right now. Just thinking about Zoro's likely mocking expression made Sanji feel a surge of anger. He took a deep breath, reignited a cigarette, and his eyes sharpened. It seems I need to become even stronger. Sanji-kun, if you want to grow stronger, it's actually quite simple. Just join us. The proxy queen, Caroline, appeared from nowhere, her voice filled with temptation. Our new she-male fist contains limitless potential. I said no. Sanji kicked Caroline, who had come too close, sending her flying. I will grow stronger on my own and take the ship from you. Leaving this place, Caroline stood up and scathed, saying, Then you better work hard. Sanji-kun, because our next attack will be at least 10 times more intense than the last. As her words fell, several she-males charged towards Sanji. Grand Line, Karaikakana Island. TSK. That perverted chef is really embarrassing. Zoro scoffed, but the next second, his expression stiffened. However, Doflamingo's abilities are indeed tricky. It's quite difficult to deal with until we figure them out. I think even if you figure it out, you still won't manage. Just then, Perona's teasing voice came. I already pointed the way for you. You managed to get lost on your own. How embarrassing. North Sea, Germa Kingdom. Ha ha ha. I knew that Sanji guy was unreliable. I guessed right. Yanji mocked. After all, he's always been like this. It's his style to be at the bottom. Niji folded his arms, speaking disdainfully. Thank goodness he's no longer a Germa person. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed us all. Ichiji coldly added. Reiju remained silent. Only a hint of heartache flashed in her eyes. Ishitsi, Barachi. I can't believe Sanji couldn't beat that guy. It's really surprising. Patty exclaimed. After all, that guy is one of the 7 warlords. Sanji not winning isn't really something to be embarrassed about. Karn chimed in. True, Patty nodded in agreement. Standing by the second-floor railing, Zeph did not speak this time, but silently watched the screen, softly murmuring, Sanji. Chapter 29, Law's Persistence. Doflamingo's abilities expose the video continues to play as Law brings Sanji and Caesar back to the Thousand Sunny. He then takes out a heart from the cabin, skillfully replaces it in his body, and holds the removed heart in his hand. This action immediately catches Caesar's attention, and he eagerly asks Law if the heart belongs to him. After briefly confirming it, Law turns to Sanji to inquire about the progress of the destruction at the factory. Sanji informs him that the situation is not optimistic and they need more time. Law immediately seems to make a decision and suggests that Nami and the others go to the next island to wait for them. This proposal is naturally opposed by Nami and the others, as they're the Straw Hat crew and will not set sail without seeing their captain first. Unexpectedly, A huge shadow suddenly appears above them. It is a military ship floating in midair. The ship's cannons fire without hesitation, but fortunately, they miss. However, before they can breathe a sigh of relief, two meteors come crashing down towards them. Meanwhile, Doflamingo is also rapidly approaching. Thus, Nami and the others decide to follow Law's advice and head to the next island to wait. Immediately, Nami and the others begin their preparations to escape, while Law uses his powers to send the falling meteors crashing into the military ship. At this moment, Sanji suddenly speaks up. "Hey, Law, take Caesar to a safer place. I know this. Let us go first. I have no objections." But ultimately, Dressrosa is just a stepping stone. Our common goal is to take down the Yonko Kaido? As he says this, his tone reveals a strong sense of confusion. But aren't you a bit too obsessed with Doflamingo? Faced with Sanji's questioning, Law does not respond, as Doflamingo has already closed in. A massive line pillar once again gathers in his palm, howling towards them. Law quickly wraps his sword around the line pillar and shouts, "Listen, find a place in the sky without clouds to go." Doflamingo is a string fruit user. He can connect to the clouds and move in midair. If there are no clouds, he won't be able to chase us. As he speaks, he exerts force with his sword, cutting the line pillar in half. On the other side, Nami and the others have completed their preparations and immediately begin to evacuate. Seeing this, Doflamingo wants to act to stop them, but is called out by Law, who has his sword positioned at the neck of a robust woman, threatening Doflamingo. Information about her appears. Don Quixote family, Officer Jorah. Faced with Law's threat, Doflamingo can only watch as Nami and the others launch the wind cannon and successfully escape right under his nose. Real-time comments on the screen scroll by. String fruit? No wonder Doflamingo can fly in the sky and launch invisible attacks. It's all because of the strings. Wait, where did this Jorah come from? How is she on the Straw Hat cruise ship? Fly? The Straw Hat cruise ship can actually fly too. Although I've seen many flying things, this method of flying is still quite surprising. Oh! New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. What a shame. Jorah, you actually made the young master compromise to protect you in front of that brat Law. Gee, Lau crossed his arms, speaking sternly. That's right. Mahabai's nodded vigorously, his round body shaking with emotion. It's ridiculous to be threatened by that brat. Jorah, what are you doing? Why, yes, I'm sorry. Jorah lowered her head in guilt, filled with remorse. It's all my fault that the young master was embarrassed. I will. Fufu, all right. Lau Mabais, don't blame Jorah. At this moment, a deep yet amused voice from Doflamingo came from the second floor. Jorah must have been careless to get caught, but don't worry. They will definitely not escape from my grasp. Fufu. The video continues to play, and the scene suddenly shifts back to the Thousand Sunny not long ago. Nami and the others were leisurely playing house on the deck when suddenly, a strange sound came from the ship's cabin. Nami and the others immediately went on alert. Cautiously opening the cabin door, Jorah emerged slowly from the cabin, and the entire space had been transformed into something bizarre by her powers. The walls were covered in twisted images, the furniture turned into exaggerated artistic shapes, and even the floor had become a colorful vortex pattern. Additional information about her appears. Don Quixote family, Officer Jorah, art fruit user. Nami and the others naturally would not sit idle. They immediately launched an attack against her. But she preempted them, using her powers to turn them into distorted abstract artworks. Not only that, but the Thousand Sunny also began to be affected by her, gradually becoming colorful and distorted. Faced with this situation, Brook chose to pretend to appreciate her art, tricking her into releasing his cane that had been transformed by her artistry. He then asked her to perform a piece, taking back the cane. The next second, he suddenly drew the sword from within the cane, appearing behind Jorah like a ghost, and silently slashed her, severely wounding her and causing her to lose control of her powers, restoring everything to its original state. As Nami and the others recover, they immediately unleash a brutal repair on her. Real-time comments on the screen scroll by. Art fruit? What kind of nonsense art is this? This is clearly a creepy distortion technique. Jorah is too arrogant, thinking she could take down the Straw Hat crew alone. She dragged Doflamingo down. She deserves it. Brook is quite strong, but why is he just a skeleton? Could he also be a devil fruit user? Or is he some mysterious race? The Grand Line, Namakura Island. Yo-ho-ho-ho. It seems I've gotten quite a bit stronger after 2 years. I wonder if Miss Nami will show me her underwear after this. Brooke gazed at the screen. Beside him was a pile of manuscript papers filled with musical notes. Master Satan. At this moment, a man in a black outfit rushed over, saying, "That group of long-armed bandits is back." "Oh, then let's go take care of them. This way I can leave here." Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke elegantly stood up with his sword cane and followed the man in black back along the path he came from. Chapter 30, Law vs. Doflamingo. Law's ability exposed the video footage continued to play, and the camera shifted to show Law holding Jola and Doflamingo hostage on the iron bridge leading to Greenbit Island. As soon as he arrived, he released Jola. She initially didn't want to leave, but Doflamingo sternly ordered her to retreat, forcing her to comply and leave the bridge. For a moment, only Law and Doflamingo stood facing each other on the bridge. Law initiated the attack first, creating a massive blue space barrier that instantly enveloped the area where he and Doflamingo were located. In the next second, he swung his long knife and delivered a fierce slash at Doflamingo, but Doflamingo effortlessly blocked it with his strings. The school of fish that had been attracted by the presence of living beings in the area was sliced into several pieces by the splashing sword energy. However, Law and Doflamingo had no time to pay attention to these trivial matters. Law launched another attack towards Doflamingo, rushing forward at high speed. Doflamingo immediately activated his abilities, shooting several string bullets at him, but Law dodged using his powers, instantly appearing behind him, and thrust his long knife towards Doflamingo's back. Doflamingo was already prepared, quickly turning his body and raising his foot to block Law's strike, but the shockwave generated by their clash shattered the section of the bridge they were standing on. Law hurriedly activated his ability and returned to a relatively intact part of the bridge. However, Doflamingo relentlessly pursued him from behind, continuously launching sharp strings that sliced towards Law's back. Law could only run desperately forward, barely evading Doflamingo's attacks. Unfortunately, the iron bridge beneath him was not so lucky, as it was cut to pieces by the strings. "What is wrong, Law? Don't you want to defeat me?" Doflamingo's mocking voice rang out behind Law. Law suddenly stopped, dodging Doflamingo's next attack, and opened the space barrier again. He then pointed with his middle finger, directing the floating wreckage of the iron bridge in the sea to fly towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo sneered, and with a flick of his strings, he instantly shattered the pillars into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Law switched places with a fragment of stone, swung his long knife again towards Doflamingo, but once more, Doflamingo blocked it with his strings. However, Law's attack was far from over. With a hand that wasn't holding the knife, he transformed his palm into a claw and reached for Doflamingo's face, surgical knife. Thud! A blood mark was drawn across Doflamingo's face, but he took the chance to kick Law, sending him flying downwards. Law quickly exchanged places with a fragment of stone on the bridge below, gasping for breath. It was evident that the previous series of attacks had drained a significant amount of his stamina. Suspended in the air, Doflamingo noticed this as well, a smug smile creeping onto his face, and he charged at Law once more. Seeing this, Law immediately spread his hands, preparing to activate his ability, only to realize that his stamina had nearly reached its limit due to the earlier fierce battle. Nevertheless, Law still mustered the strength to open the space barrier, then swung his long knife towards the nearest stone pillar. The next second, Doflamingo switched places with the pillar, immediately activating his ability to block Law's strike. The power of the Ope no Mi is indeed quite deceptive. Doflamingo sincerely praised, then coldly laughed, "But your abilities are limited, right? First, you defended against Fujitori's meteorites, then fought against me, and even saved Bartolomeo. How long can you hold on, Law?" After saying that, Doflamingo kicked Law away. Law staggered backward several steps, and the space barrier he had been barely maintaining returned to his body. Doflamingo immediately shot several string bullets at him. This time, Law could not block them and took the hits directly. Law knelt on the ground, still trying to force his ability, but this time, the space barrier would not hold no matter what. Seeing this, Doflamingo casually put his hands in his pockets and slowly approached Law step by step. At that moment, A sound from a transponder snail suddenly came from Doflamingo's person. The real-time comments on the screen read, "The Ope know me? I didn't expect Law's ability to be like this. I thought he had eaten some kind of space fruit. But this fruit's power is indeed quite abnormal. This fruit seems to consume a lot of stamina. Law has hardly used it many times and is already panting. What the hell? Why is there a phone call at this time? Can't you see we're in the middle of something exciting?" Oh! Grand Line, an unknown island polar diving ship. Indeed, relying solely on the current abilities of the Ope know me is not enough to defeat Doflamingo. Law opened his hand, and a miniature space barrier immediately appeared in his palm. I have to become stronger. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Law, I think you should now realize how great the gap between us is. Doflamingo laughed triumphantly as he looked at the screen. Even in the future, you won't have a chance to win against me. If I were you, I would obediently use the Ope know me to complete that ultimate surgery for me. That's the only and best option. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, Admiral's Office. The Ope know me. Trafalgar D. Water Law. That child is the one you saved back then. Sengoku looked at the screen, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Holy Land, Mariehua, Panga City. The Ope know me? Do we need to retrieve that fruit as well? Environmental Combat, God Marcus Mazes asked. Not for now. While its ultimate surgery is indeed tempting, it holds no use for us. Financial Combat, God, Izambalin V. Nejuro said, shaking his head. Moreover, it has too many unstable factors. We cannot ensure that the user will willingly perform that surgery. Agricultural Combat, God, Shepherd X. Peter interjected, compared to this, I'm more concerned about Carp's grandson. That fruit is currently our most pressing concern. Legal Combat, God Topman Vacheli said solemnly, is there still no news from CP0 regarding that Straw Hat kid? Apparently not. That bear doesn't know where he took him. Scientific Defense, God Jagor Lucia Satan said, dissatisfied. Even if we want to find him now, it will be hard to get anything out of him. After all, he is probably already on Vegapunk's experimental table. Environmental Combat, God Marcus Mazes snorted coldly. In that case, we can only increase the search efforts. We must find the Straw Hat Kid's whereabouts as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Betrayal of Violet. Sanji falls into a trap. The video continued to play as Doflamingo connected the call with the snail phone. A deep male voice came from the other end. Hello, it's Diamante. Doflamingo replied, and at that moment, Law took the opportunity to grab a long knife and swung it at him. But Doflamingo hit his legs with a string shot, causing him to fall to the ground, groaning in pain. At that moment, the male voice on the snail phone realized he had interrupted Doflamingo and quickly apologized. Doflamingo, however, laughed nonchalantly. No, it's fine, go ahead. Violet has betrayed us. The male voice from the snail phone said. Oh, Doflamingo grinned, his face suddenly showing a look of realization. No wonder Sanji appeared here earlier. I was wondering if something had happened. So that's how it is. Yes, I originally wanted to use her Tremor Fruit ability to check the Straw Hat Crew's battle plans. But I couldn't find out anything, the male voice on the snail phone said with disappointment. Then let's send Lao Ji and the others to guard the entrance of the Smile Factory. Doflamingo ordered. Hey, don't joke around. Doflamingo. They still have to participate in the finals. The male voice on the snail phone sounded a bit troubled. One of you is enough. Doflamingo casually flattered. Stop it. You're making them sound like geniuses. Although the male voice on the snail phone declined, there was a hint of pride in his tone. No, you are the genius. Only you can do it, Doflamingo continued to compliment. Since we're on this topic, leave it to me. The male voice on the snail phone was suddenly filled with motivation. The real-time comments on the screen floated by. Is Violet? How dare she betray Doflamingo? Looks like she's doomed. What did Sanji do to make Violet betray Doflamingo for him? Diamante clearly enjoys Doflamingo's praise, but pretends to be humble, really putting on a show. Oh! New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Violet, I knew she wasn't reliable. She has indeed betrayed us. Mahabais said in a deep voice. Let me go catch her for the young master. G. Lao Ji struck his signature G pose, his tone filled with anger. No, Lao Ji. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo's deep voice came from upstairs. He leaned out from the window. Let Jorah handle this. As he spoke, His gaze fell on Jorah below. Jorah, you know what to do, right? I know. Young master, I will definitely bring Violet back for you. Jorah nodded heavily and turned to leave. She was very aware that this was an opportunity for her to make a contribution, and at the same time, it was a chance to wash away the shame of being captured by the Straw Hat crew earlier. Fufufu, Violet, what did Sanji give you to make you betray me? Doflamingo looked up at the screen, a dangerous smile appearing on his face, it seems. My kindness to the Liku family has led you to develop an unwarranted fantasy. Meanwhile, in a dark alley not far from the royal palace, tears of hot Ironmoby. Violet's fingertips gathered several seals made of hot tears, crashing into the few small thugs walking ahead, knocking them unconscious. Immediately, she turned and ran quickly away from the royal palace, cursing, damn screen, it really messes things up. I must find a place to hide first. I absolutely cannot let Jorah find me. Bullfighting arena, by a certain window. Violet. Li Kuwang looked at the screen, worriedly whispering. The video continued to advance, and the camera suddenly turned to see Sanji, eyes filled with hearts, being tightly embraced by a woman with long brown-black hair. Two men dressed as police officers rushed past them, clearly in pursuit of the woman. Seeing that she had escaped capture, the woman hurriedly thanked Sanji and prepared to leave, not wanting to implicate him. However, Sanji was captivated by her beauty and immediately grabbed her hand, offering to help her. The woman initially pretended to decline, but under Sanji's insistence, she eventually agreed with tears in her eyes, hoping Sanji could take her to the nearby city and help her kill a man. Sanji was instantly mesmerized by the woman's pitiful appearance and agreed without hesitation. He then accompanied the woman around Dressrosa and eventually arrived in front of a secluded warehouse. The woman tearfully told him that the man she was looking for was inside, but she still hoped Sanji wouldn't go looking for him, as it wasn't his business. Sanji was deeply moved by the woman's kindness and strength. He first wiped her tears away and then kicked the warehouse door open, easily taking care of most of the people inside. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the woman was kidnapped by a bald man. As a result, Sanji just made a quick move and kicked the bald man away, easily dealing with him. The woman immediately excitedly hugged Sanji, saying, Sanji-kun, I have one more request. Without thinking, Sanji agreed, and the next second, he found himself shackled by the woman, her expression suddenly cold, her tone icy then. Please die for me. A character introduction about her appeared. Don Quixote family, assassin, Violet. The real-time comments on the screen floated by. No way. Such an obvious trap, and this Sanji can't see it? Is he stupid? A knife over the word sex. This Sanji is clearly a pervert. Strange, this Violet clearly succeeded. How did she end up betraying Doflamingo? Did the Sanji use some means? Oh! North Sea, Germa Kingdom. Sanji really is something. He can still fall for this. How embarrassing. Yanji mercilessly mocked. Yanji, you're wrong. He already messed up once. If he messes up again, it wouldn't be surprising, Ichiji coldly replied. However, that Violet does look quite beautiful. It would be great if we could capture her. Niji stroked his chin, eyes gleaming. How about we find an opportunity to go to Dressrosa and snatch her? Yanji and Ichiji exchanged glances and suggested, sure, let's find a chance to go. At that time, we can also teach Doflamingo a lesson and let Sanji see how it's done. Niji nodded in agreement. Reiju helplessly glanced at her brothers. Indeed, in terms of lust, they were just like Sanji. EC, Bartai restaurant. Ha ha ha, this Sanji is still the same. Patty laughed, slapping his thigh. Whenever there's a beauty, he completely loses his judgment. Ha ha, who says otherwise? But if he weren't like that, he wouldn't be Sanji. Karn also laughed along. Hearing the laughter from downstairs, Zep, standing by the railing on the second floor, couldn't help but smile, shaking off the gloom he felt earlier when he saw Sanji defeated by Doflamingo on the screen. Chapter 32. The true identity of Doflamingo exposed. The video continues to play, showing Sanji, bound hand and foot, being beaten by a group of lackeys. Despite this, he remains unfazed and even shows concern for Violetta, who sits in a chair with an indifferent expression. He can clearly feel that Violetta's earlier words and tears were all sincere. It seems as if she has been seen through. She suddenly stands up from the chair and kicks Sanji hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. She does not believe that any man could remain calm after being emotionally deceived by her, and is convinced that Sanji is looking for an opportunity to escape. Immediately, she uses the power of the Dengeki fruit on Sanji. Under her ability, no lie can deceive her. However, the next moment, she is stunned by the thoughts in Sanji's mind. She has never seen such a wild, yet pure and sincere heart. Among the chaotic thoughts, there is no anger at being deceived, only concern for her safety, genuine pain at seeing her cry, and some indescribable fantasies about her graceful figure, which, even in their nature, carry a knightly admiration. Even if you're pointed at by 1,000 people, I will never doubt a woman's tears. Sanji struggles to turn his head and sincerely calls out to Violetta. Violetta is taken aback, tears streaming down her face, and she collapses to the ground, clearly moved by Sanji's words. At this moment, a careless lackey behind her urges her to quickly deal with Sanji. Violetta slowly stands up, turns around, and suddenly unleashes her power against the group of lackeys, swiftly taking them out. Real-time comments on the screen flow by, no way. Blackleg Sanji was deceived like this and isn't angry? How lecherous can this guy be? From a certain perspective, Blackleg Sanji is indeed a real man, but he is just too lecherous. What Sanji said, not to mention Violetta, even I am touched. Finally, I understand why she betrayed Doflamingo. Oh! Grand Line, Kamabaka Kingdom, Beach. Ha ha ha, I knew Violetta was forced. She really is a kind girl. Now she should fall in love with me. Sanji, although already exhausted, still shouts excitedly. The next moment, a transvestite pounces on him, knocking him to the ground. Sanji-kun, you will love us too, right? Get off. North Sea, Germa Kingdom. What a ridiculous chivalry spirit, being deceived by a lowly woman like this and not even wanting to fight back. Truly useless, Yanji said angrily. I think Sanji is quite cool like this. At least he understands women better than you guys. Reiju, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Oomph. Seeing their sister speak for Sanji without rebuttal, Niji and Yanji only let out disdainful snorts. He's just a fool swayed by emotions. We don't need that kind of thing. Ichiji said coldly, arms crossed. EC, Bar Thai restaurant. Haha, Sanji really is something. He actually managed to turn the enemy around like this. Patty laughed loudly. After all, this is Sanji's style. However, this style will eventually get him killed one day, and then the world will have one less pervert. Karn grinned maliciously. That's right, haha. Zeph, leaning against the railing on the second floor, listened to the banter below and shook his head helplessly, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. You little brat, you embody the spirit of chivalry more thoroughly than anyone. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fufufu, Violetta, you actually betrayed me for such naive words. Doflamingo stood by the window, the threads at his fingertips glinting dangerously in the sunlight. It seems that when Viola returns, it will be necessary to reintroduce you to the cruelty of this world. In an abandoned house, Violetta leaned against the mottled wall, breathing heavily, her eyes reflecting complex emotions as she gazed at the sky, but she said nothing. The video continues to advance, showing Violetta freeing Sanji from his shackles, urging him to quickly leave Dressrosa. From the moment they landed here, Doflamingo had already grasped all their information through her abilities. This was all a trick. Doflamingo had not resigned from his warlord position at all. The report about his resignation would soon be clarified by the world government as a false report. Real-time comments on the screen flow by. So, Doflamingo didn't resign as a warlord. No wonder he can be with the admiral. Wait, Doflamingo is just a warlord and the king of Dressrosa. How can he make the world government personally clarify for him? Damn, this is deeper than I imagined. What exactly is behind Doflamingo? Oh. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fufufu, it seems that secret can't be kept anymore. But whatever, it's time to let these lowly ants know the true identity of their king. The blood I shed is not something you mere mortals can reach. Doflamingo spread his arms, his eyes behind the sunglasses flashing with madness. The video continues to play, shifting to a moment not long ago when Law was suppressed by Fujitora's ability. Doflamingo, holding a heart, slowly tells Law that 800 years ago, the kings of the 20 countries that ruled this world gathered at the center of the world to form a huge organization, which was the initial form of the world government. As the original creators, these kings naturally brought their families to live in the Holy Land, Mariewa, except for the Nefertari family of Alabasta. In other words, the remaining 19 families still reside there, ruling over the world. These are the celestial dragons. At the same time, those countries that had lost their royal families naturally needed to select new kings, and the new royal family chosen for Dressrosa was the Riku family. Before them, the family that ruled Dressrosa and ultimately went to Mariewa was the Don Quixote family. In other words, Don Quixote Doflamingo, is actually a celestial dragon. Chapter 33, Trust in Law. The storm of D, the real-time barrage on the screen, floated by. So this is how the world government and the celestial dragons were born 800 years ago. No way. Is that Nefertari family member out of their mind? Instead of being the better creator or celestial dragon, they actually want to go back and be some little king of Alabasta. Doflamingo was actually a celestial dragon. No wonder he could make the world government issue fake news just for him. But why did he return to Dressrosa? Oh. Holy Land, Mariewa, Pangu City, between flowers. Alabasta, Nefertari, Lily, murmured with a complex tone, applying slight pressure with their hand. The flower originally held was instantly crushed, the bright red juice dripping through their fingers, glaring like blood. The Grand Line, Alabasta, Royal Palace. Our Nefertari family was one of the founders of the world government. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. No, I must go find my father to understand this clearly. Vivi muttered as she ran toward Cobra's study. Karu followed silently behind her. The Grand Line, Vinsmoke. I didn't expect that Vivi's family had such an unknown, glorious past. Nami, trapped in an iron cage, sighed. The next second, she shouted at the old men outside the cage, wearing pointed hats. Let me out. I have very important things to do. No way. You stole her stuff. We must hand you over to the Navy. The old men shook their heads decisively. Hey, you want to hand me over to the Navy? I'm a pirate. If I'm caught by the Navy, my life will be over. Nami put on a pitiful look and said, That sounds quite right. Young people like her should be given more chances. You can't just easily ruin a young person's future. An old scholar with a long white beard adjusted his glasses and agreed. I also think that's wrong. Your hasty decision just now is indeed unacceptable. Another scholar stood up in agreement. What do you mean you? It was clearly a decision we made together. How can you wash your hands clean? His words immediately drew dissatisfaction from others. Nonsense. I never intended to do that. No, you did. Thus, the group of scholars began to argue about this trivial topic. This scene left Haley Doss, who was watching from the side, helplessly holding his forehead. His colleagues were excellent at studying the weather, but when it came to dealing with a young girl, they were absolute amateurs, easily led astray by Nami. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Royal Palace. Alabasta? I wonder how Vivi and Uncle Cobra are doing now. Lying on the floor with his arms and legs sprawled out, rubbing his round belly, Luffy reminisced Vivi. Hancock immediately caught the key point in his words, looking at him nervously, asking, Who is this Vivi? Vivi. She's the princess of Alabasta and an important partner of ours, Luffy slowly began to recount the adventures he had with Vivi to Hancock. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Haha, so this useless Ming was a celestial dragon. No wonder he is so weak. Kaido disdainfully took a sip of his drink. Then, as if remembering something, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Jack should be close to Dressrosa by now. I'm really looking forward to meeting Ming in person. The Grand Line, an unknown island, polar diving. Celestial dragons, That means Mr. Corazon is too. Law slightly tightened his grip, and the spatial shield floating in his palm instantly vanished. At the same time, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. It seems the difficulty of avenging Doflamingo has increased quite a bit. The video continued to play. The camera shifted to Sanji, informed by Violet of Nami and the others in trouble, worried for his partners, and reluctantly said goodbye to Violet, quickly making his way toward Nami and the others. Thus, he appeared at a critical moment to stop Doflamingo from attacking Nami and her group. Next, the scene shifted back to the iron bridge where Doflamingo, after hanging up the phone, slowly walked towards Law, saying, Law, during the time you've been luring me as bait The Straw Hat crew was responsible for destroying the factory. Even if you die after the factory is destroyed, I, who can't produce Smile, will also be eliminated by Kaido. This is your whole plan, right? As he spoke, Doflamingo had already approached Law, looking down at him. However, unfortunately, we didn't manage to buy enough time as planned, and the Straw Hat crew is also at a loss. At this point, his tone intensified. Although you keep saying you're using them, this operation requires immense trust in the Straw Hat crew. Why do you trust the Straw Hat kid so much, Law? Law struggled to lift his head, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Because Dwill surely stir up a storm again. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's face rarely showed anger, veins slightly bulging, and he suddenly swung his hand at Law, causing blood to splatter. The real-time barrage on the screen floated by. I have to say Trafalgar Law's plan is indeed perfect. It's just a pity he encountered the unreliable Straw Hat crew and the too powerful Doflamingo. Dwill stir up a storm. What does that mean? Why did Doflamingo get so angry upon hearing it? Oh, I remember the Straw Hat Kid's full name is Monkey D. Luffy, right? What does this surname mean? Oh. Chapter 34, The Aftermath of D. Holy Land, Mary Geos, Panga City. D. This clan really is hard to shake off. The Justice Warrior, Topman Wakuri, heavily planted his staff on the ground, the dull sound echoing in the empty hall. Since Joy Boy 800 years ago, every generation has seen a leader from this surname. The environmental warrior, Maka's Mas, slowly responded, unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his sword at his waist. They're like a curse of fate, always stirring up storms at the most critical moments. The agricultural warrior, Shepherd X, spoke in a low, oppressive tone. Each time, the world government suffers tremendous losses. The financial warrior, Izambron V. Nejiru, coldly interjected, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. This time, who will the leader of this generation be? Monkey D, Dragon, or his son Monkey D, Luffy, or perhaps another one of the Hidden D clan? The scientific defense warrior, Jagruja Satan, slowly raised his head, a glint of coldness in his eyes. No matter who it is, this threat must be nipped in the bud, starting with that Straw Hat kid. After all, he is the owner of that fruit, posing the greatest danger. As for CP, I will go increase the pressure right now. After saying this, he stood up and left the room with heavy footsteps. For a moment, the remaining 4 elders fell into silence. Between the flowers, D. Joy Boy, I never expected your will to endure for 800 years. Still influencing this world today. Im's fingertips lightly brushed against a withered petal, but they're not you after all. They cannot be compared with you. Saying this, Im's fingertips pressed slightly, and the wilted petal instantly turned to dust. This time, I will personally extinguish this flame that should not be rekindled at the critical moment. New World, Moby Dick. D. Gurura. It seems Roger was right. This clan will not be completely eradicated before that event comes. After all, they have never relied on bloodlines. Whitebeard said while looking at Squard, who stood in front of the sofa, just having learned the truth about Ace from him. So, do you understand? Squard, Ace is indeed Roger's bloodline, but he is also your family, your brother. This bond cannot be bound by blood. As for whether you want to save him, that is your choice. I will not force you. Old man Squard's expression was complex, filled with struggle. I need time to think. Go ahead. After all, we still have time. Whitebeard nodded, hoping you can find your answer before setting off. Squard nodded heavily and turned to leave the deck, but his steps were slightly unsteady. Grand Line, Alabasta, Royal Palace. D. It seems everything mentioned in that letter is true. Cobra pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk and found a letter sealed with the Nefertari family crest lying quietly inside. He was just about to pick it up when suddenly the door was pushed open and Vivi walked in. Father, I have something to ask you. Cobra hurriedly closed the drawer, looking at her fondly. What is it? Why the rush? I came to. Vivi slowly revealed her intentions to him. New World. Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fufufufu Law. I never expected you to think that just relying on the Din Straw Hat Kid's name could defeat me. How foolish. Doflamingo's veins bulged slightly as he laughed angrily. Grand Line, an unknown island, polar diving. D. Perhaps I also. Law gazed at the sky, whispering. The video continued, with Doflamingo using his strings to hoist Law high up, then delivering a heavy kick that sent him flying. Law's body fell straight down like a kite with a broken string, landing right in the view of Luffy and the others in the bullfighting arena. Doflamingo quickly followed to the bullfighting arena. Facing the already near-death Law, Doflamingo unhesitatingly pulled out a gun and, under the watchful eyes of Luffy and the others, fired 3 shots at Law. Already severely injured, Law could not withstand the 3 shots and finally fainted completely, blood slowly spreading from beneath him, staining the ground outside the bullfighting arena red. Trafalgar. Luffy in the bullfighting arena stared wide-eyed at the scene. Outside, Zoro and Kinemon immediately took action, clearly defining their roles. Zoro aimed directly at Doflamingo, while Kinemon took the opportunity to rescue Law. However, before Zoro's blade could touch Doflamingo, it was blocked by another person's sword. It was Fujitora. Zoro was slightly taken aback, a flashback appearing in his mind. It was the earlier moment when Fujitora had asked him for directions. However, before he could figure out the situation, an unusual gravity pressed down on him, instantly creating a deep pit where he stood, and he fell right into it. At the same time, Kinemon, who intended to save Law, was also cut by Doflamingo's strings and flew backward. In the bullfighting arena, Luffy looked anxiously at the scene. But as soon as he touched the iron bars, he instantly collapsed helplessly, as the iron bars were made of sea prism stone. At this moment, a sharp flying slash shot out from the deep pit, heading straight for Fujitora. Fujitora immediately crossed his sword to block it, but was still pushed back several steps. Zoro took the opportunity to leap out of the pit. Admiral Fujitora. The surrounding Navy soldiers suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It was only at this moment that Luffy and the others realized that this blind uncle, who they had previously met, was actually a Navy admiral. Fujitora also felt quite embarrassed. After all, he had received kindness from Luffy and the others before, and now he had to draw his sword against them, which felt like repaying kindness with enmity. But it was his duty, and he had no choice. At this moment, a flashback appeared, revealing that not long ago, Fujitora had encountered Luffy and the others at a casino. At that time, he had almost been tricked by Doflamingo's subordinates while playing a black-and-white guessing game with them. At a critical moment, Luffy stood up to help him, and then he easily used gravity to deal with the enraged subordinates of Doflamingo. Luffy was also shocked by Fujitora's strength and wanted to exchange names and get to know him, but Fujitora refused, saying that knowing each other's identities might bring unnecessary trouble. Chapter 35. Bold Caesar declares where the real-time comments on the screen floated by. Wow, Roronoa Zoro's strength is quite impressive. He was able to push back Admiral Fujitora with one strike. I didn't expect the Straw Hat crew to have such a connection with Admiral Fujitora. For some reason, I feel like Admiral Fujitora recognized the Straw Hat crew from the very beginning, but he ultimately chose to pretend not to know them. As the video continued, Doflamingo suddenly grabbed the unconscious Law and leaned towards Fujitora's ear, whispering something to him. Then, Doflamingo and Fujitora flew up into the air, heading towards the palace amidst the astonished cries of Luffy and the others. Zoro and Kinemon initially wanted to chase after them, but were stopped by the surrounding Navy soldiers. They had no choice but to feign a retreat, quickly running around the perimeter of the bullfighting arena and returning to Luffy, urging him to come up with a plan to escape while they would circle nearby with the Navy soldiers waiting for him. Luffy immediately agreed. At that moment, Nami, who had been in communication with them, suddenly shouted in panic. The next second, the scene shifted to the Sunny, where a massive pirate ship decorated with various desserts was aggressively approaching them. An introduction of the ship appeared, the Yonko Big MOM Pirates flagship Queen Mama Song. At the bow stood 2 figures side by side, one with long legs wearing egg-shaped pants, leisurely sipping tea, and the other resembling a lion, wearing sunglasses and exuding an imposing aura. Their character introductions quickly followed. Big MOM Pirates, combatant Baron Tamago. Big MOM Pirates, combatant Pudding. Pudding was holding a telescope, searching for something on the Sunny. Soon, she spotted their target, Caesar. Caesar immediately turned pale with fear like a mouse seeing a cat, and hurriedly begged Sanji for help, as he had previously scammed a large amount of research funds from Big MOM. If he got caught and taken back, he would surely meet a terrible fate. The real-time comments on the screen floated by. Wow, The ship of Yonko, Big Mom. Looks like the Straw Hat crew is really having a bad streak. This Caesar is really bold. He actually dared to scam money from a Yonko. Truly doesn't he know how to write the word death? Research. What kind of research could possibly make Big Mom invest money? This is really curious. Oh. In a new world. On a ship heading to Dressrosa. Hey, Caesar. Buffalo approached the shivering Caesar on the deck, asking, "What kind of research project did you use to scam money from Big Mom? How would I know? That's all in the future. What does it have to do with me now?" Caesar squatted down, covering his head, hoping that Big Mom wouldn't target him for this future that hadn't happened yet. In the new world, Totoland, Cake Island. "You dare to scam my money. Mama. Looks like this Caesar has some guts." Big Mom's eyes shone with a terrifying light. "However, I'm more interested in the so-called research he mentioned. It can't be that, right? Mama. Saying this, she looked at her biscuit minister Cracker beneath the throne. "Go, Cracker, bring that Caesar back to me." "Yes, Mama." Cracker nodded and left with his task. In the new world, Wano country, Onigashima. Research? Looks like Lin is still obsessed with that matter. Kaido downed a large gulp of alcohol, a knowing look flashing in his eyes. "However, this Caesar, I won't let you have him, Lin. At that moment, a figure walked in. It was Jack. Behind him was a white-haired girl in handcuffs, covered in wounds. It was Yamato. Finally quieted down, Kaido glanced at her and said lightly, "Quickly unlock my handcuffs. I want to go save Ace." Yamato gasped for breath and shouted. It was evident that the previous fight with Jack had taken a huge toll on her. "It's impossible to unlock your handcuffs." Kaido took a sip of alcohol, "But I can take you to find Ace." Yamato was taken aback. Then her face lit up with excitement. "You want to go save Ace?" "Save? Don't be ridiculous. I'm just going to cause trouble for Whitebeard and the Marines." Kaido laughed. "Roger's son's life or death has nothing to do with me." However, Yamato seemed to have completely ignored his latter statement, fervently igniting her fighting spirit. "Great. As long as I can go to Marineford, I will definitely be able to save Ace." Kaido directly ignored her excited demeanor, turning to Jack, instructing Jack prepare a bit, and also notify the Flying Six that once Jack brings Doflamingo back, we will set off. "Yes, Brother Kaido." Jack nodded, turning to leave with his orders. The video continued, and the Queen Mama's song fired its cannons, with several cannonballs hurtling towards the Sunny. Sanji immediately stepped forward, accurately kicking the cannonballs aimed at the Sunny away. At the same time, Nami on the ship expressed her opinion, stating that now was not the time to return to Dressrosa. Bringing Big Mom's ship over would definitely cause more trouble. She believed they currently had 3 cards. One was Caesar, another was the destruction of the Smile Factory, and the unknown Momonosuke on the ship. Now that both Caesar and Momonosuke were on the Sunny, wasn't Law trying to buy them time to destroy the factory? If they return now and let Caesar and Momonosuke fall into Doflamingo's hands, wouldn't all of Law's efforts be in vain? Therefore, not going back now was the right choice for them. On the other end of the transponder snail, Luffy agreed with Nami's words and immediately instructed her and the others to head to the next island, assuring them that they would reunite after this was over. Seeing their captain's order, Sanji immediately said, "I understand. Captain, please give me permission." "Permission?" Luffy on the other end was puzzled. "Yes," Sanji said, hands in his pockets, looking at the nearby ship, "permission to retaliate against Big Mom's ship." Of course, go ahead. We've already declared war." Luffy replied without hesitation. This decision instantly threw Nami and the others into a panic. Chapter 36, Second Q&A. The Gift of the Heavenly Path. At this moment, the video suddenly paused, and the long-lost Heavenly Path text reappeared, asking the question, why did the Straw Hat Kid declare war on the Yonko Big Mom? A. To defeat her and take the Yonko position. B. To protect his friends and safeguard what they cherish most from being destroyed by Big Mom. C. Due to a conflict over food ideology. Please select one of the above 3 options that you believe is the correct answer, with a duration of 1 minute. I will announce the correct answer in 1 minute, and randomly select one lucky winner from those who chose correctly to give a mysterious gift. The countdown begins now. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ends and the screen is instantly covered with a dense barrage of comments. Among them, option A is the most popular, as Luffy has previously stated his intention to defeat all the Yonko, so the vast majority believe that this is the reason he declared war on Big Mom. Next is option B. Some people chose this option because there is a sense of righteousness in the pirate world, and they believe that due to Luffy's character, he might declare war on Big Mom to repay someone's kindness. As for option C, there is virtually no support, as people do not believe that a prominent Yonko and a future Yonko would declare war over food. The minute quickly passed. The once overwhelming barrage of comments on the screen instantly vanished. Following this, as a voice sounded, the screen gradually brightened. Just as you wished. Kid, I will shift my target from Fishman Island to you this time. A deep and oppressive female voice came from the transponder snail. Monkey D. Luffy, I remember you. Come to the new world. Just wait. Luffy stepped forward, picked up the fallen intercom, and boldly said, I have something to say to you too. You are too dangerous. We cannot leave this place to you. As Luffy's voice rang out, a big MOM pirate flag appeared on the high building behind him. You are too dangerous. We cannot leave Fishman Island to you. Luffy declared with great confidence, I will knock you away in the new world and claim Fishman Island as my territory. The next second, the screen returned to silence, and the Heavenly Path text reappeared, this time with the answer being B. To protect his friends and safeguard what they cherish most from being destroyed by Big MOM. Now, let's draw a lucky winner from the audience who chose the correct answer. The next second, the screen sparkled, and countless names of those who chose option B scrolled rapidly. In the end, the light stopped on one name. Congratulations. Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, for becoming the lucky viewer this time. Please check for your gift. At the same time, before continuing to play the previous video, I know you must have many questions about the content of the video just now, but I cannot answer them for you at this moment. Later, I will present the complete video to show you the whole story, so please be patient and look forward to it. Now, please continue watching the previous video. As the last Heavenly Path text disappeared, the video returned to the bullfighting arena. New World, Totoland, Whole Cake Island. Mama, mama, mama. Although I have seen this kid's arrogant look more than once, seeing him so disrespectful to me still makes me furious. Big Mom looked at Luffy, who was searching for a way to leave the bullfighting arena in the screen, with a cruel smile at the corner of her mouth. However, hasn't Fishman Island always been Whitebeard's territory? That guy would never easily give up his territory, unless he, New World, Wano Country, Onigashima, is dead? Ugh, Whitebeard, you really died at the hands of those useless Marines. Kaido took a big swig of alcohol, a complex look flashing in his eyes. If that's the case, it would be better to die in my hands. New World, aboard the Moby Dick. Oh, Dad. The crew looked at Whitebeard, who was sitting on the sofa, with worried expressions. Although they had roughly guessed what would happen in the upcoming Marine-Ford War from the previous video, there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. But the appearance of the big MOM pirate flag in the Fishman Island video felt like a heavy blow, shattering their last fantasy. If Dad were still here, how could Fishman Island change hands? This time, Whitebeard did not encourage his crew like last time, but kept drinking. Yet the light in his eyes grew sharper. Grand Line, Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. Has Big Mom's flag replaced Whitebeard's? You're finally leaving, Whitebeard. Neptune sat on the throne, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Carp's grandson? If the future is him protecting Fishman Island, perhaps, that wouldn't be bad. Triangle Whirlpool, Doghead Warship. Dad. Ace and Jinbei stood on the deck, calling out heavily. Ace clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with guilt and regret. If it weren't for his words, perhaps it wouldn't have. Marine Headquarters, Mariehua, Admiral's Office. Sure enough, Whitebeard is dead. A complex look flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Although he got the answer he wanted, for some reason, he couldn't feel happy. Instead, he felt a bit lost. He immediately shook his head, dismissing this unnecessary emotion, and then refocused on the battle map in front of him. Until that future arrives, he must give his all to live up to the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's bar. Old Ray, what was that gift the Heavenly Path just gave you? Shaki took a puff of smoke, curiously looking at Rayleigh, who was tightly holding a dark green sphere in his hand, and asked, It's nothing. Just a little toy that can summon someone from the other side back to this side. Rayleigh glanced at the sphere in his hand, his tone complex. What? Shaki was taken aback, and her face immediately lit up with joy. Then you can. However, just as she said this, Rayleigh's next words doused her excitement like a bucket of cold water. But there's a time limit. Shaki was instantly frozen in place. The words she originally wanted to say were swallowed back, and the joy on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by a complex expression similar to Rayleigh's. So what are you going to do, old Ray? I don't know either. Rayleigh fiddled with the dark green sphere in his hand, saying leisurely, giving people hope but not a quick resolution. The heavenly path's bad taste is indeed annoying. Saying this, he took a big gulp of alcohol, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat, but it couldn't disperse the complex emotions in his heart. Chapter 37. Tears of joy from Luffy. The video continues to unfold, and Luffy, who has been unable to find an exit, encounters Bartolomeo and Bellamy. From Bellamy, he learns that there are currently no exits in the bullfighting arena, as all the exits were sealed off at the beginning of the match. This information makes Luffy a bit anxious, and he immediately asks Bellamy if he isn't one of Doflamingo's subordinates. He must know another way out, right? A look of disappointment appears on Bellamy's face, and he seems to be lost in thought. However, when he sees the anxious look in Luffy's eyes, he ultimately decides to let Luffy follow him, suggesting that they might be able to get out of here. Even so, he emphasizes that Luffy should only follow him secretly, as he would never betray Doflamingo. Bartolomeo, witnessing this stubbornness, can't help but scoff. But then he remembers something important and quickly asks Luffy what will happen to the Mera Mera no Mi if he leaves. To this, Luffy can only helplessly respond that although he doesn't want certain people to get the Mera Mera no Mi, the lives of his friends are what matters most to him right now. Bartolomeo immediately reassures Luffy that he can rest easy. He'll take care of the Mera Mera no Mi, since he has always intended to give the fruit, representing Ace's will, to him after winning. However, while saying this, he keeps his back to Luffy, as if Luffy is someone he finds hard to face. Luffy promptly expresses his gratitude. Just then, an unsettling voice comes from the shadows, saying, I won't hand over the Mera Mera no Mi to you. The next moment, a figure wearing a hat slowly steps out of the shadows, revealing a meaningful smile directed at Luffy, saying, Straw Hat Luffy. His words immediately draw Bartolomeo's ire, who rushes in front of him, angrily demanding to know who he is to speak to Luffy, the legendary pirate, brother of Fire Fist Ace, and future Pirate King. You fool. The newcomer pushes Bartolomeo aside and walks straight up to Luffy, slowly taking off his hat and saying, It's me, Luffy. Luffy is momentarily stunned, then looks at the newcomer with anger. Soon after, they seem to have a conversation, and Luffy suddenly flies backward before rushing forward to hug the newcomer, bursting into tears. The next moment, the scene shifts, and Luffy is now dressed in a koi outfit, alongside Zoro, who is also wearing animal attire, and Kinemon. However, he is still in tears, which prompts Zoro to punch him heavily, saying, Do you even want to save Sanji? Of course I do. Luffy replies while wiping away his uncontrollable tears, firmly stating that he must rescue Sanji and defeat Doflamingo, adding that the situation with the Mera Mera no Mi is already resolved. Resolved? Zoro asks, puzzled. Yes. Luffy nods vigorously, his voice choked with emotion I never expected. He's still alive. I always thought he had died back then. As he finishes speaking, a brief flashback appears on the screen, showing 3 wine glasses arranged in a triangle, symbolizing an unbreakable bond. The next moment, the scene shifts back to the bullfighting arena, where the man who spoke to Luffy earlier is adjusting a fake mustache while connecting to a snail phone. Sister Robin seems to be in this country too. I really want to see her. A pleasant female voice comes from the other end of the snail phone. It's great that you can see her. Yeah. The man replies with a tearful voice. I thought she would give me a good beating. What? Did you cry? The female voice teases. I wouldn't cry. The man quickly retorts, but the quiver in his voice betrays him. What difference would it have made if you were there at the time? The female voice gently comforts him. No one can predict such things. Yeah. The man quickly calms himself, stopping the tears, and seriously says, Notify me immediately if there's any news from down there. Okay, the female voice responds. The man hangs up the snail phone, tidies himself up, and walks toward the lounge while murmuring to himself, "In any case, I will get Ace's Mera Mera no Mi. His will be inherited by me." Bartolomeo excitedly follows behind him, his eyes filled with admiration. On the screen, the comments float by. Why is the Straw Hat Kid crying one moment and angry the next? Who is this mysterious person that can make him so emotional? Who is this person? How can he make the Straw Hat Kid say that with him around? There is no problem with Ace's Mera Mera no Mi. That is quite a boast. He will inherit Fire Fist, Ace's will. And the 3 wine glasses. Could he be Ace's brother too? Oh! EC, Goa Kingdom, Mount Gorbo. Those 3 idiots are really worrisome. Dayton shouted while wiping away her uncontrollable tears. But no matter where you are, I will always support you. In a triangular whirlpool. Aboard the Doghead warship. Sabo, with tears streaming down his face, wears a relieved smile. If that person is you, I would be very happy. In the Grand Line, Amazon Lily, the palace. No, it can't be him. He clearly, Luffy, with tears flowing down his face, suddenly bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. But who else would say those words besides him? Sabo, he is still alive, that is so great. By the end, he can no longer hold back his sobs, but this time they are tears of joy. Luffy, Hancock looks at him with concern and prepares to comfort him. But she is stopped by Granny Nyan, who, being perceptive, has already figured it out. Let him cry it out. Those are tears of happiness. In the Grand Line, Baltigo, the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Sabo, that person is you, right? Carla sits by the bed, looking at the still, unconscious Sabo, her tone complex. If you wake up later, will you? Chapter 38. The powerful Sabo. Luffy's request. The video continues to play, and amidst the passionate introduction from the commentator, the finals of the Mera Mera Fruit Contest officially begins. Bagus, Bartolomeo, the disguised Sabo as Lucy, and Rebecca step into the arena one after another. Shortly after, a man wearing a fringed hat, a red cape, holding a microphone, and with 2 facial scars makes a grand entrance amidst a cloud of smoke. His introduction appears. The bullfighting arena hero, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. However, at this moment, several emotionally charged contestants suddenly rush in from the entrance, loudly protesting the fairness of Rebecca's victory in a previous match and demanding her disqualification. This immediately draws Diamante's displeasure. He lifts his cloak, and in an instant, the once light cloak becomes unwaveringly firm. The few people who rushed in are caught off guard and crash into the cloak, rolling their eyes and falling backward. Diamante, looking smug, says, "Although this cloak billows in the wind, it is made of steel. I am the bannerman of the Mera Mera Fruit." Saying this, he draws his sword from his waist, and the next moment, that sword instantly becomes soft, twisting like noodles and transforming into a long spear in the shape of a cow's horn, hitting those people hard, knocking them unconscious on the iron bridge, with blood dripping from them into the pool below. The next moment, a large, fully red fighting fish leaps out of the water, knocking those people into the pool. Diamante then begins to explain the fighting fish and the rules of the finals. They're all from their respective groups of king-class fighting fish, each bloodthirsty and fond of attacking humans on the shore. Therefore, in the upcoming match, they will randomly attack the people on the field, and the box containing the Mera Mera fruit is tied to one of the fighting fish's backs. Whoever can get it will be the winner of the finals. Real-time comments float across the screen. Mera Mera fruit? Everything on Diamante can't be made of steel, right? That is too overpowered. Wow. Fighting fish that like to attack humans. This final looks thrilling. Having to grab the box from such terrifying fighting fish while being careful of other contestants' attacks. This final is so difficult, but I like it. The video continues, and with the ringing of the final bell, Bagus is the first to attack Lucy, but he easily dodges. He then starts running along the perimeter of the duel arena, naturally aiming to lure the fighting fish to attack him, so he can find a fighting fish carrying the box with the Mera Mera fruit. Sure enough, his actions immediately attract several fighting fish to attack, but unfortunately, there are no boxes on their backs. At the same time, Bagus seems to have a grudge against him, frantically chasing and attacking him, but each time he is easily dodged by Lucy, who also uses him to fend off the attacking fighting fish. Finally, After a series of tests and lures, Lucy successfully draws out the fighting fish carrying the box with the Mara fruit. However, along with it, all the fighting fish in the water appear, launching an attack on Lucy and the others from all directions. Unfortunately, their attacks are blocked by Lucy and the others using various methods, except for Rebecca. This is because the fighting fish attacking her is the one carrying the box with the Mara fruit, and she intended to break the iron chain on it with her sword. Unfortunately, she couldn't even fulfill this small wish and was directly knocked away by the fighting fish. Lucy seizes the opportunity to leap onto the back of that fighting fish. Diamante, seeing this, immediately extends his sword toward Lucy. Lucy merely smiles calmly, pulling out the iron pipe from his back to meet Diamante's long sword. Clang! At the moment of their clash, Diamante's seemingly sharp long sword is unexpectedly shattered into two pieces by a single iron pipe. At this moment, Bagus also approaches, tightening his right hand, causing his right arm armor to ripple with energy. Lucy, seeing this, shows no signs of panic. Instead, he opens his right hand into a dragon claw shape, imbued with Haki, and in an instant, charges toward Bagus. Bang! The two attacks collide, sending waves of energy rippling outwards, with explosive sounds echoing, and the water in the pool splashing violently. Finally, after a brief stalemate, Lucy's dragon claw gradually gains the upper hand, directly shattering Bagus's armor. Real-time comments float across the screen. This guy replacing the Straw Hat Kid is indeed strong. Even Diamante's sword and Bagus's armor can't withstand his strike. Dragon Claw? This attack style feels so familiar. Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Based on this guy's performance, I'm starting to believe he can indeed obtain the Mara fruit. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Mount Corvo. Sabo. This kid has really changed a lot. Dayton wipes the corner of her eyes and smiles broadly, her tone full of pride. Triangular Whirlpool, Doghead Battleship. Sabo. It seems you've experienced a lot over the years. You've become stronger. Ace's eyes show pride as he softly sighs. That is, standing behind him. Garp's eyes flash with surprise as he mutters to himself. So you were the one who saved him, Dragon. Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Royal Palace. Sabo, so strong. Luffy clenches his fists and exclaims, I can't fall behind. I must train harder before going to rescue Ace. Saying this, he looks at Hancock beside him and asks, Hancock, when are you going to the Navy headquarters? It's Hancock. The Empress softly corrects, her face flushing. I've already sent word to the Navy. I will set off the day before the execution, and at that time, you can set off with me. Then we still have time. Luffy nods heavily, then looks to Granny Nyan. Granny, can you teach me that? What do they call it, Haki? Me? Granny Nyan is taken aback. As according to the original development, the person who should teach Luffy Haki should be Rayleigh, as mentioned in the previous video content. But considering that Rayleigh is not here now, and Luffy is sincerely asking her for guidance, along with his upcoming actions, Granny Nyan nods and says, all right, but I can only teach you the most basic, and due to time constraints, you may not be able to learn much. It's okay. As long as it adds to my strength to rescue Ace, that's enough. Luffy smiles broadly. Hancock, also nearby, volunteers. Luffy, you don't have to worry. I will help too. Grand Line, Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Sabo. Clara looks at the sky and then at the Sabo lying on the bed, softly calling his name. As if hearing her voice, Sabo on the hospital bed suddenly twitches his eyelids slightly. Chapter 39. The truth of Dressrosa begins to emerge. Sabo's victory. The video continues to play, and the fierce battle in the duel arena is still ongoing. Lucy, due to the earlier clash with Burgess, caused the giant fish carrying the flame fruit box to take the opportunity to escape back into the water. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rebecca, wanting to make up for her earlier cowardice, resolutely approached Diamante and launched an attack on him. However, the gap in strength between her and Diamante was too great. After just a few exchanges, she was easily knocked down to the ground by him. Just as Diamante was about to deliver a heavy blow to the fallen Rebecca, Bartolomeo, acting on Lucy's orders, suddenly appeared in front of her, raising a barrier to block Diamante's fatal attack. At this moment, Rebecca, kneeling on the ground, suddenly burst into tears, leaving Bartolomeo, who was blocking her, utterly confused as to why she was crying. I still have a father, she choked out, her voice broken, as if this sentence concealed some forgotten weight. Huh? What are you talking about? Bartolomeo was even more bewildered. Just then, terrified screams erupted from the audience. The toys that had been sitting quietly in the stands began to transform, expanding. Some reverted back to human form, while others turned back into animals. In an instant, the entire arena was plunged into unprecedented chaos, with screams and cries intertwining, as if some sealed truth was being forcibly torn open. This scene left Kaji in the commentary booth dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was happening. In contrast, Diamante in the arena seemed to know something, a complex expression of shock and anger crossing his face. The live comments on the screen floated by. Father? What on earth is Rebecca babbling about? How could she possibly not have a father? What is going on? Why did the toys suddenly turn back into living humans and animals? Could it be they were humans and animals all along? What is going on in Dressrosa? Why are there so many people and animals that were turned into toys? Oh! New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Sugar was actually taken down. This is so embarrassing. G. Lao G struck his iconic G pose, his tone filled with shock and anger. Lao G, you were the one who got taken down. I'm standing right here next to you. Sugar pouted, stuffing a grape into her mouth in dissatisfaction. But hey, now's not the time to argue about this. Treble sniffed, his sticky voice revealing rare seriousness. If the screen keeps exposing this, even if Sugar wasn't taken down, the result will be no different. Dellinger Ma buys, you two go first. On the second floor, Doflamingo silently listened to Treble's arrangements below, but his gaze toward the screen was filled with overwhelming rage and killing intent. Heavenly Path, bullfighting arena, contestant dormitory. Father? So I have a father. But why can't I remember? Rebecca desperately pounded her head, looking in pain. By a certain window. So this is how the toys in Dressrosa came to be. But why? Why can't I remember any of this? King Riku held his head in confusion. And who is Rebecca's father and Scarlet's husband? Why do I have no memory at all? In the secret base of the flower field, I didn't expect the screen to show such a scene. If that's the case, it might be in our favor. Cyrus's cold, steel-like body trembled slightly with excitement. Then he turned to the little people beside him, saying, Rayleigh, go back and tell your chief to. In the shadows of a certain street. Toys? Father? Brother-in-law? Could all be. Violet gazed at the screen, seemingly realizing something, Sugar's ability. Various places. What? The toys were once humans and animals? How is that possible? His Majesty the King has never mentioned this. Yeah, why don't we go ask His Majesty the King for clarification? Sure. No. His Majesty has his reasons for not telling us. If we go to him, it will only bring unnecessary trouble. Trouble? His Majesty is a big-hearted person who wouldn't care about that. If you don't go, then we will. Right. The video continues to advance. Lucy walks to the center of the duel arena, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and animals that have returned to their original forms. Then landing on the crying Rebecca. It seems this is the hidden darkness of this country. Rebecca, he said solemnly. Then he crouched down, lightly tapping the ground with his knuckles, as if sensing some hidden rhythm. Everything has a core, and as long as we find this core, we can break any deadlock, regardless of the state. He murmured to himself, as if stating some truth. Beside him, Bartolomeo was left in a cloud of confusion, asking, Core? Great Senior, what are you talking about? Lucy did not explain. Only a confident smile appeared on his lips. This duel arena also has its core, for now. Let's resolve the battle at hand. Saying this, he raised both fists, coating them in Haki, and struck the ground with force, causing cracks to instantly spread out like a spiderweb. Dragon Claw Fist, Breath of the Dragon. Boom. Accompanied by Lucy's deep and powerful shout. A tremendous force suddenly expanded those cracks, causing the entire ground of the duel arena to shatter like fragile cookies, collapsing. In just a short moment, only the point beneath his feet remained solidly standing. The water level in the pool rapidly dropped, swirling violently, with debris flying everywhere. The others could only stand on the fallen stones, barely maintaining their balance. At this moment, the giant fish carrying the flame fruit box perhaps due to the dropping water level, once again leaped out of the water, along with another fish from the opposite direction. Seeing this, Lucy immediately used the fish from the opposite direction as a springboard, leaping onto the back of the giant fish carrying the flame fruit box, and with a swift motion, he tore open the box and took out the flame fruit. Diamante below had intended to stop him, but was knocked over by the rising waves, instantly losing his strength. Only able to watch helplessly as Lucy raised the flame fruit and declared himself the champion. Then, in front of everyone, he took a big bite out of the flame fruit, swallowing it, and immediately showed a pained expression, complaining, "It tastes terrible." As soon as he finished speaking, Bartolomeo let out a painful wail beside him. Turning to look, he saw Rebecca gripping Bartolomeo's neck tightly, nearly choking him. Despite this, he still clutched a piece of debris tightly to prevent himself from falling into the water. But it was clear he was about to give in. Sure enough, his grip suddenly loosened, and both he and Rebecca fell into the water. Lucy immediately flew over to catch Rebecca, while Bartolomeo fell heavily onto another piece of debris, unable to hold back his resentful shout. "Great senior, you have to save me too. You're a man, right? Then you should learn to protect yourself." Lucy held Rebecca while stepping on the gravel and said, "I knew you would say that." Bartolomeo replied helplessly. At this moment, Lucy in midair suddenly said, "There's another strike, so be careful." Huh? Bartolomeo was startled. However, Lucy in midair had already shed his disguise, clenched his fist, and in the next second, a burst of flames instantly appeared on his fist. "So hot, it's really on fire." Lucy couldn't help but exclaim, but the next second, he shook his head. "No, it's not hot at all. It's just a psychological effect. I become fire." Saying this, he exerted force with his hand, and the flames on his fist grew even more intense. "Ace, I will take your ability. Fire Fist." Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he punched down towards the already ruined pool, creating a huge pit. Everyone in the pool, along with the rubble and flowing water, began to fall downwards. Chapter 40. Sabo's Decision. Third Q, a real-time comments floated across the screen. "I didn't expect this guy actually won. The Straw Hat Kid's intuition is too accurate. But seriously, who is this guy? Why hasn't he been revealed yet? What the hell? Doflamingo actually released a real Mera no Mi. Should we say he's crazy? Or should we say he's confident enough in his own strength? As expected of the strongest Logia-type devil fruit, the power of that punch is too shocking. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Mount Gorbo. Sabo, well done. Dayton's family opened their arms and shouted. Triangle Whirlpool, Dog-Headed Warship. If the future really is like this, then I can rest assured. Ace's mouth curled into a relieved smile. Sabo, Luffy, I'll leave it to you from now on. Kapu stood behind him with a complex expression, unsure of what to say for a moment, only able to sigh softly. Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Training Ground. Sabo really did it. Luffy clenched his fists and said, Then I can't fall behind, Ace. I will definitely rescue him. Saying this, he looked at Granny Nyan and Hancock's three sisters in front of him. Please start, Granny. Okay. Granny Nyan nodded and said, due to time constraints, I can only teach you how to use Haki. First, you need to. Grand Line, Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. You're really something. Sabo, well done. Carla excitedly jumped up from her chair, her face beaming with pride. At that moment, Sabo on the sick bed let out a low groan and slowly opened his eyes. Aye. Sabo, you're awake. As soon as he spoke, Carla rushed into his arms and began to cry loudly. Carla, you. Sabo was taken aback at first, and as his memories gradually returned, a complex expression appeared on his face. Carla, could you go find Mr. Dragon for me? I have something I want to ask him. Oh, okay. Carla reluctantly left Sabo's embrace and walked towards the door. That's Sabo, you. Are you going to leave the Revolutionary Army? Carla couldn't help but ask before leaving. Although in the future shown in the video, Sabo chose to stay. That was ultimately just one of countless possibilities. Now that Sabo knew everything, would he make a different choice? She couldn't be sure herself, so her heart had been filled with anxiety since earlier. Sabo looked at her anxious expression and gave a gentle smile, saying, Don't worry, Carla. I will never leave the Revolutionary Army. This is my home. Mr. Dragon is my savior. I won't go anywhere. Saying this, he paused slightly, his gaze firmly looking at the screen, But since I know about Ace and Luffy's news, there are some things I must do, and some regrets I must make up for. That's all. You should go invite Mr. Dragon. After receiving Sabo's affirmative response, Carla's unease finally disappeared, replaced by a smile. She nodded vigorously, turned, and walked away quickly, her steps much lighter. Sabo watched her leave, then turned his gaze back to the screen, murmuring, "Wait for me, Ace Luffy." At that moment, the video on the screen suddenly paused. Then, the screen went black, and the heavenly text reappeared. I know you are very curious about those people and animals that suddenly transformed from toys in the previous bullfighting arena. Therefore, I will present the truth behind this phenomenon in the next video. But before that, allow me to ask you a question. Please tell me, which member of the Straw Hat Pirates successfully returned all the toys to their original state? A. Monkey D. Luffy. B. Roronoa Zoro. C. Usopp. D. Nico Robin. E. Frankie. Please choose one of the above 5 options that you think is the correct answer. Duration, 1 minute. I will reveal the correct answer in the following video, and among the audience members who answer correctly, one lucky audience member will be randomly selected to grant a wish. Now the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. With the last heavenly text disappearing, the entire screen was instantly flooded with a massive amount of comments. Almost all were A. After all, Luffy's strength is evident, and the vast majority of people instinctively thought it was him. As for the other options, only a few scattered among A appeared. A minute quickly passed. The massive comments that once dominated the screen instantly disappeared without a trace. The heavenly text then emerged. Now please continue watching the video. In the next second, the screen lit up again, and the camera appeared underground, surrounded by miniature buildings and facilities. The reason it gives such a feeling is that a woman dressed in a black long dress was nervously looking around. She wore sunglasses, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her character introduction quickly appeared. Straw Hat Pirates, Archaeologist, Daughter of the Devil, Nico Robin. Chapter 41. The Naive Little People and the Hero Usopp. Real-time comments floated across the screen. Nico Robin, isn't she the demon child wanted by the world government? This is the first time I've seen her true form, and I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Why are the buildings around Nico Robin so small? Is she a giant? I've never heard of that. Why is it Nico Robin right from the start? Could it be she's the one who restored all the toys to their original form? Wow. Please no. I chose the Straw Hat Kid. Oh. The Grand Line, Kamabaka Kingdom, in the dense forest. Robin-chan, Sanji, tightly bound to a tree trunk, despite being covered in wounds, still twisted his body, his eyes turning into heart shapes. You've become even more charming after 2 years. It must be for me that you've become so beautiful. We can also become more beautiful for you. Sanji Koen. The surrounding crowd of transgenders immediately twisted their enchanting bodies in unison. Ugh. Sanji immediately vomited, his face turning pale. Get away from me, you damn transgenders. EC, Bridge Kingdom, Tequila Wolf. Sister Robin, look, it's you. A messy-haired little girl excitedly pointed at the screen, shouting at Robin, who had just freed herself from her shackles. Robin's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes flashing with warmth as she reached out to ruffle the girl's hair. It really is. She then turned to the man in front of her, who claimed to be from the Revolutionary Army, and said firmly, I'm sorry, but I can't go to your Revolutionary Army headquarters because I have more important things to do. Upon hearing this, the Revolutionary Army man, instead of getting angry, nodded respectfully and said, in that case, could you please wait a moment? We need to report your situation to the headquarters. Robin hesitated for a moment, but thinking about needing to use their ship to leave here, she nodded and said, all right, New World, Elbaf, Upper World. Robin, it's so good to see you doing so well. Saul leaned against a towering tree, a smile of relief on his face. It seems the Straw Hat Kid and his crew are indeed worthy partners. If Herbigia were still around, she would be so happy to see you like this. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and his voice suddenly became a bit choked up as he lifted his giant hand to gently wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. The video continued, and suddenly a shadow zipped past Robin's head, and the sunglasses she was wearing instantly disappeared. However, Robin didn't have time to pay attention to this. as a group of small-sized humans suddenly pounced on her, shouting that they wanted to strip her of her clothes. At the same time, a character introduction about them quickly appeared. Greenbit Island, Tunjik Kingdom, little people. Real-time comments floated across the screen. Little people. I can't believe there really are little people in this world. I thought it was all a lie. Strip. Hurry and strip. Little people, don't stop. Quickly take off Nico Robin's clothes. Greenbit Island? ISNT that the island where Trafalgar Law traded with Doflamingo? So she was among those who entered the island with Trafalgar Law. But how did she end up in the hands of the little people? The Grand Line, Kamabaka Kingdom in the dense forest. These damn little people dare to be so rude to Miss Robin. Sanji was furious, struggling desperately to break free from his restraints. But then he seemed to think of something, and a foolish smile suddenly appeared on his face. But I'm a bit curious about what Robin-chan will look like after her clothes are stripped off. Of course, it must be just for me to enjoy. The surrounding crowd of transgenders looked at his split personality-like behavior in silence. The video continued to play, but before the little people could succeed, one of them suddenly rushed over, telling them to stop immediately and not to be disrespectful to a hero's companion. The little people immediately halted their actions, looking confused at the newcomer. The newcomer hurriedly explained that the long-nosed man who was captured with Robin earlier was a great hero in the legend of the little people. Upon hearing this, the little people immediately jumped off Robin and gathered around, celebrating joyously. In contrast, Robin looked speechless because she knew very well that this naive group of little people had been deceived, and the one deceiving them was. The next moment, the scene shifted to a statue shaped like a chestnut head. A man wearing wind goggles, with a prominent long nose and a small patch of beard on his chin, was boasting about his legendary story to a group of little people, leaving them stunned. He claimed to be a descendant of the statue beside him, a hero who had descended to this island for them, named Usopp. A character introduction about him quickly appeared. Straw Hat Pirates, Sniper, Usopp. Real-time comments floated across the screen. Damn it, don't stop at this critical moment. You guys, I still want to see what happens next. Are these little people idiots? This Usopp, doesn't he even look like the statue guy? How could they believe this? What kind of brain circuitry is that? What's Sniper? He should be called a liar. This guy can talk nonsense like no other. East Sea, West Rob Village, Kaya's house. As expected, no matter how much time passes, Usopp-san is still just as amazing. Kaya clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The Grand Line, Victory Hunter. You little brat, mistaking others' ancestors is not a good habit. Kuliket leaned on the ship's bow, drinking while laughing. But I didn't expect you, Nolan, to have saved the little people. It seems we really know too little about your story. New World, Red Force. Ha ha ha, Jesus Burgess. Your son is really interesting. Chef Ratchi Lu patted Jesus Burgess' chubby hand, laughing loudly. This storytelling ability, I bet you can't find another in the entire New World. No, in the entire sea. And he knows how to take advantage of a situation, but isn't this way of finding an ancestor a bit too chaotic? Ship Dr. Ben shook his head and said, could it be because you Haven T returned home for so long that he developed this unique way of doing things? Hearing this, Jesus Burgess' smile faded a bit, and a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. Maybe, if I had. I'm sorry. Just as he said this, Shanks, who had appeared behind him at some point, spoke with an apologetic tone. Jesus Burgess, if it wasn't for me back then. Captain, this has nothing to do with you. Jesus Burgess interrupted him, waving his hand. A man should never regret his decisions. I chose the sea. I chose to follow you. As he spoke, he looked at the screen, a hint of a relieved smile on his lips. And I believe Usopp will understand me, because, after all, he is making the same choice I did back then. He will definitely become an even more outstanding man than I am. The Grand Line, Boyne Archipelago. Haha, I really live up to my name. The now round-shaped Usopp said proudly, in the face of such a dangerous situation. Being calm and composed is indeed the mark of a remarkable man. As he spoke, he began stuffing various foods into his mouth again. Usopp, you can't eat anymore. Didn't you say you were going to leave this island? If you keep eating like this, you'll become the food of this island. Hercules anxiously circled around Usopp. Please stop. But Usopp turned a deaf ear, stuffing food into his mouth while mumbling, "Don't worry. I'm going to become a brave warrior of the sea. This little test is nothing. I'll leave. Luffy is still here." Chapter 42, The Truth of Dressrosa Revealed, Part 1. The video continued to roll, and Usopp, relying on his flamboyant boasting skills, had the naive little people mesmerized, making them believe every word he said. They treated him and Robin as if they were saviors sent from the heavens. Amidst the enthusiastic crowd, the two were led to the central gathering place of the Tontada Kingdom. Here, it was already bustling with voices, as a large number of little people warriors had assembled. Despite their small stature, their eyes burned with unwavering determination, and a high morale filled the air, indicating that they were preparing for a significant operation. Usopp soon learned from a male little person wearing a green crown-shaped hat and 2 pins about his height that they planned to destroy the Smile Factory and rescue the 500 comrades imprisoned within, as well as Princess Mancheri. The introduction of this character quickly emerged. Tontada Tribe Captain Leo. Leo hoped that Usopp could serve as their hero, Usoland, and lead them to accomplish this important task. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Usopp's forehead. After all, his original personality would never agree to such a dangerous mission. However, since the little people's objective aligned with his original task, having their support would increase the chances of successfully destroying the Smile Factory. Thus, Usopp patted his chest and heroically agreed. Following that, he and Robin were guided by Leo to an underground passage that led directly to the highland flower fields of Dressrosa, from where they would head to the factory beneath the bullfighting arena. At this moment, a large number of red and yellow insect mounts suitable for the little people had already gathered, but considering Usopp and Robin's status as humans, Leo provided them with exclusive blue-silver fox mounts. With Leo's command, they marched through the underground passage toward the flower fields. The real-time comments on the screen floated by. "So, these little people are going to attack Doflamingo's factory? They got some guts." Usopp's bragging really paid off. He has basically become the commander of the coalition. "Wow, these insect mounts are so cool. I want to ride one too." New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. "Route G, go destroy that Tontada base in the flower field," Torpole shouted in a high-pitched voice. "No problem, G." Rauji nodded and turned to leave with his mission. "Fufufu, it seems this screen has some use after all. At least it allows me to resolve some unnecessary troubles in advance." Doflamingo sneered on the second floor, but the anger in his eyes did not subside. It only grew stronger. He knew very well that if the screen continued to broadcast, it would become increasingly disadvantageous for him. Now, eliminating these pesky little bugs was merely snuffing out an insignificant spark in advance. The real crisis lay ahead. At that time, he would have no choice but to resort to that trick. With that thought, a ball of thread suddenly appeared in Doflamingo's hand. "Flower field. Captain, we've been exposed here. What should we do?" Kabul looked panicked as he asked Cyrus. "We'll retreat to Greenbit first, then destroy the passage leading here." Cyrus replied calmly. "Hey, destroy it. Then we want to be able to pass through here to attack Doflamingo later." Kabul said, confused. "We can use the Great Bridge leading to Dressrosa, or utilize waterways and other methods. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for us, because that screen is exposing Doflamingo's crimes to the public, and the whole world is watching. His rule has already begun to show cracks. What we need to do is conserve our strength and wait for a better opportunity," Cyrus patiently explained. "Just do as I say for now." "Yes, Captain." The video continued to roll as Usopp and his group successfully arrived at the flower field. However, they encountered Frankie there. He was sitting with a group of little people, watching Luffy, who was still fighting fiercely in the bullfighting arena. After an introduction by an elderly little person with a crown and white hair, they learned about the historical past between the little people and Dressrosa. The introduction of this character quickly emerged. Tontada tribe leader, Gansho. It turned out that the little people had once taken the risk of going out to sea in search of scarce resources in their country. But they were discovered by humans and subjected to brutal hunting, nearly leading to their extinction. At that time, the ruling Don Quixote family of Dressrosa offered a deal to the desperate little people, a security treaty in exchange for a small amount of labor. The little people had no choice but to agree to this humiliating treaty for survival. With the little people's help, Dressrosa became increasingly prosperous. However, the little people lived in humiliation and darkness, being randomly killed, forced to perform labor far beyond the agreed terms, and even sold as slaves. This situation continued for 800 years until the emergence of the Century of Blank, which brought them a turning point. For some unknown reason, the Don Quixote family suddenly disappeared, and they were replaced by the Riku family. In order to make up for the years of wrongs against the little people, the Riku family first removed their crown and expressed deep apologies to the little people. Then, they allowed the little people to stop working and freely take the necessities of life from the country. In return for their kindness, the little people also actively helped the country flourish. This beautiful history lasted for several hundred years until the emergence of Doflamingo, who sought to restore the rule of 900 years ago, which the little people could never accept. Therefore, they would never submit this time and were determined to fight to the end, especially with the great hero Usopp on their side. It would surely be no problem. This made Usopp, standing nearby, feel anxious, but he forced a calm expression and even managed to squeeze out a confident smile, giving a thumbs up to the eagerly awaiting little people around him, signaling them to leave it to him. Chapter 43, The Truth of Dressrosa Revealed. Part 2. Real-time comments floated across the screen. I didn't expect that there was such a bloody history between the little people and the Don Quixote family. If that's the case, the establishment of the world government indirectly saved them. The Riku family was clearly a benevolent ruler. How could a tyrant like the former King Riku suddenly appear? This is too unreasonable. This Usopp looks unreliable at first glance. And this group of little people actually believes him so naively, they're likely to be badly deceived. Oh. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Ho ho ho, I didn't expect that so many years have passed. There are still people who remember the benevolent rule of the Riku family. Doflamingo's mouth curled into a dangerous arc, his knuckles turning white from the force. But unfortunately, benevolence is worthless in this world. Bullfighting arena by a window. Thank you, Tonata tribe. Thank you for remembering the Riku family. King Riku leaned against the windowsill, his voice choked with emotion. The video continued to play, and Robin was puzzled, wondering why, despite the Riku family's benevolence, the former King Riku was hated by the citizens. Just then, the image of Rebecca entering the bullfighting arena appeared on a nearby transponder snail. Coupled with Robin's question, it seemed particularly ironic and tragic. At this moment, a one-legged toy soldier stepped forward and began to explain the reasons behind all this. His introduction soon appeared, One-Legged Toy Soldier, the Angry Rebellion. This was a tragedy that occurred 10 years ago, when this country had no toys, and King Riku often led his army to help the disaster-stricken people. Therefore, although the country did not live in wealth, it was very happy and peaceful. Throughout the long years of the Riku family's rule, this country had never experienced war, which was a miracle in the New World. However, the turning point came that night. Doflamingo, already a Shichibukai, suddenly burst into King Riku's palace, demanding that King Riku hand over the country to him as a descendant of the Don Quixote family, or he would invade Dressrosa with his army. Of course, there was room for negotiation. Doflamingo offered a second option, which was to demand that King Riku gather 10 billion berries within a day and hand it over to him, and he would sell the country to him. King Riku naturally could not accept. After all, where could he get 10 billion berries? Doflamingo pointed out a way for him. He didn't have it, but his citizens did. He could borrow from them. At the same time, Doflamingo warned him not to seek foreign aid or disclose anything about him to the citizens. Real-time comments floated across the screen. 10 billion berries? Why doesn't Doflamingo just rob it? No, he is robbing it. Doflamingo is so despicable. This is simply impossible to achieve. A conspiracy? This is clearly Doflamingo's conspiracy. I seem to have a vague idea of the subsequent developments. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Doflamingo stared at the screen, silent, but the creaking sound from his teeth revealed the overwhelming murderous intent surging within him. And the ball of string in his hand was getting tighter and tighter, almost digging into his palm. Bullfighting arena by a window. King Riku also gazed silently at the screen, but the excitement flickering in his eyes deeply betrayed him. After so many years, the grievances and stigma he bore finally had a chance to see the light of day, somewhere in a deserted house. "Father, your grievances are finally going to be cleared." Violet watched the screen, tears silently streaming down her face. On the streets, everywhere. What? His Majesty the King once threatened King Riku? Could it be that we have misunderstood the Riku family all these years? No, this is impossible. That screen must be lying. His Majesty the King could not be that kind of person. He is the hero who rescued us from King Riku's tyranny. That's right. What King Riku did back then is still vivid in my memory. How could His Majesty the King be a bad person? But King Riku did act a bit strangely back then. His reactions were not consistent at all. The video continued to progress, and King Riku ultimately chose to heed Doflamingo's proposal. He dispatched the Riku army overnight to various towns to borrow money from the citizens. At first, the citizens were not willing to lend, but when King Riku, through the transponder snail, cried and knelt on the ground to plead with them, the citizens, although still confused about why their king needed so much money, ultimately lent it out. This was their trust and affection for the Riku family over the years. Wealth thus accumulated little by little, as if hope was right before their eyes. However, King Riku underestimated Doflamingo's treachery. An invisible thread suddenly descended from above, wrapping around his neck. Immediately afterward, King Riku suddenly charged out of the palace on horseback, wielding a long sword, crying out for the citizens who had gathered to flee, while slashing at them with his sword. Not only him, but even the Riku army committed the same atrocities. In an instant, all of Dressrosa was engulfed in flames and wails. As the instigator of all this, Doflamingo, along with the cadres of the Don Quixote family, leisurely sat high above, watching the tragedy they orchestrated. Only when the citizens fell into despair did they finally make their grand entrance, easily eliminating the manipulated Riku army. In the end, Doflamingo controlled King Riku and killed him in front of all the citizens. At that moment, Doflamingo became the savior of Dressrosa and naturally took over the country. Subsequently, Doflamingo and the cadres of the Don Quixote family took residence in the palace and conducted a purge of the palace. Originally, he planned to execute the entire Riku family to eliminate future threats. But at that moment, a girl stepped forward, offering her own abilities as a bargaining chip, hoping that Doflamingo would spare her father and she would willingly join the Don Quixote family as his subordinate. Doflamingo agreed to her request and spared King Riku. After that, she also became a killer under Doflamingo. She was Violet, who had previously deceived Sanji but ultimately developed real feelings for him. A supplementary introduction about her soon appeared, Princess Violet, the second daughter of King Riku. Chapter 44, The Aftermath of Truth. Luffy's decision real-time comments floated across the sky. Doflamingo is terrifying. He manipulates everyone at his fingertips, clearly a despicable usurper. Yet he forces himself to be packaged as a hero. It's so disgusting. It's tragic, so tragic. The Riku clan has suffered so much. 10 years of grievances. The whole country condemning them. Doflamingo is nothing but a demon in human skin. That Violet must have suffered so much over the years. She has to smile in front of her enemy every day and follow his orders. If it were me, I would have wanted to kill him long ago. It seems Sanji truly has a discerning eye. Oh. The Grand Line, a certain unknown island, polar diving ship. Dressrosa. I remember now. It was that country back then. Law held his head, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, Corazon. If only I could have. Naval Headquarters, Mariewa. Admiral's Office. Doflamingo. Sengoku slammed his fist heavily on the desk in front of him, his eyes filled with rage. If he had seen the underground deal between Doflamingo and Kaido earlier, he might have thought to let it go for the sake of the bigger picture. But now, witnessing this blatant coup and the brutal persecution of the benevolent royal family, the Admiral's sense of justice was completely ignited. He could no longer turn a blind eye. He had to do something, even if it might disrupt his subsequent plans. He needed to capture Doflamingo first. Thinking this, he immediately picked up the din mushi on the desk. But before he could make the call, it rang first. The next second, a voice he knew all too well came through. Hey, Sengoku. It's me, Sora. I have an order from above to convey to you. New World. Wano Country. Onigashima. Huh, Doflamingo really put on a good show. Kaido mocked. Too bad this is a trick only the weak play. True strength doesn't need such theatrics. Haha. New World. Dressrosa. Various places on the street. So this is the truth behind that incident back then. King Riku has endured too much injustice. What have we done to the Riku clan over the years? The wrongdoer is clearly Doflamingo, yet we poured all our hatred onto the Riku royal family. That usurper Doflamingo. I will drive him out of Dressrosa. Yes, drive Doflamingo out. Out. Greenbit Island, Tontada Kingdom. King Riku, your grievances have finally been washed away. The body forged from steel by Kairos trembled slightly with excitement. He turned to the small warrior behind him and said loudly, "Are you ready? Now, let us set off back to Dressrosa. Let us take back the real Dressrosa." "Yes, Captain." The small warriors all replied in unison, ready for action. The palace. Hee. Now that those lowly ants know the truth, I no longer need to pretend. It's time to let them make a choice. Doflamingo sneered, and the next second, the thread in his hand shot up into the sky like fireworks, transforming into countless thin lines that slowly fell towards various parts of Dressrosa. The video continued, and at this moment, Robin and the others learned from Kairos about another piece of news. The reason they chose today to resist Doflamingo was that they had previously received the news of Doflamingo stepping down from the Seven Warlords. Although it was later proven to be a false report, they were already on the verge of action and couldn't hold back. This news immediately made Robin and the others feel guilty because it was their actions that led to such a misunderstanding for Kairos and the Tontada. However, they still felt deeply moved and sympathetic towards the Tontada and Kairos' spirit of resistance, as well as the tragic fate of the Riku clan. Frankie was even moved to tears. Therefore, they decided to gather their companions for a meeting. Before long, they contacted Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in the Colosseum, as well as Nami and others on the Sunny through Den Mushi. Except for Law, everyone was present. After confirming each other's safety, Frankie directly got to the point, saying they were currently with the Riku army resisting Doflamingo, and the captain of this army was the strange one-legged toy soldier they had encountered before in the Colosseum. At this moment, a small flashback appeared on screen, showing how Luffy, Frankie, and the one-legged toy soldier got to know each other, followed by their journey to the flower fields, where the toy soldier told Frankie about the darkness behind Dressrosa, explaining how the toys of this country came into being and the terrifying consequences of their transformation. The next second, the scene returned to the phone meeting, and as soon as Luffy heard about the one-legged toy soldier, he immediately thought of the person Rebecca mentioned before and hurriedly asked Frankie to stop him. At this time, another small flashback appeared, showing the scene where Luffy was riding on Rebecca's back in the Colosseum dormitory area. She was crying and told him that the reason she wanted the burn fruit was so she could eat it and then go to fight Doflamingo, because today, the one-legged toy soldier would lead the army to launch a final battle against Doflamingo, and she wanted to lend him a helping hand. She didn't want Mr. Zodia 2D. The next second, the scene switched back to the phone meeting, but unexpectedly, Frankie refused Luffy's request and told him that he was not going to follow Law's plan anymore. His decision immediately stunned Luffy and the others. Then, he emotionally said, "So, the plan of the Straw Hat is like this, right?" After destroying the Smile Factory to defeat Kaido, deliberately leaving Doflamingo alive to use him. But what about the people who are determined to take down Doflamingo today? The Tontada will not back down. This country seems peaceful on the surface, but there is deep darkness, and they are preparing to fight with their lives to break this darkness. ISNT that what we call having great aspirations despite being small. To such a brave army that challenges a despicable and powerful enemy with their small bodies, I cannot stand by and watch them die. Are we really going to see Doflamingo win? At this point, his eyes were already moist. Luffy, no matter what you say, I'm determined to fight this battle. At this moment, the camera shifted to Luffy in the Colosseum, who listened to everything with a serious expression. Then, the image of Rebecca covering her face and crying in front of him flashed through his mind. He immediately snatched the Den Mushi and shouted excitedly, "Frankie, let us go all out and make a ruckus. We'll be there soon." Thank you, Captain. Chapter 45, Sabo's Request. SOP Operation Plan real-time bullet screens floated across the sky. So it turns out that the toys of Dressrosa are indeed humans transformed. Not only that, but they are also deprived of their freedom and forgotten by their loved ones. This ability is simply terrifying. The Straw Hat crew is really passionate and sincere. I'm almost becoming a fan of theirs. Now I finally understand why the Straw Hat Kid said such things to Doflamingo in the previous video. It turns out everything can be traced back. Oh! New World, Dressrosa, Bullfighting Arena Dormitory. Lucy, thank you. Rebecca looked at the sky, tears unconsciously flowing from her eyes. She had never imagined that one day a man would choose to stand against the darkness of an entire country because of her words. Even though this happened in an unknown future, this support and understanding that transcended time and space was enough to make her heart feel a long-lost warmth. By certain window, thank you, Don Quixote family, Straw Hat crew, King Riku murmured. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply as a huge birdcage shape made of lines appeared in midair. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. What is that? Grand Line, Water City. Huh. Frankie is still so impulsive and sentimental. Iceberg chuckled lightly, but in his mind, the scene of Frankie risking his life to stop the train for Tom came to mind, and he felt relieved. But this is your most precious trait. So don't change, Frankie. Grand Line, Alabasta, Royal Palace. As expected, I knew Luffy and the others would make such a decision. Vivi's eyes flashed with understanding, and a smile appeared on her lips, instantly sweeping away the disappointment and confusion she felt earlier in Cobra's study when she couldn't learn why her ancestors abandoned the celestial dragons. Go for it. Luffy, everyone. Vivi looked at the sky, clenched her fists, and murmured softly. The duck Karoo beside her quacked in agreement, as if echoing her words. EC, go a kingdom Mount Gorbo. Luffy still loves to stir up trouble. Dayton showed a hint of helplessness on her face, but her eyes were filled with relief. Triangular Whirlpool, Doghead Warship. That's just like Luffy. This is indeed something he would do. Ace laughed. Just like his old man, I wonder who he takes after. Carp, with his arms crossed, pretended to be serious. Of course, he takes after you, old man. He shot Carp a sly glance and said, I'm not that kind of person. And I told you. Call me Grandpa. Carp punched him on the head, dissatisfied. Not far away, the Justice Gate of the Navy headquarters was already faintly visible. Grand Line, Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. That's just like Luffy. This is indeed something he would do. Sabo, sitting on the sickbed, expressed a sentiment identical to Ace's. Sabo, I can agree to your request, but as soon as he finished speaking, a deep and serious voice came from Dragon beside him. But this can only be considered your personal action and cannot represent the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, I cannot provide you with any manpower support. Although I know this is very important for you and for Luffy, I hope you can understand that the Revolutionary Army cannot engage in a direct conflict with the world government at this time. At this point, the usually calm leader of the Revolutionary Army showed a rare hint of guilt in his tone. Please don't say that, Mr. Dragon. I'm already very grateful that you can agree to my request. Sabo shook his head gently, saying, after all, this is my personal action. How could I trouble the members of the Revolutionary Army? At this point, his tone became unprecedentedly firm, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. No matter what, I don't want to miss that battle. This time, I must stand by Luffy and Ace's side. Standing beside him, Crow opened his mouth, hesitated, his face filled with worry and unease. Grand Line, an unknown island, polar diving ship. Straw Hat Captain, you really are a bunch of unreliable guys. Law frowned, but a barely noticeable smile curved at the corner of his mouth. However, if it really can succeed, then I don't mind going crazy with you, as long as it helps Mr. Corazon get revenge. The video continued to progress, and as Frankie and others joined in, Gladius began to explain their operation plan in detail, called the SOP Operation Plan. The core of this plan was to scare the mastermind behind turning the people of this country into toys, one of the Don Quixote family executives. Sugar into unconsciousness. Only by making her lose consciousness could all those who had been turned into toys return to their original form. Although it was uncertain whether people would choose to resist Doflamingo afterward or what the Navy's attitude would be, one thing was certain. This would plunge the country into unprecedented chaos, which was precisely their opportunity. At this moment, Sugar was located in the underground trading port, closely guarded by one of the top executives of the Don Quixote family, Treble. Therefore, they had to find a way to get close to him and find a way to scare Sugar unconscious. Because, whether in the subsequent factory destruction operation or the decisive battle with Doflamingo, everything had to be based on the success of this plan. With Gladius's command, the SOP operation plan officially began. He, along with Usopp and Robin, followed the little people through the underground passage towards the underground port. Frankie, due to his size, could not pass through the underground passage and had to choose the toy house as the entrance to the underground port. At the same time, he also took on the important task of attracting the enemy's attention. Before long, Usopp and the others successfully passed through the passage and arrived at the underground trading port. The scene before them was shocking. All kinds of toys and humans were busy transporting goods, with piles of supplies and various ships docked to trade with Doflamingo, making the entire port resemble a massive underground black market. At this time, Gladius, stating that he wanted to personally take Doflamingo's head, led a part of the little people to act separately from Usopp and the others. At the same time, the command of the SOP operation plan naturally fell to Usopp, the great hero. Usopp's complexion suddenly changed. He had thought he was just there to tag along, but he didn't expect to take on such a heavy responsibility. Yet he could only brace himself and accept it. Through Leo's introduction, Usopp and the others learned that Sugar was currently in the central executive tower of the trading port, and they had to infiltrate it first. Looking at the heavily guarded tall tower in the distance, Usopp's legs began to feel weak. He was 100% sure that he could not safely reach there. Just then, the patrolling soldiers noticed something unusual on their side and immediately walked over, quickly discovering Usopp and the others. However, before they could say anything, they were easily dealt with by Leo and the others, who also stripped them of their clothes and made Usopp and Robin wear them. During this process, Leo and the others did not forget to praise Usopp for his cleverness, as he had lured the patrolling soldiers over by pretending to be scared, but his true intention was to get their clothes. Usopp naturally accepted this praise with a proud expression, stating that everything was part of his plan. Chapter 46, Torbol gets rebuffed. Cyrus's partial identity exposed the live comments on the screen floated by. Although I already know the outcome, I can't help but want to see the process. What kind of fruit ability does Sugar have that can turn people into toys? Wow. I can't believe there's such a large harbor hidden beneath Dressrosa. How many dark deals has Doflamingo made using this harbor over the years? Usopp's thick skin is truly out of this world. He was obviously scared stiff, but he managed to say it was part of the plan without changing his expression. Incredible. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Sugar, why are you looking at me like that? Torbol felt a bit uneasy under Sugar's intense gaze and couldn't help but ask, even though he knew what it was about. Nothing, just looking at a waist. Sugar shot him a glance and continued eating grapes. Sugar. Who are you calling a waste? Torbol exclaimed anxiously. If I'm not a waste, then how could I have fainted in front of that group while you were supposed to be protecting me? Sugar coldly retorted. Torbol was momentarily at a loss for words and could only sulkily close his mouth. The video continued, showing Usopp and the others easily using disguises to infiltrate the executive tower, where they found two people in a central room, a man and a woman. The man wore a cloak resembling a cotton blanket, sported sunglasses, and held a cane with a plum blossom emblem. His introduction quickly appeared. Don Quixote family, high-ranking officer. Sticky fruit user, Torbol. The woman wore a crown-shaped bear shawl, had a monocle over her left eye, and held a basket full of grapes. Her introduction also quickly appeared. Don Quixote family, officer, hobby fruit user, Sugar. At that moment, Leo pulled out a specially made chili ball that looked very much like a grape, intending to use Sugar's fondness for grapes to knock her out with the chili. Encouraged by Usopp and the little people, he charged towards Sugar. However, just as he was about to reach her, he was pulled back by Robin. This was because Torbol had just killed a passing fly in front of everyone with his ability, and Robin had secretly checked the fly, discovering it had been struck dead right between the eyes. If Leo rushed in recklessly now, he would surely be taken out by Torbol. The live comments on the screen floated by, Hobby fruit. This ability gives a childlike innocence while doing the most brutal things. It's truly a satirical devil fruit. Wow, Torbol is too perverse. Just a little snot can accurately blow a fly's head off. This strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Nico Robin is really reliable. If it weren't for her, Leo would have probably turned into a toy. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Sugar. Starting today, you should eat some other fruits. Eating only grapes is too dangerous. Torbol, shaking off his previous embarrassment from being rebuffed by Sugar, pointed to the screen and said urgently, "No." Sugar flatly refused without a second thought, popping another grape into her mouth. "I don't like other fruits. And with you guarding me, can't you handle such a small matter?" Torbol was once again left speechless. As the video continued, faced with this situation, Usopp came up with a plan. He first had the little people create some chaos at the harbor, then had Robin pretend to be a messenger, requesting Torbol's help by claiming someone was causing trouble, successfully drawing him away from Sugar. In the end, Leo used his speed to successfully place the special chili ball into Sugar's basket. However, Sugar did not pick up the chili ball and eat it as they had hoped. She simply threw it away because it was too obvious. Seeing their clever plan fail, they chose to charge in forcefully, all appearing in front of Sugar, holding the chili ball and rushing towards her. But Sugar remained unfazed, lightly touching the frontmost little person and turning him into a toy, commanding them to fight each other. At the same time, she immediately messaged Torbol, asking him to hurry back, as this was a trap. Just then, Torbol figured out the situation at the harbor. There was no one causing trouble. He immediately realized he had been tricked, leaping into the air and landing on Robin, using his ability to easily subdue her, only to find it was just Robin's clone. At that moment, he heard Sugar's voice calling for help. In a fit of rage, he reached out his arm and grabbed a ship at the harbor with his goo, throwing it towards the executive tower, smashing it to pieces, sending rubble flying everywhere. Once the smoke cleared, Leo and the other little people had been easily subdued by Torbol using his ability and were being interrogated. The simple-minded little people quickly revealed everything to Torbol, and by the time they realized they had been tricked, it was already too late. Yet despite this, they still believed they would win, and even if they had to die, they would definitely rescue their companions. Faced with the little people's fearless declaration, Torbol immediately granted their wish, as all his goo was flammable. As Torbol ignited the goo, flames erupted, engulfing Leo and the little people. When the flames subsided, Usopp found Leo among the rubble. He was already battered and bruised, but even so, he was still unwilling to give up. They had to complete the SOP operation so that their captain could defeat Doflamingo. This left Usopp puzzled. Their captain was just a one-legged toy soldier. How could he possibly defeat Doflamingo? Leo then explained that those turned into toys by Sugar would be immediately bound by a contract, becoming laborers of the Don Quixote family, unable to resist. However, their captain was an exception, as the first person turned into a toy by Sugar. She had made a serious mistake at that time by not signing a contract with him. This made him the last hope for this country. If they didn't help him, then this country would be utterly hopeless. Moreover, even though the people of this country might have long forgotten his existence, their captain, when he was still human, was the strongest swordsman in the history of the bullfighting arena, Cyrus. At this moment, the scene shifted to the magnificent statue in the bullfighting arena. Chapter 47. Usopp's cowardice and determination. Real-time bullet comments floated across the screen. This Sugar's vigilance is quite high, almost exceeded. Torbol's strength is indeed terrifying. He can just throw the entire ship like a weapon. The destructive power is simply overwhelming. The legendary swordsman of the bullfighting arena. It turns out that the one-legged toy soldier's identity is so impressive. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Sugar, you were so careless that it resulted in this situation. You must take a lot of responsibility. Torbol's voice trembled with anger. It was because of that Cyrus's existence that our years of planning were finally ruined. Sugar suddenly paused in her action of stuffing grapes into her mouth, instinctively lowering her head, her small fingers unconsciously tugging at her skirt. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault that it." "All right, Sugar, none of this is your fault. Even without that Cyrus, someone else would have appeared." After all, this entire plan was devised by me. If someone should take responsibility, it should be me. At that moment, a comforting voice from the second floor suddenly came from Doflamingo, his eyes reflecting a mad, killing intent and excitement as he looked at the screen. Ho ho ho, and the game is just about to begin. Bullfighting Arena Dormitory. Sir Soldier, so you're the legend of the bullfighting arena. Rebecca looked at the screen, her face filled with surprise and confusion. But why did you choose to stay by my side? Is it because of my identity, or because... The iron bridge leading to Dressrosa. Captain Leo, everything is up to you. Kaboo looked at the dozens of figures desperately rushing into Dressrosa at the last moment. His voice choked with infinite hope and determination. In front of him and the little people, the huge birdcage had completely formed, sealing the entire island within it. The video continued, showing Leo and the others charging towards Sugar Time and again, but they failed repeatedly. Already battered and bruised, they became even more unsteady. Hiding aside, Usopp gritted his teeth, struggling internally. He didn't understand why these little people were still unwilling to give up despite having no chance of winning. At that moment, Robin walked up to him, expressing her agreement with his view, but she really liked the little people's persistence. So she immediately acted, and in the next second, several arms grew out of Torbol and Sugar, tightly binding them, while also prying open Sugar's mouth. Additional information about her appeared. Nico Robin, Paramecia type, flower fruit user. Leo immediately seized the opportunity, holding the pepper ball and leaping towards Sugar's pried open mouth. However, at that moment, Sugar's hand accidentally touched the arms that had grown on her from Robin. The next second, Robin was instantly turned into a doll, her memories disappearing from everyone's minds. The ability that had bound Torbol and the others was instantly undone, and Leo was thrown away by Torbol's slime. Following that, he picked up a large rock and smashed it heavily onto Leo and the little people. In an instant, Usopp was the only one left able to fight on the battlefield. At this critical moment, however, Usopp chose to turn and run away. Real-time bullet comments floated across the screen. Though the actions of these little people are foolish, they are inspiring. Perhaps this is true courage. Flower fruit? Nico Robin's ability is quite terrifying. She can grow arms from any part of the human body. If not careful, she might twist your neck. Ha! I knew this Usopp was unreliable. He really chose to run away. It's a shame the little people trusted him so much. He's such a coward. Oh. East Blue, Syrup Village, Kaya's house. Usopp-san. Kaya clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes filled with trust and determination. I believe you are definitely not the kind of person who would run away in the face of danger. You must do your best. New World, Red Force. Usopp, you can do it. Believe in yourself. Jesus Burgess looked at the screen, filled with trust in his son. Shanks and the others silently stood by, believing that Usopp would never run away. After all, he is the son of their comrade and also Luffy's partner. Grand Line, Boyne Archipelago. Ooh. Usopp. Hercules looked at the suddenly halted Usopp with a worried expression, tears streaming down his face. Sure enough, 2 years later, I still couldn't shake off that cowardly self. Usopp choked, his hands tightly clenched into fists. If I could return to Luffy's side now, could I really help him? No. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head, grabbing Hercules tightly with both hands, shouting, Hercules, I want to become stronger, to be braver. Can you help me? The video continued, the severely wounded little people continuously calling out Usopp's name. Usopp, however, seemed not to hear, just keeping his head down and running away as if something terrifying was chasing him from behind. The little people's meaningless calls immediately drew Torbol's ridicule, mocking them for being so naive to trust a stranger's words. This immediately brought dissatisfaction from Leo and the others, as they believed in their hero Usopp. Trusting every word he said, he would safely take them away from here, rescue their companions, and turn the tirelessly working toys back into humans, bringing light back to Dressrosa. What Leo and the others said echoed throughout the underground port, clearly reaching the ears of the toys and bringing them hope. However, this only provoked even more reckless ridicule from Torbol, who not only stepped on Leo and the others like ants, but also trampled on them wildly. Yet even so, Leo and the others still did not react, still calling out Usopp's name. Finally, Usopp stopped and shouted, "Enough! You all need to stop." His roar echoed throughout the underground port, drawing everyone's attention, and Leo and the others looked at him with joy. However, Usopp looked at them with anger. "How much do you trust me? A bunch of brainless little people." He was right. "I was completely lying to you. I am not a legendary hero. Nor am I Usopp. I am the sniper of the Straw Hat crew, feared by all, a pirate." Leo and the others were stunned, but even so, they still asked, "Though you're a pirate, you're still a hero, right?" "A pirate is a pirate." Usopp almost screamed. "How many times do I need to say it for you to believe it? I have been lying to you all this time, yet you still so foolishly believe in me." As soon as these words came out, Leo and the others immediately burst into tears, unsure whether it was from the despair of hope being shattered or the sadness of being deceived. "He. So you specifically came back to expose your own lies?" Torbull laughed proudly. "Who knew?" Usopp said with a trembling voice, but with great determination. "If I don't do this, they will wait for me to return until they die. Rather than let my conscience be uneasy, it is better to repay this trust." Saying this, he raised his slingshot, pulled back the rubber band, betting his life on it, considering it a worthy death, thus deserving the title of hero. "My name is Usopp, remember it. To all the members of Don Quixote, if I die, please erect a statue of me next to Roronoa. Ultimate move, green star, Polonia, shuriken, whoosh." A seed flew out, transforming in the air into 2 rapidly spinning shurikens, instantly slicing Treble into 3 pieces. "Usopp!" The cheers of Leo and the others once again echoed across the battlefield. Chapter 48. The Unexpected Usopp. The fun fruit is broken. The live comments floated across the screen. The actions of this group of little people can no longer be described as simply naive. It's downright foolish. Usopp actually showed some responsibility and came back at the last moment. This Usopp looks really cool this time, but I still feel like he can't beat Treble and Sugar. I really don't know how they managed to nullify Sugar's powers afterwards. East Blue, Syrup Village, Kaya's home. I knew Usopp would come back. Kaya clenched her hands tightly, her pretty face flushed with excitement. That move was just too cool. New World, Red Force. "Haha, did you see that? Everyone, this is my son, a brave warrior of the sea who will not lose to me," Jesus Burgess said proudly to Shanks and the other crew members. Shanks and the others looked at him helplessly, but their eyes showed understanding. After all, no father wouldn't feel proud of their child's growth. Grand Line, Boeing Island. "Usopp, did you see that?" Hercules pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. "You didn't run away, and you heavily injured the enemy." "No, that's still not enough. At least for me right now, it's far from enough." Usopp desperately did sit-ups, vowing to shed the excess fat on his body. "I must become stronger so that I can help Luffy in the future." Hercules silently watched this scene, a hint of comfort and appreciation flashing in his eyes. The video continued to play, and the dismembered Treble quickly used his powers to reassemble himself, then launched a slime attack at Usopp. Usopp dodged the slime attacks narrowly while continuously firing various seed attacks at Treble, but Treble dodged them all and closed in on Usopp. Usopp could only pull out a hammer inscribed with 1,000,000 tons and slammed it down heavily at Treble. With a loud bang, thick smoke filled the broken officer tower once again. When the smoke cleared, Usopp had been captured by Treble's slime. Not only that, he was beaten to the point of having a crooked nose and mouth, shaking all over. Sugar walked up to him, holding a chili ball, and coldly said, "Since you like this grape so much, I'll return it to you." Saying this, she threw the chili ball into Usopp's mouth and closed it. Gulp. Usopp was forced to swallow the chili ball, and an unbearable burning sensation surged violently from within him. The next moment, a burst of flames shot out from Usopp's mouth. His eyes and tongue twisted from the high temperature, presenting an extremely bizarre and terrifying appearance. Sugar was so frightened by this sudden horrific sight that her eyes popped out, and she screamed, falling back and losing consciousness. At the moment Sugar fainted, the power of the fun fruit was nullified. In an instant, countless lights lit up all over Dressrosa, and those forgotten memories surged back into everyone's minds like a tide. The live comments floated across the screen. "What the hell? No way. This can happen too. Usopp is too amazing. I didn't expect that all the previous efforts couldn't make Sugar lose consciousness. But this Usopp's ghost face did the trick. Truly, man plans but heaven laughs. Whoa, no way. This Usopp really succeeded in restoring the toys to their original state. My wish is gone. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Hee hee, Sugar, you are really useless. You actually fainted from a ghost face. Treble mocked. He had been brooding over how Sugar had scolded him twice earlier and wanted to regain some face through the incident with Gladius, but was stopped by Doflamingo. This time, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. However, Sugar completely ignored his taunts and just gritted her teeth and growled long. Long nose. I hate long noses the most in my life. East Blue, Syrup Village, Kaya's home. Usopp, you really did it. But this method is really... Kaya covered her mouth and chuckled, but her eyes sparkled with proud tears. New World, Red Force. Ha ha, Jesus Burgess, your son's method of defeating the enemy is truly unique. Just a bit of a waste of his body, haha. Luffy laughed heartily while gnawing on a meat leg. Shanks and the other crew members couldn't help but chuckle. And for a moment, the entire deck was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Jesus Burgess shook his head helplessly, but his eyes hid deep pride. This kid has a long way to go, but he has already taken a solid step toward becoming a true warrior of the sea. Grand Line, Boeing Island. Usopp, did you see? You succeeded. Accompanied by a loud clap on Usopp's shoulder, Hercules shouted excitedly. But in the final moment, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Hercules. Usopp glared at him with dissatisfaction, but Hercules couldn't help but laugh and said, haha, sorry, Usopp. I just can't help it. Your way of winning is too special. This is the first time I've seen it, haha. Looking at the unabashedly laughing Hercules, Usopp's face instantly darkened. But he didn't say much and just silently quickened his training movements. Because he knew Hercules was right, if his strength was strong enough. Why would he need to win in such a ridiculous and unexpected way? However, Usopp also didn't want to think that if his victory wasn't a fluke or unexpected, then would it still count as his? Chapter 49, Kaya's Wish. Sabo's identity exposed at this moment, the screen in the sky darkened, and the words of the heavenly Tao appeared, stating that the answer to the question this time is C, Usopp. Now, we will draw a lucky winner from the audience who chose the correct answer. In the next second, the screen flickered with light, and a few names of those who chose option C scrolled rapidly. Finally, the light settled on one name. Congratulations, Kaya. You are the lucky audience member this time. Please check your gift. Now, everyone, please continue watching the video content. As the last word of the heavenly Tao disappeared, the video returned to the ruined underground trading port. Those who had turned back into humans were madly seeking revenge against the little thugs of the Don Quixote family who had previously enslaved them. East Sea, West Rob Village. Kaya's home. A wish. Kaya looked at the golden light floating in front of her, her eyes reflecting thoughtful light. If we talk about wishes, she indeed had quite a few, but for a moment she didn't know which one should be realized. Suddenly, her eyes caught the content of the screen. At this moment, it had just flashed back, showing the process of contestants being turned into toys by Sugar after being eliminated in the bullfighting arena, with the giant holding the seriously injured Usopp in his hands. Got it. I wish for Usopp Santu. Grand Line, Bowling Island. Huh. Usopp, who was originally undergoing high-intensity training, suddenly froze in his movements. He could feel a strange force suddenly rushing into his body, but he couldn't articulate what specific changes were happening. Ooh. Usopp, your body. Hercules pointed at his body, his voice trembling with shock. What's wrong with my body? Huh. Usopp instinctively lowered his head, then froze because his originally plump body had disappeared without him noticing, replaced by a strong and sturdy physique that looked almost identical to his 2 years later self in the screen. Could it be? Usopp seemed to think of something, suddenly looking up at the screen, muttering, Kaya, could it be you? In fact, when he saw Kaya's name on the screen, he instinctively thought of his childhood friend. However, he never expected that the wish Kaya made would directly affect him. It's a pity. Kaya, why didn't you just make me as strong as Luffy and the others? Usopp thought with regret, but the corners of his mouth still lifted into a smile. But still, thank you. Kaya. Saying this, he looked at Hercules beside him and said seriously, "Hercules, from now on, please train me with all your might." The video continued, with Holding slowly lifting Usopp up and addressing the crowd of rescued people below, saying, "Look, warriors, this man is the hero who lifted the curse from us. His name is Captain Usopp." As soon as his words fell, the ceiling above suddenly cracked open with a loud roar, and water mixed with fighting fish, along with Diamante and others, fell from above. At the same time, a blinding sunlight shone on Usopp's body like a holy light, making him appear divine. The people below looked up at this miraculous scene, their faces filled with shock. Among the crowd, Jet exclaimed, "It's so holy. He is simply a god." At this moment, Usopp struggled to speak. Although he was scolding the crowd below, due to his severe injuries, his words were already unclear, thus they sounded like divine guidance to them. "God Usopp." Among the crowd, someone shouted this name first, and soon the entire underground port echoed with calls for him. An additional introduction about him quickly appeared. "Sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates, God Usopp. God Usopp, please guide us." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "What should we do?" As his words fell, more and more people began to ask Usopp for various prayers and instructions. Just then, Usopp finally regained his senses from the excruciating pain and immediately shouted to the people below, "Then destroy the factory behind me and rescue the companions of the little people. At your command." The crowd erupted with a deafening response, and for a moment, the entire underground trading port seemed to be ignited. The real-time bullet screen on the screen floated by. No, although in fact it was indeed this Usopp who saved them. But this scene is just too outrageous. Especially that beam of light. It came just too coincidentally. Who would have thought a grimace could create a god? This is too childish. God Usopp? This new title for Usopp is too arrogant. Oh. The video continued to play, and at this moment, two figures quickly swept past Holding shoulders, one of whom was holding a girl in his arms, accidentally stepping on Usopp's face, causing him to let out a painful grunt. Below, Robin looked thoughtfully at the two figures that were leaving. Then, the scene shifted, and those two had arrived at a hidden corner of the underground trading port, where someone was already waiting for them. It was Hak. At this moment, the girl being held was set down, and she looked around in amazement, exclaiming that she didn't expect such a place to exist underground. While speaking, the person's face was presented to the world. It was Rebecca. She then looked at the two beside her, about to ask a question when Bartolomeo suddenly ran over from a distance, complaining, "Wait a minute. Leaving me behind is too much. Big Senior, even though I'm a man, I can still use barriers to protect myself." While speaking, he had already reached Rebecca and the others. Hak looked at him and instinctively touched the bandage on his hand, which immediately caught the attention of one of the others who curiously examined him and Bartolomeo. However, Rebecca asked the other person, "Who exactly are you?" "Me." A gentle voice sounded, and the camera slowly tilted up, revealing short golden hair and a prominent burn scar on his cheek. "My name is Sabo. We are soldiers of the Revolutionary Army." At the same time, the appearance of the other person also became clear. A young woman in a dress with goggles and a small hat. An introduction about them, and Hak quickly appeared. Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Revolutionary Army Soldier, Claw. Revolutionary Army Soldier, Hak. The Revolutionary Army? Rebecca was startled, and then seemed to think of something, quickly asking, "Was that initial Lucy also you?" The previous Lucy was a bounty criminal with a 400 million reward, destined to become the Pirate King, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. There was a hint of unnoticeable pride in Sabo's tone. "He is my brother. Please take care of him." "Pirates?" Rebecca was startled, while Bartolomeo behind her nodded excitedly. An additional introduction about Sabo quickly appeared. Sabo, sworn brothers with Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Meanwhile, a flashback appeared, showing the scene of Luffy and Sabo reuniting earlier in the bullfighting arena. "It's me, Luffy." Sabo looked at him and said, "What do you mean? Listen up. The Mera Mera no Mi is Ace's legacy, and anyone who wants it is an enemy." Luffy angrily replied, "And you just call me Luffy? Look at this beard." Saying this, he forcefully tugged at the beard on his face. "I am Sabo. You just disguise yourself a little. How could I not recognize my own brother's face?" Sabo's voice was warm and filled with laughter. "Brother." Luffy was even more furious. "You need to understand, the only one who can call me brother besides the deceased Ace, is the one who died even earlier. The one who died. He suddenly paused halfway, shocked as he looked at the other person. In the next second, he flew backward, crashing into a pillar, and shouted, "Sabo!" Then he got up, still staring at the other in disbelief. "No, it can't be. We used to steal Dayton's alcohol and toasted together." Sabo blinked at him, his tone filled with nostalgia. As soon as he said this, Luffy immediately stopped doubting, stretched out his arms, and tightly hugged Sabo's face, bursting into tears. "Sabo, what on earth is going on? Where have you been? I thought you were dead." Sabo struggled greatly to free his face from Luffy's grip, softly saying, "Thank you, Luffy. I'm so glad you're still alive." "But Sabo, Ace, he was killed right in front of me." Luffy sobbed, saying, "Yes, Ace is dead, but you are still alive. That is truly great." Sabo's tone was filled with a complex mix of pain and relief. "I almost lost 2 brothers without doing anything. If you had died too, I would have been left all alone. Thank you for staying alive, Luffy." At this point, he solemnly asked, "Can I eat the Marimara no Mi?" "Yes." Luffy nodded heavily in response. Chapter 50. The aftermath of Luffy's 3 brothers' real-time bullet comments floated across the sky. Wow, it turns out this second Lucy is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. No wonder he is so strong. Wait, what is going on with the Straw Hat Kid's 3 brothers? Their backgrounds are just too terrifying. I have to say, the brotherhood among the Straw Hat Kid's 3 brothers is really touching. It almost made me cry. New World, Moby Dick. I never expected that Captain Ace's brother would actually be another one, and he's the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. This is really shocking. Yeah, if he could also go to save Captain Ace, our chances of success would probably increase a lot. Don't be silly. Didn't you hear him say I almost lost 2 brothers? He doesn't even remember that past right now. I think it might not be the case. After all, that sky screen has already revealed the content. Maybe we could successfully awaken his memory, which would add to our fighting strength. You're talking about hypotheticals. We still have to start from reality. This is reality. That's hypothetical. You're just being argumentative, sitting upright on the sofa. Whitebeard silently listened to the heated debate among the crew below, his eyes flashing with a meaningful expression. It seems that things are changing in a favorable direction. Marine Headquarters, Mariewa, Marshal's Office, the Revolutionary Army, Chief of Staff. This is indeed a significant fighting force. We must consider this unstable factor. Sengoku rubbed his forehead, a serious expression on his face. Not only has our fighting strength not increased, but we've also lost one. And now the enemy has a potential Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff. Adjusting our plans is indeed quite difficult, which gives him a headache. Suddenly, the transponder snail on his desk rang. He immediately answered, and he heard the communication officer's reporting to the Marshal. Vice Admiral Garp has successfully escorted Fire Fist Ace and the Sea Warrior Jinbe to the headquarters port. At the port. What? Aren't you going to send a bullet comment to communicate with that little brat Sabo? Garp glanced at Ace following behind him and asked. He had previously explained the method of sending bullet comments to Ace. No, I don't want him to get involved in this inevitable war. Ace shook his head and said that for him, me, and Luffy, it's best for him to remain in a state of amnesia. Garp fell into a brief silence and then helplessly shook his head. You 3 brats just love to show off just like me. Not like you at all. Old man. Ace glared at him in dissatisfaction and said, I've told you countless times to call me Grandpa. Garp immediately punched him, saying, also if I say you're like me. Don't argue back. Jinbe, who quietly followed behind, looked at the bickering between the grandfather and grandson and sighed helplessly. He had long since become accustomed to such scenes, which had played out from Impel Down all the way to Mariewa. Grand Line, Baldiago, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Sabo, R&T, you going to send a bullet comment to Ace and the others to let them know that you've actually regained your memory? Claire asked softly, looking at Sabo, who was sitting nearby and exercising to recover his physical condition. No need. I want to give them a surprise. Sabo gently shook his head and smiled. Grand Line, Amazon Lily, training ground. Ace, Sabo, you guys wait for me. Luffy punched a stone pillar not far away, and the surface of his fist was already showing a faint trace of armament Haki. Hancock stood not far away, gazing dreamily at Luffy's training figure. Truly worthy of Luffy. He is able to master the basics of armament Haki in such a short time. It's so cool. Old Granny Nine nodded in agreement, and she finally understood why Rayleigh chose him as his disciple. This kid indeed has high talent. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Mount Gorbo. So it turns out this brat Sabo lost his memory. That's why he hasn't contacted us. Dayton's face showed a look of realization, but it was soon replaced by urgency. But Ace and Luffy, why didn't these two guys send a bullet comment to contact Sabo when they saw he wasn't dead? If you don't send it, I will. Saying this, she clenched her fists tightly, but in the end, she still relaxed. No, it must be the three brothers who send it. Ace, Luffy, you two hurry up and send it. The mountain bandits beside her looked at her entangled expression and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Palace, inner chambers. Sabo, I never expected you to still be alive, and now you've become a revolutionary. You're not planning to come and take my life, are you? Sabo's sworn brother, King Starry of the Goa Kingdom, had a look of disgust and fear on his face. Don't even think about it. I will definitely find someone to eliminate you. Chapter 51. The hard-to-kill Pika. Luffy's trust. The video continues, showing Robin carrying Usopp, who has been lifted by the little people, to where Sabo and the others are. As soon as they arrive, Crow rushes into her arms, acting spoiled, and Sabo and the others greet her warmly. In contrast, Bartolomeo, as a die-hard fan, reacts with great excitement, calling Robin's name in a flurry. Seizing the opportunity, Robin introduces Usopp, who is lying on the ground as one of their companions, to Sabo and the others. Although Usopp is severely injured, he still forces himself to greet Sabo and the others, which makes them look at him with concern. At this moment, Bartolomeo is puzzled because he doesn't remember Usopp being part of the Straw Hat crew. Immediately, he quickly reviews the wanted posters of the Straw Hat crew in his mind. Suddenly, a wanted poster of Usopp wearing a mask appears, and when he matches it with Usopp's distinctive long nose, Bartolomeo becomes even more excited. This leaves Sabo, who is standing in front of him, speechless, not understanding what this guy is so worked up about. The scene suddenly shifts back to Cyrus, who had previously separated from Usopp and the others. He is leading another group of little people through the elevator of the underground trading port to the first level of the palace above. However, before they can step out of the elevator, they are blocked by a bald old man with bulging veins on his head. His introduction quickly appears. Lao Ji, a member of the Don Quixote family. Lao Ji easily knocks them to the ground, and just as he is about to finish them off, the ground suddenly shakes, interrupting his attack. The little people react quickly. Some rush forward to push him down, while others pull Cyrus away to flee. However, they have barely run a short distance when a man wearing a black helmet and round glasses suddenly appears in front of them. His introduction immediately appears. Gladius, a member of the Don Quixote family. Facing Gladius's obstruction, Cyrus and the remaining little people know they have no chance of winning. Therefore, the remaining little people decide to sacrifice themselves to cover Cyrus's escape. However, they have overestimated their abilities. In an instant, their proud speed is easily countered by Gladius, who then inflates his arms like balloons and explodes, sending a powerful shockwave that blows the little people away. Cyrus seizes the chance to quickly dart past him, but his speed is still too slow. Gladius steps forward and grabs him by the neck. The next moment, Cyrus's head quickly swells, and it is only then, through Gladius's introduction, that he realizes why. It turns out Gladius is a user of the bomb fruit, capable of detonating any part of his body and any inorganic material he touches. Additional information about him appears. Gladius, bomb fruit user. Just as Gladius is about to detonate Cyrus's head, at this critical moment, a smoking leg kicks Gladius, sending him flying, while someone catches the falling Cyrus. The newcomer is Luffy and Violet. Real-time comments on the screen float by. Cyrus's team is really having bad luck. They ran into two of Doflamingo's officers in a row and almost got wiped out. But why did the ground suddenly shake? Gladius's fruit ability is too dangerous. He's basically a walking human bomb. Straw Hat Luffy's rescue was really timely. But why is it just him and Violet? Where are Roronoa Zoro and Kinemon? The video continues to play, and the scene shifts back to not long ago when Luffy and the others reunited. They encountered Violet on their way, and under her guidance, They entered the palace through a secret passage to reach the entrance of the upper gate. Originally, she wanted to take them further through the passage. However, Luffy, disregarding everything, rushed ahead and smashed the palace gate to pieces with a single punch, leaving Zoro and the others speechless. But now that it has come to this, they could only choose to break through. Along the way, they easily dealt with the numerous small fry blocking their path. Later, they split at the stairs as Kinemon needed to go to the underground toy factory to find his companions. Luffy and the others continued up the stairs. Just as they climbed to the first level of the corridor, the entire ground suddenly began to shake violently. The next moment, a huge stone face emerged from the wall, and then a massive stone statue slowly appeared, ultimately forming a giant stone man blocking Luffy and the others. His introduction quickly appears. Pika, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family and user of the stone fruit. Real-time comments on the screen float by. Straw Hat Luffy is really reckless. He just barged in without a care. What kind of monster is this stone statue? It can actually drill out of the wall. Stone fruit? This ability can't control stone, right? That would be too overpowered. It would be invincible in the palace. The video continues, showing Pika swinging his gigantic fists, aiming to smash Luffy and the others. Luffy immediately enters gear second, leaps up, and rains punches down on Pika's fists, not only smashing them to pieces, but also breaking Pika's body into fragments. Luffy and the others quickly continue forward, but just a few steps later, Pika's massive figure blocks them once again. He integrates his arms into the stone walls on both sides, then yanks them, causing the entire wall to crash down on Luffy and the others like a giant wave. Luffy quickly inflates his rubber body, creating a safe space for Zoro and the others, shielding them from the crushing force. Zoro's expression sharpens as he thrusts his sword into the stone wall, executing a fierce slash that tears the wall apart, allowing them to escape. Seizing the moment, Luffy punches Pika again, smashing him once more, but soon, Pika reconstitutes himself and raises the floor, sweeping towards Luffy and the others like a tidal wave. Naturally, Luffy and the others easily deflect this attack. But as long as Pika is there, he will continue to obstruct their progress. Another stone wall rises before them, blocking their path. At this moment, Zoro's eyes flash with determination as he holds the sword Enma in his mouth, wielding Sandai Kitetsu and a Kisui in each hand, leaping towards the stone wall, his sword flashing as he slices the wall into several pieces. Luffy, take her and go first. I'll handle this guy, Zoro says to Luffy with his back turned. You just go and beat Doflamingo. I'll take care of this rock bastard. Okay, then it's up to you. Luffy nods without hesitation and continues to rush forward with Violet. Zoro then stays behind to cover them, slicing through all of Pika's attacks to ensure Luffy and the others can completely break free from his entanglement. Straw Hat, is he really okay? Violet looks back with concern and asks Zoro. Luffy grins, his eyes filled with trust. Don't worry, no matter what happens, Zoro will be fine. Chapter 52. Doflamingo's two choices real-time comments floated across the sky. Pika's ability is indeed perverse. If it were someone else, they would have probably died at the hands of the Straw Hat Kid and Roronoa, Zoro, a dozen times already, hiding in a palace full of stones. He is practically immortal, so the recent ground tremors were related to Pika. This guy can affect quite a large area. Roronoa Zoro is quite cool. His demeanor, as the one holding the rear, already bears some resemblance to a great swordsman. Oh! The Grand Line, Kuraikavana Island. Hey, are you even capable? Roronoa. Perona floated in midair, holding her parasol, looking at Zoro, who was surrounded by a group of armed baboons below. Her tone laced with a hint of mockery, asking if he needed her to step in and help. Stop talking nonsense. It's just a few beasts that learn to act like humans. I'll take care of them right away. Zoro panted heavily. The injuries he had sustained earlier had flared up again due to the brief battle with the baboons. Damn it, we were so close to the sea exit. This damn group of baboons suddenly jumped out and blocked the way. Zoro cursed inwardly and swung his sword, taking down the nearest baboon. Don't think about it. You're still far from the sea exit. Unexpectedly, Perona seemed to see through his thoughts and taunted. The Grand Line, Kamabaka Kingdom, in a dense forest. Damn it, I can't believe that damn green algae head tricked me. Sanji cursed indignantly, then looked over at the nearby group of cross-dressers huddled together, plotting something. "Hey, you guys, let me go. I have something very important to do." "Sanji-kun." The cross-dressers turned in unison, their faces revealing malicious expressions as they stared at him. "Hey, what do you want?" A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Sanji's heart, and in the next second, the cross-dressers pulled out various women's items from who knows where and slowly walked toward him. Stop. You bastards, don't touch me, you." The Grand Line, near Mariehua, on the coffin ship. "Roronoa Zoro, let me see how much you've grown after 2 years. Mihawk leaned against the mast, carrying the black blade Yoru, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, thinking of it as an encore before that great battle. East Blue, Frost Moon Village, Frost Moon Dojo. "Zoro, it seems you're walking further and further down the path of the world's greatest swordsman. If Kuina were still here, she would be happy for you." Kong Shiro sat in the center of the dojo, a look of satisfaction on his face, but a complex expression flashed in his eyes. "And that sword is a Kushi, right? I didn't expect it to fall into your hands. It seems all of this is destined." As he spoke, his voice gradually lowered, as if recalling some long-buried past. "Wano country? It's truly a place that brings back memories and heaviness. East Blue, Cocoa West Village, in the open sea. Big Brother Zoro has become stronger and stronger." The sword god Joseph stood on the deck of a small boat, excitedly saying, "So we can't lose either." "That's right, Joseph. Today we must catch that big fish." The sword Saint Johnny nodded vigorously, tightly gripping the fishing net in his hand, adding that we need to show Big Brother Zoro our growth when he comes back. The two exchanged determined smiles, their eyes shining with resolve. "Wano country, the burial site of the bell. That sword is a Kushui. I can't believe a national treasure of Wano has fallen into the hands of that kind of guy. What a disgrace." The fox-shaped Onamara dug its sharp claws deep into the thick snow in front of it, its voice filled with uncontrollable anger and unwillingness, vowing to take a Kushui back from that guy, no matter what. New World, Dressrosa, the Royal Palace. Pika, you should have no problem facing that Roronoa Zoro, right?" Toribol looked at Pika beside him and asked if he wouldn't be careless like Sugar and then get taken down by him. Pika glanced at him and after a while used his signature sharp voice to say, "Rest assured, I'm not Sugar. A nobody like him can be easily dealt with in just a few moves if I take it seriously. Just watch. That's good. Let us show them some so-called hope before those ants make their choice. That's what makes the game interesting." Toribol twisted his sticky body and sneered. Not long ago, Doflamingo gave all the citizens of Dressrosa 2 choices through the birdcage. One was to choose to continue submitting to him, in which case they would survive. The other was to be killed by him, with the time for choosing set. The screen above ended with the future of Dressrosa being played. Chapter 53, Doflamingo's Idea. Fujitora's Purpose. The video continues to play, and the scene shifts back to when Luffy saved Corazon. They didn't linger with Gladius, but turned and ran. However, Gladius relentlessly pursued them from behind. Not only that, but he also used his ability to detonate the helmet on his head, and the flying shards injured Violet, causing her to nearly fall to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, Luffy caught her and dashed toward the nearest window, executing a beautiful backflip to hook onto the window ledge above, using his rubber properties to leverage himself and Violet safely up to the higher floors. In the Grand Line, Amazon Lily, training ground. First that Rebecca, now this Violet. Why are all the women from Dressrosa so weak? Hancock bit her clothing corner, her eyes filled with jealousy. They wouldn't have feelings for Luffy, would they? No, Luffy wouldn't be interested in women like that. But I'm really envious of them. The video continues, suddenly cutting to a room where Doflamingo is watching the image transmitted by a snail phone. Behind him, seated in a chair, is Law, whom he had previously captured. At the same time, another person is locked up at the doorway, an elderly man with white hair and a haggard face. A character introduction appears, former king of Dressrosa. Riku. In the next moment, a flashback occurs, revealing that King Riku was also involved in the fight for the Maramara no Mi, only to be defeated by the long-legged tribe's Bartolomeo, and was eventually thrown into the underground toy factory. After being recognized by Treble and others, he was brought to Doflamingo. In the New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fufufu, so he really hid in the bullfighting arena. No wonder I couldn't find him all these years. A cruel smile crept onto Doflamingo's lips as he suddenly had a brilliant idea. He leaned over the balcony and shouted down, Pika, go to the bullfighting arena and bring King Riku and Rebecca to me. Once Jorah brings Violet, the Riku family can be reunited. Understood, young master. Pika nodded, and the next second, he melded into the stone wall beneath him, racing towards the bullfighting arena along the stone veins. Bullfighting arena, contestant dormitory. Hey, could it be? Grandpa, is he here too? Rebecca suddenly stood up and rushed out of the dormitory, ignoring the pleas of the gladiators behind her. After Doflamingo's announcement, her situation was undoubtedly perilous. Staying here might keep her hidden from Doflamingo for a while, but once she left the dormitory, she could easily be captured by the Don Quixote family. Rebecca was well aware of this, but she wanted to be with her family more than anything. After all, she knew that under Doflamingo's birdcage, she would eventually be captured. Rather than waiting for that to happen, she would rather reunite with her grandfather now. Even if it meant facing the worst outcome, at least they could be together. By a certain window. It's exposed, huh? Well, whatever. After all, it's only a matter of time. If I can exchange my life for the safety of the citizens, Rebecca and Violet, then this old life is worth it. King Riku looked out at the birdcage, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. In an abandoned warehouse. Father. Violet's eyes were filled with tears as she worriedly said. However, the next second, her expression changed because Jorah was chasing after her, and she needed to move immediately. In a dark alley. Your Majesty King Riku, please hold on. Corazon thought anxiously as he led a small group of dwarves, including Leo, swiftly making their way to the royal palace. They had already resolved that given the current situation in Dressrosa, they couldn't wait for reinforcements. Therefore, they decided to capture the king first and resolve Doflamingo at the palace. They had heard that Sugar was also in the palace. If they could scare her into unconsciousness, perhaps they could. The video continues, and at this moment, Fujitora walks in from outside. Doflamingo first praises him for his decisive decision. Fujitora, I don't intend to stand on the same battlefield as you. Unexpectedly, Fujitora doesn't give him face and walks straight toward him. Aside from that Straw Hat crew, if there are other suspicious individuals, it's only appropriate for the military to fight in order to minimize harm to the citizens. If the Straw Hat's goal is your head, there will surely be massive destruction. Therefore, stopping such actions is my justice. As he speaks, he reaches Doflamingo, adding, as for your matters, we'll settle that later. What are you saying? A hint of displeasure flickered in Doflamingo's eyes as he asked. I'm a new recruit through the world recruitment, but since I've been appointed as a vice admiral, I have my own intentions, Fujitora replied without directly answering, continuing, oh, what intentions? Doflamingo's lips curled into a playful smile. That is to completely abolish the warlords of the sea system. Fujitora tightened his grip on his cane sword, speaking in a deep voice. If the pirate takeover of the throne succeeds in a certain country, it will turn into the dark nation beneath our feet, right? The navy? The warlords? The four emperors? The balance of the three major powers. How do you plan to handle that? Doflamingo scoffed. I don't know. How would I know unless I try to destroy it? Fujitora's voice was steady and firm. So what? Doflamingo pressed. If too many bad things are done, your head will become more and more valuable. Fujitora said flatly. The next moment, Doflamingo kicked at him, but Fujitora easily blocked it with his sword. However, Fujitora had no intention of completely tearing his face off with Doflamingo right now. After all, he still wanted to protect the citizens of this country. As for what dirty and filthy things would be exposed about this country afterward, he was blind and saw nothing, and he assured Doflamingo of that. Then, he turned and left, but before he did, he didn't forget to say, this year, a world conference will be held. At that time, whether you like it or not, this world will change. After saying that, he slowly left the room under Doflamingo's inscrutable gaze. Chapter 54 Aftermath, Pervert or Real Man. The facts on the screen flashed by. No, what does the conversation between Fujitora and Doflamingo mean? It's so confusing. Give us a hint from the beginning. Screen, are you playing guessing game? World conscription? Exceptional promotion? I didn't expect Fujitora S admiral position to be so straightforward, but with his strength, he really deserves it. Abolishing the Shichibukai system? Fujitora idea is too radical. But if the Shichibukai system is gone, who will balance the Yonko? Oh. Marine Headquarters, Mariewa, Marshal's Office. Abolishing the Shichibukai system, it seems Fujitora ambition is quite significant. Sengoku crossed his hands on the table, gazing deeply at the screen. However, if a powerful person like him joins the Navy, it is something to consider. I wonder how the intelligence department is doing in locating him. Haha, Sengoku, I'm back. Quickly bring out the new tea. I brought snacks. Carp suddenly burst in, shouting, in a dim room. Hee, I knew the Navy was unreliable, allowing such a guy to mix in. Moria, looking as if he just woke up, lazily leaned on the sofa, letting out a strange laugh. However, what happens in the future cannot affect the present. As long as I can seize Whitebeard's shadow in the upcoming battle, the Navy and Kaido will all be no match for me. Hee. The Grand Line, near Mariewa. Coffin ship. Mihawk silently stared at the screen, saying nothing, his eyes flashing with a complex expression. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily, training ground. Abolishing the Shichibukai system? It seems. They have forgotten why I became a Shichibukai? Hancock stood proudly, her long hair flowing in the wind, a disdainful sneer appearing on her stunning face. If it weren't for Luffy's upcoming actions, I wouldn't even bother with the world government. Saying this, she gazed obsessively at Luffy, who was training hard not far away. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. What balance? Doflamingo is still as naive as ever. Kaido scoffed, saying he's just a dog adopted by the world government. Real strong people don't need to live under others. Hey. New World, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Mama. Just a bunch of guys huddling together for warmth. And they dare to be compared with the Yonko? Big M.O.M. Charlotte Linlin let out her signature laughter, casually grabbing a dessert from the table and stuffing it into her mouth. That is just a trick the world government concocted for propaganda. A real sea emperor relies on solid territory and power. As she said this, her fat fingers tapped on the throne's armrest, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. However, if the Shichibukai system is really abolished and the balance in the New World is broken, it would be a good opportunity for expansion. Mama. A good opportunity. Below, a group of homies and her children echoed in unison. New World, Red Force. Abolishing the Shichibukai? The world government won to agree so easily. But looking at Fujitora's determined look, it seems they have found something to replace the Shichibukai in the future. Ben Beckman exhaled a smoke ring, calmly analyzing that indeed, the world government is a group of cunning old foxes, maintaining the so-called balance of the three major powers on the surface while secretly accumulating strength. But that's what makes it interesting. Only when the balance is broken can infinite possibilities be created, right? Shanks said, resting his hand on the griffin at his waist, seemingly pondering. I think the upcoming battle will be one of the chains that breaks this balance. So, Captain, should we go? Lucky Lou bit into a piece of meat and said, I heard Kaido has already taken action. Well, let me think about it some more. Shanks looked at the turbulent sea, his eyes flashing with deep thoughts. New World, Moby Dick. Wahaha balance. This world has never had such a thing. Whitebeard took a big gulp of alcohol, his eyes filled with killing intent. If there really were such a thing, they wouldn't choose to start the upcoming war. The video continued to play, and the camera suddenly focused on the image snail that Doflamingo had been staring at, showing the scene of Frankie being besieged by the Navy. The next second, a flashback appeared, showing Frankie running to the east gate of the toy house after leaving the Flowerfield secret base. There, he encountered a strange man wearing a pink baby hat, sucking on a pacifier, and dressed in a diaper with star patterns, surrounded by a group of bikini-clad sexy ladies. His character introduction quickly appeared. Don Quixote family, officer, senior. Seeing his appearance, Frankie couldn't help but curse, pervert. This immediately drew the complaints of the Don Quixote family's minions. As when it comes to perverts, he wasn't much better himself. Frankie didn't waste time with them. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful air cannon, instantly blasting the entire east gate to pieces. Then, he activated the machine gun on his arm and began to fire wildly at the remaining enemies standing around. The remaining enemies naturally did not sit idly by it, but fought back desperately. For a moment, the entire east gate of the toy house was shrouded in smoke. However, Frankie didn't notice that Senior had appeared beneath him at some point, quickly swimming towards him, then directly swimming past him and rising from the ground in front of him. Without saying a word, Frankie raised his hand and threw a heavy punch, sending him flying. This left everyone present bewildered. Why didn't Senior attack Frankie from behind? Senior stood up unharmed and said seriously, "A man should only act behind someone else's back when taking off a woman's skirt, but only in front of her when stealing her sweet lips." His high theory immediately drew screams from the minions and bikini girls, who praised him as a real man. Frankie couldn't help but roll his eyes and retort, "You guys are a bunch of super idiots." However, just as he finished speaking, Senior once again submerged into the ground in front of him. At the same time, additional information about him appeared. Senior, a user of the swim fruit. Chapter 55, Ultimate Perverted Behavior. Jack arrives at Dressrosa. The facts on the screen floated by. Damn. One pervert calling another pervert a pervert. What kind of ultimate perverted behavior is this? What kind of idiot logic is this Senior using? Fighting still requires a straightforward clash? As long as you can win, that's all that matters. Where's the manliness? It's clearly just a pervert, plus an idiot. The screen continued to advance, and under Frankie's onslaught, he finally managed to charge into the toy house. But just as he steadied himself, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing down towards him. Frankie reacted quickly, dodging the blow just in time. The ground where he had been standing collapsed instantly, forming a massive pit. Amidst the swirling dust, a muscular man with long curly hair, dressed in a revealing spandex suit, slowly stood up. His character introduction quickly appeared. Don Quixote family, officer, Mahabais, user of the heavy fruit. Frankie's eyes narrowed, and the weapon compartments in his arms opened instantly, launching 5 missiles, one of which was aimed directly at Mahabais in the pit. At this moment, Mahabais, momentarily paralyzed from the previous powerful drop attack, could not evade the missile. Just when it seemed he was doomed, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, taking the missile head-on with his face. It was Senior. Covered in blood, he showed no signs of pain. Instead, he calmly took out a baby bottle filled with brandy and poured it over his face with flair. This action immediately caused the bikini-clad women watching nearby to scream, and at that moment, this bloodied man exuded a strange charm. At this point, Mahabais finally leaped out of the pit and soared into the air, crashing down towards Frankie with the force of a mountain. Frankie nimbly dodged again. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a large number of Navy soldiers suddenly surged into the entrance of the toy house, armed with cannons and rifles. They all aimed their weapons at him. They were sent by Admiral Fujitora to capture him. Leading them was a vice admiral wearing a porous horn mask, who ordered his soldiers to open fire on Frankie. His character introduction quickly appeared. Navy Headquarters Vice Admiral Bastille, facing the rain of cannonballs and bullets. Frankie not only did not evade, but instead chose to take them head-on. His steel body sparked brilliantly in the artillery fire, yet he remained standing, and furthermore, he counterattacked the Navy. In an instant, the entire toy house was engulfed in flames and smoke. This scene made Senior nearby praise Frankie for being a real man. The facts on the screen floated by. Heavy fruit? It looks like a very oppressive fruit ability. If this hits, he might not die, but will definitely be severely injured. Although Senior looks quite perverted, sometimes he can be quite manly. So that's what Fujitora and Doflamingo meant earlier. But Frankie is still pretty strong. He can withstand so many attacks. The video continued to roll on, and seeing that the Navy soldiers could not take down Frankie for the time being, Senior Mahabais and a boy with horns wearing a cap who had rushed over from the other side finally made their move. His character introduction quickly appeared. Don Quixote family, officer, Derringer. Under their combined assault, Frankie gradually fell into a disadvantage, getting beaten up badly and collapsing on the ground. But he knew that his mission was accomplished. He had successfully attracted the attention of the Don Quixote family in the Navy. Now, as long as Usopp could complete his operation, everything would turn around. It was as if to respond to his faith. The next moment, the toys that had been walking on the streets suddenly lit up with golden light, transforming back into humans and animals. In an instant, the entire Dressrosa fell into chaos. The attention of everyone present was drawn to the strange changes occurring outside. While Frankie quietly got back up, at this moment, the camera suddenly shifted to Luffy and the others. They were crouched by a window in a room, where Doflamingo was interrogating Law, who was tied to a chair, about what Luffy and the others intended to do. Did they already know about the darkness of this country? A flashback appeared, revealing that not long ago, Doflamingo had been eagerly watching the matches in the bullfighting arena. Unexpectedly, one of his subordinates suddenly reported that Luffy had invaded the palace, which immediately filled him with rage. Since it was Luffy who invaded, then who was the one fighting in the bullfighting arena? Thus, this led to the current scene. Law did not answer his question because he also did not know what Luffy and the others wanted to do. After all, there were no such developments in his plan, and his alliance with Luffy had already ended. His arrogant attitude immediately drew the dissatisfaction of a woman in a maid outfit standing beside Doflamingo, who was holding a cigarette. She stepped forward and slapped him, but Law glared at her fiercely, causing her to cry. She immediately sought comfort in the arms of a nearby man whose head resembled a propeller. His character introduction quickly appeared. Don Quixote family, Officer, Baby 5. Don Quixote family, Officer, Buffalo. New World, Offshore Dressrosa. You guys are just the same as before. Baby 5 shot a glance at the girl beside her and complained, "Stop being so verbose. I'm not that familiar with that traitor Law." Baby 5 glared at him fiercely, then turned to look at the birdcage that was enveloping Dressrosa in the distance, saying, "We need to find a way to contact the young master quickly. We must open the birdcage first. We returned too late. It's all because of that sudden storm. Let me fly up and contact the young master." Buffalo volunteered, preparing to take off, but was stopped by Virgo beside him. "Wait." Virgo looked solemnly towards another direction in Dressrosa. Something was approaching. Not far away on the horizon, a ship adorned with two massive ivory tusks was slowly sailing towards them, its pirate flag flapping in the wind. Virgo's pupils dilated suddenly. That is, Chapter 56, The Past of Cyrus. Identity fully revealed, Part 1. The video continued to play. Outside the room, Luffy wanted to rush in and knock Doflamingo out. However, he was stopped by Violet, who hoped Luffy could wait a little longer for the SOP plan from the little people to succeed before taking action. Yet, during the wait, Violet used the power of the Stare fruit to witness everything happening in the underground trading port, including Usopp's escape. This made her heart sink, believing that the SOP plan had no chance of success. But Luffy firmly stated that as long as that guy was there would be no problem. Usopp was a man of his word. As if to validate Luffy's trust, suddenly, an angry roar from Doflamingo echoed through the room. Just moments ago, Treble had informed him via a snail that Sugar had fainted, and the effects of the Hobby fruit were nullified. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. Although he had only one leg, his speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Doflamingo, leaping high and swinging a sword at him. "Is that Cyrus?" King Riku exclaimed excitedly. "Yes. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for 10 years. I'm here to save you," Cyrus replied, filled with excitement, as he swung his sword and decapitated Doflamingo. Meanwhile, outside, Luffy looked on in shock. Moments ago, he had learned from Violet that this one-legged toy was not only the strongest swordsman in the bullfighting arena, but also the former commander of King Riku's army and Rebecca's biological father. Real-time comments floated across the screen. Thank goodness Usopp succeeded. If he had run away, he would have let the Straw Hat Kid down. Hey, is this for real? Doflamingo was actually cut down like that? But wasn't he supposed to face the Straw Hat Kid one-on-one later? Are there two Doflamingos? Wow, I didn't expect Cyrus to have such an impressive identity. No wonder he was so determined to help King Riku restore his kingdom. It turns out he's his son-in-law. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fufufu. It seems there's one more person we need to capture. Things are getting more interesting. Doflamingo chuckled sinisterly, leaning down to order below, notify Lao Ji and the others to make sure to capture that one-legged toy as well. Okay, understood, Treble replied, his sticky body wriggling as he pulled out a snail. in the bullfighting arena in a certain passageway. "Hey, soldier, it turns out, he's my father." Rebecca stopped her search for King Riku, her face filled with shock. Then, seemingly recalling something, she suddenly covered her face and began to cry, murmuring, "So that's how it is. So it all makes sense." In a nearby corner, King Riku silently watched her, unsure whether to approach his granddaughter, whom he hadn't seen for many years, especially in such a situation. After all, Suddenly, a sharp voice came from behind him. "Finally found you, King Riku." In the shadows at the foot of the palace, "Rebecca." Cyrus whispered his daughter's name, worry evident in his tone. The video continued, and at this moment, the scene suddenly shifted to a garbage dump. A boy was wielding a spiked club, swiftly weaving through King Riku's soldiers, knocking each one down with precision. His character introduction quickly appeared. Murderer, Cyrus, age 15. Faced with a beast like Cyrus, King Riku pushed aside the soldiers and walked towards him. However, Cyrus showed him no respect, striking him down without hesitation. He didn't care about kings or nobility. He had merely killed a few who had harmed his good friends. Was that wrong? King Riku stood up from the ground. While stopping the soldiers behind him from shooting, he proposed to Cyrus, "If you can achieve 100 consecutive victories in the bullfighting arena, I will give you your freedom." Cyrus accepted the proposal, achieving 100 consecutive victories in just 4 months. However, due to his identity as a murderer, the audience still doubted him. To prove himself, he decided to continue fighting in the bullfighting arena. Thus, Cyrus remained in the bullfighting arena for 4 years, constantly breaking records. 1,000 consecutive victories, 2,000 consecutive victories. Eventually, the audience's doubts gradually turned into recognition and admiration. Yet, he himself was still trapped in the shadows of his past murders. Finally, after achieving his 3,000th victory, he received a new proposal from King Riku, hoping that instead of living in regret over the past, he would choose to protect more lives. Thus, Cyrus once again accepted King Riku's suggestion and became the commander of King Riku's army. This decision, however, displeased one person, King Riku's eldest daughter, Scarlet. However, an incident where she was kidnapped by pirates completely changed Scarlet's view of Cyrus. He single-handedly stormed the enemy camp and rescued her from the clutches of the vicious pirates. As they spent time together, they gradually fell in love. But due to Cyrus's past as a murderer, King Riku could not directly promise his daughter to him. To support them, he fabricated a lie and held a fake funeral for Scarlet. From then on, Cyrus and Scarlet lived in seclusion in the rural areas of Dressrosa, starting a peaceful new life. Real-time comments floated across the screen. "Wow, although I already knew how powerful Cyrus was, seeing it for real still deeply shocked me. King Riku's actions once again prove what a great king he is." Well, this scene is just too pure. Just thinking about what will happen next makes it hard for me to continue watching. Chapter 57, Cyrus's Past. Identity completely revealed. Part 2. The video continues to play, and soon after, Rebecca is born. However, Cyrus dares not touch this new life immediately. For many years, he has felt that his bloodstained hands are unworthy of embracing this purity. Each time, he can only carefully hold his daughter in his arms while wearing gloves, as if that layer of fabric could shield him from the sins deep within his heart. The happy times of the Cyrus family lasted for several years, until a great fire swept through the entire Dressrosa. Cyrus was worried about King Riku's safety, so he sent his wife and daughter to the flower fields to wait for him while he rushed alone to the palace. When Cyrus arrived at the palace, he found that it had already been occupied by Don Quixote Doflamingo and his crew, and even his sister-in-law Violet was being threatened by them. Doflamingo lured him into the inner palace under the pretense of wanting to talk, only to catch him off guard and lock his left leg in sea stone handcuffs. Afterward, Doflamingo appeared before him, sitting on the throne with King Riku under his feet. Seeing this scene, Cyrus's anger surged, and he desperately tried to chop off the shackles with his sword, but he couldn't break them. Doflamingo told him not to rush. He had heard of Cyrus's deeds and wanted him to be his subordinate. King Riku's reign was over, and if he refused, the safety of his wife and daughter could not be guaranteed. Cyrus's expression changed dramatically, and in the next moment, he swung his sword and severed his own left leg. Then, He leaped toward Doflamingo, only to be turned into a toy by Sugar's ability. Nevertheless, he still desperately saved King Riku, and before Sugar could finalize the contract, he hugged him and jumped out of the palace through a broken window. Unfortunately, due to being transformed into a toy, King Riku had already forgotten his existence, which shocked him greatly. After settling King Riku, he hurried to the flower fields and, at the most critical moment, saved his wife and daughter, successfully covering their escape. However, just as he was about to reunite with them, he saw his wife Scarlet, holding food, shot in the chest, and falling lifelessly before him. Cyrus rushed forward to hold Scarlet in his arms, but unfortunately, she no longer remembered him. She entrusted him with delivering the food to their daughter before dying in his embrace. Cyrus howled to the sky, and just then, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, as if even the gods were weeping for this tragedy. He cried out in his heart, "What is this eternal farewell? It's like falling into hell. It's too much. These iron arms can't even feel the warmth you are gradually losing, Scarlet." The real-time comments on the screen floated by. He actually severed his own leg. It looks so painful. Cyrus is truly a real man. Oh, it hurts too much. Why? Why are you so cruel, God? This ending is 100,000 times more painful than killing Cyrus. The Don Quixote family is simply inhuman. New World. Dressrosa, Palace. Mommy, Daddy. Rebecca, glued by treble slime, cried out in pain. Rebecca. Nearby, King Riku weakly watched this scene, then looked up at Doflamingo by the window on the second floor. Don Quixote Doflamingo, what do you want? If you have something to say, come at me. Let Rebecca go. Fufufu, let her go. King Riku, you are in no position to negotiate with me now. Doflamingo leaned down to glance at him. As for what I want, don't worry. I just want to throw a family gathering. As he spoke, a cruel amusement flashed in his eyes. In an alley, Violet leaned against the wall, looking at the dense threads not far away, a glimmer of despair in her eyes. Behind her, Jorah's voice was getting closer. Quick, find her. That traitor Violet must be nearby. She can't escape. The video continued, shifting back to the room where Cyrus had decapitated Doflamingo. Buffalo and Baby 5 rushed in as soon as they saw their master had been beheaded, wanting to eliminate Cyrus for revenge, but he easily took care of them. Meanwhile, Luffy rushed toward Law with Violet in his arms, holding the key to unlock the sea stone handcuffs on him. However, Law was not happy at all. He only cared about the destruction at the factory, and their alliance had long ended. Luffy, unfazed, stated that the alliance was his decision to make, not Law's. Since both Luffy and Violet were capable users, they were unable to unlock Law's handcuffs immediately. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed in the room, coming from Doflamingo's severed head. Just then, Pika suddenly burst in, knocking Luffy and the others to the ground. I didn't expect to be pushed to this point. Doflamingo's head spoke with suppressed rage. Because of the toys being liberated, the country has fallen into chaos, and I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to infiltrate. And now the palace is in this state? This is a critical situation. Looks like I have no choice but to use the birdcage. He glanced at Law. Don't you think so, Law? Birdcage? Law's pupils contracted, and a look of terror appeared on his face. The real-time comments on the screen floated by. That Straw Hat Kid is too reckless. He's practically at the level of an emperor. I can't believe Doflamingo is still alive after that. How did he manage that? Is he immortal? Birdcage? What is that? Why is Trafalgar Law so scared? Is it some super terrifying move? It seems the people of Dressrosa are going to suffer. Grand Line, a certain unknown island, polar dive. Birdcage. A flash of painful memories crossed Law's eyes. He never expected that after all these years, he would see Doflamingo's cruel technique again. This is damned. Chapter 58. The birdcage appears, the bounty of 500 million on Usopp. The video footage continues. And Cyrus doesn't care about these things, charging towards Doflamingo again with his sword drawn. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared silently behind him, another Doflamingo. He lifted his foot and swept it towards Cyrus, and the next second, a large portion of the entire palace was instantly cut away. Fortunately, Cyrus was saved just in time by Luffy, narrowly escaping this deadly blow. However, before they could catch their breath, the two Doflamingos, one on the left and one on the right, swung their sharp threads towards the two of them. Luffy quickly kicked back, barely dodging Doflamingo's attack with Cyrus. Immediately after, he unhesitatingly activated Gear Second, raining down punches like a torrential downpour towards Doflamingo, but was easily blocked by the latter using his armament Haki. More dangerously, the decapitated Doflamingo appeared behind him at some point, a sharp thread viciously slashing across his back, and blood instantly splattered. Luffy was also forced forward, taking a punch from Doflamingo, and his whole body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a nearby wall. It was only at this moment that everyone present realized that the decapitated Doflamingo was actually just a clone created by Doflamingo using his threads. Then, a playful smile appeared on Doflamingo's face, as if he had thought of an interesting plan and decided to play a game with everyone. The next second, he ordered Pika to throw Luffy and his group out of the palace. At the same time, his fingers moved back and forth, and the threads from the decapitated Doflamingo shot up into the sky at high speed, scattering once they reached a certain height. In just a moment, the entire Dressrosa was enveloped by a giant web of threads, as if trapped in an inescapable birdcage. Real-time comments on the screen flowed by. So this other Doflamingo is his thread clone? I thought he was truly immortal. A game? Even in this situation, Doflamingo still has the mind to play games. How big is this guy's heart? This thing is a birdcage. It doesn't look special at all. ISNT, it just a cage made of threads. Oh! The video footage continued, shifting to a sea outlet in Dressrosa, where a group of pirates was trying to leave. However, when their weapons hit the blocking threads, they were bounced back directly, and some even got their arms cut by the threads. At the same time, the Navy on the other side was also trying to contact the outside, but found that the Din Mushi couldn't get through at all. Suddenly, countless threads descended from the sky, attaching to the necks of some people in Dressrosa, causing them to lose control and begin attacking those around them indiscriminately. One of the threads even attempted to attach itself to Fujitora, but was easily caught by him. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed throughout Dressrosa as the original royal palace began to sink, while the entire palace started to rise and then flew directly out. At the same time, other places were undergoing tremendous changes. Before long, Dressrosa experienced earth-shattering transformations. The factory that was originally underground rose up to the surface. In the center of the island, a high ground appeared, formed by layers of rocky mountains, with a previously flying palace standing tall at the top. Real-time comments on the screen flowed by. Wow, so this birdcage is so perverse. No wonder Trafalgar Law was so terrified earlier. Doflamingo has essentially turned Dressrosa into a massive slaughterhouse. Doflamingo really is fearless, even trying to control a marine admiral. Doesn't he fear Fujitora turning against him? The changes in Dressrosa are too drastic. In just a short while, the entire country seems to have been reshaped. Pika's ability is indeed quite monstrous. The video footage continued, with Doflamingo projecting his figure into the sky above Dressrosa through a Din Mushi. He announced to the entire island that he was aware of the people's hatred towards him. Therefore, he decided to start a game where they would have the chance to kill him personally. At that moment, he was inside the palace, and anyone who could reach him and take his head would automatically end the game. Of course, there was another way to end the game, which was to kill the people he named next. To this end, he had prepared high bounties for each person. In other words, from this moment on, the people of his country had become bounty hunters. Naturally, they shouldn't think they could do nothing and be safe, because there would suddenly be crazy people appearing around them, attacking them indiscriminately. Therefore, to end all this, they must quickly finish the game. Then, Doflamingo began to announce the high bounties on those he had named, with 1 star representing 100 million berries. 1 star for Rebecca, Robin, Kinnaman, Violet, and Frankie. 2 stars for Cyrus and Zoro, and 3 stars for Sabo, Luffy, Law, and Don Quixote Rosinante. At this moment, the camera suddenly shifted to Usopp in the underground trading port, who was secretly relieved, thinking to himself how great it was that he hadn't been exposed. However, just as he finished speaking, Doflamingo's angry voice came through the Din Mushi. declaring that the last one was the most infuriating presence today, the one who pushed them into this cruel game. And whoever could take down this mastermind would receive a bounty of 500 million berries. He was none other than the Straw Hat Kid, God Usopp. Usopp looked at his own image in the Den Mushi and the 5 shining stars beside him, and he was instantly frightened, his eyes bulging out. In contrast, a wave of cheers echoed throughout the underground trading port. Real-time comments on the screen flowed by. What kind of game is this? It's simply a hell that forces people to kill each other. Doflamingo is truly malicious. Haha. Although I know Doflamingo is right, it still feels undeserving for Usopp to be offered a bounty of 500 million. Hahaha. Usopp is in big trouble. 500 million berries will drive everyone on the island to crazily hunt him down. Chapter 59. The Impact of a 500 million bounty, Luffy's Promised Holy Land, Mariehua, Banquet Hall. This game isn't bad. Doflamingo is finally showing a bit of our shadow. Unlike that idiot old man of his. A celestial dragon lightly swirled his wine glass, then let the red wine spill onto the chest of the female slave beside him. Watching the liquid slide down her skin, a smirk appeared on his lips as he said, "Humph, it's just a clumsy imitation of our study trip." Another celestial dragon scoffed, pressing his cigar into the slave's arm, grinning at her screams. The real game should be more elegant, like hunting those lowly commoners. That's what has truly fun. That's right. Speaking of which, when is the next study trip? I'm getting a bit impatient. A celestial dragon, wearing a crystal mask, lazily leaned back on the cushion, gently tapping his palm with a gem-studded whip, asking, "I heard from St. Garen that it might take a few more years." After all, the seas have been quite unsettled lately. The first celestial dragon casually played with the hair of the fallen woman, saying, "But I heard that the supply department recently got a few special varieties of fishmen. That sounds interesting." Fishmen? What's interesting about that? The celestial dragon who pressed the cigar on the slave's arm sneered. Such a lowly species shouldn't exist and shouldn't be allowed to join the world government. Exactly. If we're talking about interesting, this sky above is much more interesting. The crystal-masked celestial dragon suddenly sat up excitedly, pointing at the sky with a whip's tip, watching the ants below tear each other apart for survival. Now that is true elegant art. East Blue, Syrup Village, Kaya's house. 500 million? Usopp-san has finally become a great pirate in the future. Kaya's eyes sparkled with excitement, even when the sky granted her a wish earlier. She wasn't as happy for Usopp as she was now. However, the bounty range is just a bit small. At the end, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. New World, Red Force. 500 million? Ha! Jesus Burgess, your son is becoming more and more successful. The bounty is even higher than Luffy's. Recurra bit into his meat, laughing. The crew is worth more than the captain. This is probably the first time in the entire pirate history. Ha! After all, who made more trouble for Doflamingo than Luffy did? Ben Beckman, smoking, said, "It's understandable for Doflamingo to hate him, but having a crew member with a higher bounty than the captain is indeed rare." Ha! At the end, he couldn't hold back and joined in the laughter. Other crew members also laughed along. Even Shanks, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but smile slightly. Jesus Burgess looked at his companion's unrestrained laughter. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, but he felt incredibly happy inside, softly saying, "Well done, Usopp." Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Training Ground. Ha, Usopp. Ha, Usopp. Luffy, who was originally training, couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. For a moment, the entire training ground echoed with his iconic laughter. Usopp actually has a bounty of 500 million. This is too funny. Ha. Hancock, seeing Luffy laugh so boldly, couldn't help but have hearts in her eyes, thinking Luffy, as expected, is the man I love. Even his laughter exudes a kingly aura. Nearby, Old New was used to it and rolled her eyes. At the same time, on various islands where the Straw Hat crew was located, laughter similar to Luffy's echoed. Grand Line, Boyne Archipelago. Achoo. Usopp, who was focused on listening to Hercules' lecture, suddenly sneezed. "Are you okay, Usopp?" Hercules stopped his explanation, looking at the suddenly shivering Usopp with concern. "I'm fine. Probably some guys are talking about me." Usopp rubbed his itchy nose, looking at the sky, gritting his teeth and saying, "The video continues. Usopp, under the cover of Robin and others, starts to move up the ramp created not long ago by Pika. Behind them, a group of weapon-wielding pirates followed like wolves. At that moment, Robin's transponder snail rang. It was a call from Luffy. He first confirmed Rebecca's safety and, upon learning she was with Robin, felt relieved. However, Rebecca asked him about Curly, and upon learning that they didn't know where he had run off to, but had regained his human form, she was instantly emotional and teary-eyed. Luffy told her not to cry first. He would ensure Curly's safety and hers too. Since he couldn't give her the Mera Mera no Mi as compensation, he would go and beat Doflamingo up. This game, he would end it soon, so she shouldn't leave Robin and the others. Rebecca immediately stopped crying and nodded heavily. Then Robin asked him who was with him, and Luffy told her he had Zoro, Law, the king of Riku, and Violet with him. After receiving this answer, Robin originally planned to tell Luffy that Sabo was with them, but after discussing with Crow, they decided to separate, each not knowing what to do. Robin sighed helplessly and then told Luffy that she was with Usopp and Rebecca, heading toward them. At this moment, the scene shifted back to Luffy, who had just finished a call with Robin, immediately drawing Law's discontent. Straw Hat, do you even understand the situation? Our original plan was to destroy the Smlai factory to start a war between Doflamingo and Kaido. If you defeat Doflamingo now, Kaido, who loses Smlai, will shift his anger towards us, and we might directly clash with an angry emperor. Luffy calmly replied, "We'll talk about what happens next later. Just take a good look at this country." As he said this, his voice suddenly rose, becoming excited. If we stop now, what will happen to this country? This statement shocked everyone present, including the king of Riku and Violet. Chapter 60. The contrast of Pika, the restraint of the seven warlords' real-time comments floated across the screen. No matter what, Trafalgar Law's plan is perfect. It's just a pity that it ran into the Straw Hat Kid's crew. I feel sorry for him for 3 seconds. The Straw Hat Kid really said it well. But isn't he a pirate? Why does he act like a hero? What about the Marines? Where's Admiral Fujitora? Can someone save them? Aren't they supposed to be the righteous allies? Are they just going to turn a blind eye to the tragedy in Dressrosa? New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. What a righteous statement. Straw Hat Kid, it's a pity that right now, you can't help this country at all, nor can you help yourselves. Doflamingo stood on the second floor, leaning over to look at the king and Rebecca below, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The video footage continued, with Luffy grabbing Zoro and Law by the neck on either side, ready to head out and confront Doflamingo. However, Law insisted that they should first unlock his handcuffs. To his surprise, Luffy stated that such things would automatically unlock themselves shortly. This left Law speechless, but fortunately, Violet stepped up and assured Law that she would handle the key issue, as she already roughly knew its location. Once the key issue was resolved, Luffy immediately took a leap with the two, jumping down from the royal palace, which startled Law and made his pupils shrink. In contrast, Zoro remained much calmer, clearly having experienced too many of these situations. Just as the three were about to hit the ground, Luffy suddenly expanded his body like a balloon, cushioning the impact of the fall and landing steadily on the ground. Little did they know, as soon as they steadied themselves, they found themselves surrounded by a group of Don Quixote family lackeys and 3 officers, including Senior Pink. Without a word, the 3 turned to run, as fighting them here would only waste their stamina. However, Senor and his men would not let them go easily, immediately leading their subordinates in hot pursuit. Dellinger, relying on his speed advantage, caught up to Luffy first and kicked at him, but Luffy easily dodged the attack, having been prepared. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the ground, grabbing his feet. It was Senior Pink. At the same time, Mojabes jumped towards Luffy, but he elongated his body to dodge. Seeing this, Dellinger instantly appeared before Luffy and kicked towards his face. However, Zoro timely intervened, kicking Dellinger from behind, causing his kick to change direction and hit Mojabes hard, sending him flying and eliciting painful screams from both. Luffy seized the opportunity to free himself from Senor's grip and was about to continue running when they were suddenly surrounded by a group of pirates, wanting to capture them for a bounty. Without hesitation, Luffy and Zoro unleashed their fists and swords, easily dispatching the unruly mob. However, just as one problem was resolved, another arose. As a group of civilians wielding farming tools blocked their way. Seeing this, Luffy and Zoro couldn't bear to harm them. So Luffy prepared to use his Conqueror's Haki to resolve the situation. At that moment, Admiral Fujitora slowly walked out from behind the crowd of civilians, intending to stop Luffy and the others. Luffy, not one to back down, first tossed Law aside, then activated his armament Haki and charged at Fujitora, throwing a heavy punch. Fujitora calmly drew his sword staff to meet him, and their fists and blades collided with a brilliant spark. Just as Luffy was about to exert more strength, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure descending from the sky and hurriedly pulled back. The next second, a large pit appeared where he had just stood. Zoro, not hesitating, stepped forward with his sword, taking Luffy's place and engaging Fujitora fiercely. However, before they could trade a few blows, the ground suddenly shook violently, the surface exploded, and buildings collapsed. In the next moment, a gigantic stone statue, assimilated with rock, burst forth from the ground. It was Pika. "Come on, anyone who is against my family. I will be your opponent." A sharp, piercing voice emanated from the statue's mouth, contrasting sharply with its imposing appearance. This immediately drew laughter from Luffy and Zoro, further enraging Pika, who was most sensitive to being laughed at. In a fit of rage, Pika lifted his massive rock fist, like a mountain, and smashed it towards Luffy and the others. With a deafening roar, the area where Luffy stood was flattened, and a violent shockwave swept everything around into the sky. Real-time comments floated across the screen. "Wow, is this really Admiral Fujitora's decision? What kind of justice is this? They clearly know the truth, yet they still protect Doflamingo. The Navy is disgusting. Ha ha ha, Pika looks so mighty, but his voice is so shrill and effeminate. Ha ha ha. What the hell? This stone statue is way too exaggerated. The power of that punch is too great. How did the Straw Hat Kid avoid it? Oh! New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace, Straw Hat Kid." Pika glared at the screen, his teeth grinding together. "I'll definitely kill you with my own hands one day." Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, Admiral's Office. "Hey, Sengoku, are you still going to eat that bag of sunbae? If not, give it to me," Carp said while stuffing the last piece of sunbae in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the unopened bag of sunbae on Sengoku's desk. "Shut up, Carp. Can't you see I'm trouble?" Sengoku abruptly shifted his gaze from the screen, glaring at him impatiently, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "I can't do anything about that Doflamingo guy right now, and the future can't touch him either. It's infuriating. This Seven Warlords system has become our biggest restraint." "Ha ha. Hasn't this system always been a restraint?" Carp laughed heartily while subtly reaching for the sunbae bag on the table. "I strongly opposed this system from the beginning, but you guys and that bunch of old geezers from the world government insisted on implementing it." As he spoke, he skillfully tore open the packaging and grabbed a handful of sunbae. "Now you know you're in trouble. Huh? If it were up to me to make the decisions, I wouldn't care about any rules. I would just capture Doflamingo first." Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration. "You're not the Marine Admiral, so of course you can say that. I have to weigh the interests of all parties and consider the world government stance." Halfway through his words, he suddenly sensed something and turned sharply to look at the table, discovering that the bag of sunbae had already vanished, leaving only an empty wrapper. "Carp, you old bastard." Sengoku instantly exploded with anger, slamming his fist on the desk, sending documents flying everywhere. "You actually took advantage of me not paying attention to eat all the sunbae." Carp satisfiedly let out a loud belch, casually brushing crumbs off his beard, revealing a triumphant smile. "Ha ha, anyway, you're too angry to eat right now. It's such a waste to leave them. I'm helping you solve your troubles. Who says I can't eat? You're really..." Sengoku trembled with rage, pointing his finger at Carp, wanting to continue scolding him. But he found that Carp had already leisurely crossed his legs, wearing an expression that showed he couldn't care less. In the end, the warring states could only sigh and shake his head helplessly. The entire office fell into a brief silence, with only the crisp sound of Carp chewing on sunbae echoing in the air. Chapter 61. The Assembled Warriors Legion. A contest of righteousness. The video footage continued to advance, the smoke gradually dissipating. Zoro, safe and sound, looked around for Luffy and Law, discovering they were hanging above the sorghum crops. It turned out that at the moment Pika's fist came down, Luffy had quickly deflated himself like a rubber balloon, using the recoil to successfully dodge the attack. Luffy brought Law down from the sorghum, and they landed heavily on the ground, which immediately drew Law's ire. The three then discussed how to deal with Pika, when suddenly, a figure snuck up behind them. It was Cavendish. However, he wasn't there to kill the Straw Hats, although he still harbored a deep hatred for this generation of supernovas. He decided to defeat Doflamingo to repay Usopp for granting him freedom, as that would make him popular again. This immediately displeased Luffy, as he also wanted to defeat Doflamingo to repay Rebecca for her kindness. Law, in a moment of despair, exclaimed, "You're going to fight Doflamingo just for a meal." Cavendish, however, believed that Luffy was trying to steal his popularity, angrily pointing at Luffy's head, warning him not to take away his fame, because once he defeated Doflamingo, his popularity would soar again, and reporters would flock to interview him with countless girls. Luffy and the others completely ignored the delusional Cavendish and continued on their way. Not long after, they encountered a group of pirates blocking their path. But before they could make a move, they were swiftly dealt with by the trio of Green Pepper and his grandson, who rushed over from nearby. They too were there to repay Usopp's life-saving grace and decided to defeat Doflamingo. Not only them, but soon after, Helding, Elizabello too, and other notable fighters from the bullfighting arena also rushed out, all intent on doing the same, defeating Doflamingo. This immediately drew Luffy's strong dissatisfaction, and he began arguing with them. They then quarreled over who would be the one to take down Doflamingo. At that moment, a cow wrapped in bandages suddenly walked out from the side. It was Ushi. After locking eyes with Luffy, they instantly recognized each other. In the next second, Luffy, along with Law and Zoro, sat on the cow's back and charged forward. Meanwhile, Cavendish and the others followed closely behind, still arguing about who should take down Doflamingo. Faced with this imposing lineup, the previously surrounding Don Quixote family's henchmen were taken aback. Pika also noticed them and, seeing their arrogance, immediately spoke up. "You all are quite bold, aren't you?" Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Luffy and his group burst out laughing at his words. This instantly enraged Pika, who raised his hand and hurled an attack at Luffy and the others. Green Pepper and Elizabello, too, quickly stepped forward, with one delivering a headbutt and the other a heavy punch, shattering Pika's massive stone fist. Real-time comments on the screen floated by. The Straw Hat Kid really has a lucky life. He managed to dodge that, but Trafalgar Law is really unfortunate. In just this short time, he's already suffered many injuries. Wow, I didn't expect the aftermath of Usopp's rescue to be so significant. With these people joining in, Doflamingo is probably going to have a headache. These people look so fierce. Are they really here to repay kindness? It looks more like they're out for revenge. West Sea, Flower Country, territory of the 8 Treasure Navy. Old Kai, pay attention. The pirate world must also have righteousness. Keep an eye on our future performance. This will be a very important lesson for you. Green Pepper pointed at the screen, teaching his grandsons about gratitude and repayment, which has always been the 8 Treasure Navy style. Yes, Grandpa. Kai, E, and Boo nodded heavily in response. New World, Deep Sleep Forest, White Horse. As long as we can defeat Doflamingo, not only will future me gain immense popularity, but even the current me will also attract countless fans and reporters. It's truly a win-win situation. Cavendish gazed at the screen, narcissistically stroking his chin, eyes shining with anticipation. Future me, you better work hard. Your popularity relies entirely on you. New World, Elbaf, the land of the living. Future Helding, you must do your best. You must uphold the dignity of the Elbaf warriors. Goldbag looked at the screen, vigorously striking his shield. Nash shouting. Beside him, Gores glanced at him helplessly. Then a Helding, who was intensifying his training not far away. A glimmer of relief and hope in his eyes. Do your best, Helding, whether it's the current you or future you. New World, Kingdom of Prudence, Royal Palace. Your Majesty, the army has assembled. Are you really going to Dressrosa? The military advisor, Daguma, showed a worried expression as it was still Doflamingo's territory, and he was a warlord of the sea. Furthermore, even though the Navy now knew the truth, they were still holding back, likely under pressure from the world government. If we rashly intervene, we may. I am well aware of your concerns, Dagama. Elizabello too interrupted firmly, waving his hand. But King Riku has done us a favor. We cannot repay kindness with indifference and continue to watch his country be ravaged by Doflamingo. Since the Navy and the world government have chosen silence, let us practice the way of righteousness and repay this former benefactor. In terms of righteousness, I do not want to lose to pirates, nor do I want to lose to my future self. Seeing his king so determined, Dagama realized that no amount of persuasion would work and could only bow deeply, saying, "In that case, please allow me to accompany you." Elizabello too laughed heartily. Good. Let us go help King Riku defeat Doflamingo, and then help him take back Dressrosa. Chapter 62. Zoro vs. Pika. Zoro's ambition exposed, Part 1. The video footage continues to play as Pika, frustrated after failing his attack, throws a punch at Luffy and the others. This time, under Zoro's reminder, the group chooses to escape instead of trying to stop him. Zoro informs them that until they understand Pika's abilities, no matter how many times they break him, he can always return to his original state. With a deafening roar, the area where Luffy and the others are located is flattened, and a violent shockwave lifts everything around them into the air. However, Pika seems unsatisfied with this and throws another punch at the area where Luffy and the others are. Once the dust settles, laughter can be heard from Pika's stone arm. It turns out that Usopp had jumped up when Pika's fist came down and is now making his way toward the palace along Pika's stone arm. Suddenly, Luffy notices that on Usopp's back, besides himself, Zoro, and Law, there are two more people, Jit and Abdullah. Luffy quickly tells them to get down, worried they might crush Usopp. However, they show no intention of getting down and shamelessly introduce themselves to Luffy. Just as they are about to celebrate, they realize that Pika has noticed them. His previously destroyed arm is slowly regenerating and swings toward them. Luffy immediately jumps down from Usopp's back, activating Gear 3rd. His hands enlarge instantly, covered in Haki, and he charges at Pika, landing a powerful punch on his stone head, shattering it. Pika's arm, which was swinging toward them, abruptly stops mid-air. Luffy then lands smoothly back on the stone arm, but Zoro, who is on Usopp's back, understands that with Pika's ability, Luffy's attack didn't cause him any real damage. As expected, the next moment, Pika's true form rises slowly from the stone arm nearby, his face filled with anger. He grasps his left hand onto the stone arm, and in the next second, a large sword appears in his hand, swinging toward Usopp, who is charging at him. Due to his speed, Usopp cannot stop and can only watch as the sword comes crashing down on him. Just at that critical moment, Usopp suddenly takes to the air. This scene shocks Abdullah and Jit on his back. But when they look down, they realize it was Luffy who lifted Usopp. Even at this urgent moment, Luffy can't help but laugh at Pika. Naturally, Pika won't let them off easily. He turns around and swings his sword at them again. This time, Luffy ignores him and chooses to jump back onto Usopp's back, saying, "I'll leave it to you." In the next moment, a flash of cold light passes by, and Zoro has already drawn his sword, leaping up effortlessly to block Pika's attack, forcing him back a few steps, calmly saying, "Leave it to me. Zoro, it's up to you here. I'm gonna go beat Doflamingo." Luffy says, his gaze resolute. "Understood, Captain," Zoro replies with a confident smile. "Get away. I'm looking for the Straw Hat Kid," Pika growls, glaring at him. "Our captain doesn't have time to deal with a piece of broken stone like you. Let me play with you instead." Zoro retorts, shouldering his sword, looking down at Pika with disdain and challenging him. "You shrill-voiced sissy." At this remark, Pika's pupils constrict instantly, and his fury intensifies. Real-time comments float across the sky. "No way. In that situation, that cow could actually jump onto Pika's stone arm. He's really something." Straw Hat didn't manage to take down Pika, but at least he forced his true form out. "Wow, this guy's outfit is quite bizarre." Roronoa Zoro looks so cool this time. His expression is cool, and the way he speaks is even cooler. So cool. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Roronoa Zoro. Pika glares at the sky, his teeth grinding. "One day, I will personally take you and that straw hat down." The Grand Line, near Mariehua, coffin ship. You're making significant progress, Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk's sharp golden eyes flash with a hint of admiration. But you should be capable of more than this. East Blue, Frost Moon Village, Frost Moon Dojo. This composure and confidence truly cannot be compared. Yasaku watches the sky with satisfaction, adjusting his glasses. Let us keep moving, Zoro. The Grand Line, Kamabaka Kingdom. In the dense forest. Damn it, I can't believe that damn green algae head has outsmarted me again. Sanji, bound to a tree, dressed in women's clothing, covered in perfume and heavy makeup, grits his teeth. I could deal with this kind of guy too. Of course you can, Sanji. You can join us now. Caroline twirls beside him, her skirt fluttering. But first, let's learn some new gender-bending martial arts. Sanji looks desperately at Zoro's cool figure on the screen, and then at the drag queens swaying beside him, shouting in despair. When can I leave this hellhole? The Grand Line, Kuraikan Island. Ha ha ha. Roronoa, it seems that in this state, you might never leave this island. Perona floats in midair, holding an umbrella, looking down at Zoro, whose bandages are soaked in blood, mocking him. Stop talking nonsense. I've already dealt with these beasts. Leaving here is just a matter of minutes. Zoro says, looking at the armed baboons he has defeated, enduring the pain as he slowly moves forward. However, just as he takes a few steps, the baboons that were previously down start to rise again. Although their faces are filled with pain, their fighting spirit is even stronger as they charge at Zoro again. Damn it, what's going on with these beasts? Zoro curses while blocking their attacks, realizing that their strikes are not only sharper than before, but some are even using his sword techniques. Above, Perona sees him in such a predicament and initially considers helping him, but then playfully retracts her hand, a mischievous smile on her face. Oof, that's what you get for treating me so rudely before, Perona mutters quietly, her eyes hiding a hint of concern. When you come to ask for my help, then I'll think about it. Chapter 63, Zoro vs. Pika, Zoro's Ambition Exposed, Part 2. The video continues to progress, showing an enraged Pika swinging his large sword like a storm, attacking Zoro relentlessly. However, Zoro remains as immovable as a rock, wielding Enma and Shusui to create an impenetrable curtain of blades that neutralizes all of Pika's attacks. After a fierce exchange, Pika is already panting and exhausted, while Zoro merely adjusts his breathing slightly. With your level, you actually think you can take the Straw Hat's head? A smirk of sarcasm appears at the corner of Zoro's mouth. Isn't that a bit too overconfident? Pika's pupils constrict as he quickly merges into the stone arm beneath him. In the next moment, his arm stretches dramatically, the long sword in his hand transforming into a silver flash that pierces directly toward Zoro. Yet Zoro seems to have anticipated this move. He deftly sidesteps the deadly strike and simultaneously strikes with both swords, precisely piercing into Pika's stone arm. The blade slices through the hard rock as easily as cutting tofu, and Zoro follows the momentum, charging up the stone arm directly towards Pika's main body. Realizing the danger, Pika hurriedly uses his fruit ability to escape the battle. Just as he vanishes, the position he occupied is sliced into dozens of pieces of rubble by Zoro's slash, scattering all around. TSK. He got away. Zoro clicks his tongue in disdain. In the next moment, Pika's head emerges from the stone arm behind him, followed by sharp stone pillars suddenly stabbing towards Zoro from all directions. Zoro leaps into the air, effortlessly dodging this wave of attacks from Pika, then looks up at the sky. He sees Robin, Bartolomeo, and Rebecca flying this way with the help of a swarm of beetles. This piques his curiosity. Why are they flying in the air? However, upon Robin's reminder, she learns of Pika's true identity and immediately tells Zoro to cover them, as they need to get to the flower field behind the statue. At this moment, Pika also notices Robin and the others in the air. Spotting Rebecca, he merges into the statue, and a massive stone fist crashes down toward Robin and the others, frightening Bartolomeo, who stares wide-eyed. Rebecca quickly warns him to generate a barrier, but he tells her he can't because both hands are occupied holding onto the beetles, and even if he could, the barrier might not be large enough to withstand such a blow. Rebecca and Leo on her body turn pale with fear. Just at that critical moment, Zoro appears in front of them, and with 3 swords drawn, He murmurs, 3 sword style, 1080 troublesome winds. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp slashes soar out and converge together, cleaving directly at the massive stone statue, splitting it in half. Pika lets out a piercing scream, a mouthful of blood spilling from his mouth, and the hand that was about to strike Robin and the others halts. It seems I've roughly figured out the pattern. Zoro smirks with pride, his sharp gaze locking onto Pika, who is still embedded in the statue, bloodied and panting. Hey, you cowardly bastard. There is something I forgot to tell you. The Straw Hat Crew ISNT, just Luffy and Usopp. Remember this. I will one day become the world's greatest swordsman. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo in the air immediately bursts into tears, while Robin wears a proud smile. Real-time comments on the screen read, "Wow, I didn't expect the Little People's Beetles to have such an effect. Truly a 2-in-1. But what are Nico, Robin, and the others going to the palace for? Could it be to defeat Doflamingo as well? Roronoa Zoro is really domineering this time. He has finally cracked Pika's abilities. The world's greatest swordsman. Roronoa Zoro's ambition is no less than Straw Hat Luffy's. I really want to see him face off against Mihawk. Oh. New World, Dressrosa, Palace. Fufu, the world's greatest swordsman. As expected, a captain who boasts will have such crew members. With his skills, he thinks he can compare to a guy like Mihawk? Not even close. Doflamingo stands on the second floor, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though he acknowledges that being able to hurt Pika does show some level of strength. Suddenly, a voice from below interrupts. Young master, I've brought Violet back for you. In the next moment, Violet is brought up by Jorah. Violet, Aunt. Both the stuck King Riku and Rebecca exclaim. Father, Rebecca. Upon seeing them, Violet is shocked and quickly looks up at Doflamingo, her eyes ablaze with anger. Doflamingo, if you have a grudge against me, come at me. Let my father and Rebecca go. Fufu, truly a family resemblance. Even your pleas sound the same. Doflamingo sneers down at her. But right now, you have no right to negotiate with me. As he says this, his voice suddenly turns sinister. Once I catch that Cyrus and you Riku family are reunited, the real game will begin, Fufu. The faces of Violet and the others instantly turn pale. Grand Line, near Mariewa, Coffin Ship, Roronoa Zoro. I'm waiting for you to challenge me. Mihawk's sharp golden eyes flash with anticipation, hoping the time won't be too long. New World, Red Force. The world's greatest swordsman? It seems that the partners Luffy found are no ordinary bunch. Ben Beckman takes a puff of smoke and slowly remarks, That's natural. Lachi Lu, while munching on a chicken leg, sneaks a glance at Jesus Burgess with an unfinished smile. Without some extraordinary ambition and personality, how could they catch Luffy's eye? Jesus Burgess rolls his eyes at him and says, Looks like Mihawk will have another good opponent. Roronoa Zoro is indeed a swordsman worth his attention. This is exactly what Mihawk hopes for. At this moment, Shanks finally snaps out of his thoughts, smiles, and says, After all, he's always longed for someone to surpass him. Saying this, as if he has made a decision, he turns to Ben Beckman and the others. Partners, I've decided. We, East Blue, Cocoa Village, Farsi area. He's out. Sword God, Joseph exclaims excitedly. Brother Zoro has finally let the whole world know his ambition. He's out. Sword Saint Johnny also shouts along. I know. Sword God, Joseph nods, but the next second, Sword Saint Johnny punches him and yells, I meant that fish is out. Not far from him, a massive fish with shimmering colors leaps out of the water, reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight. Grand Line, Claykana Island. What's this world's greatest swordsman? I think it's the world's greatest fool. Perona floats in midair with her umbrella, watching Zoro, who is surrounded by baboons and nearly exhausted but still refuses to ask for her help, gritting her teeth. Chapter 64, Violet's Trust. Vivi's eye, the video footage continued to advance, and at this moment, the camera suddenly shifted back to Usopp and the others from earlier, who had successfully reunited with King Riku at the Highlands. Bartolomeo initially wanted to ask Luffy for an autograph, but soon realized he had already vanished. It was only after Usopp and Robin reminded him that he understood Luffy never stays in one place for more than 5 minutes, which immediately drew his admiration. At this time, Violet hurried over, as she had finally found the key to unlock the handcuffs. The next step was how to get the key into Luffy's hands. However, this brought hesitation from King Riku. Wait, Violet, do you know who they are? They are pirates. That's right. I know, Violet said firmly. They are the outlaws who can break this country's hypocritical prosperity. Father, I have staked everything on the Straw Hat crew. As she spoke, her tone was filled with intense anger and dissatisfaction. The pirate, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was granted the title of Warlord of the Sea by the world government and ruled over this country, had caused us so much suffering. Yet the world government and the so-called righteous navy turned a blind eye to it. Whether it was the cries of the victims at their hands or the anger of this country, those in power would only hear what they wanted to hear. Compared to them, I would rather believe the Straw Hats. At least their actions do not go against their conscience. Upon hearing this, King Riku fell silent, recalling what Luffy had said earlier. The dwarves, including Leo, timely brought Usopp before him, introducing his great achievements and firmly stating that they believed Luffy and his crew would definitely save Dressrosa. King Riku, at a loss for words, looked at the hopeful faces before him and did not voice any opposition to Luffy and the others. At this moment, Rebecca volunteered to take the task of delivering the key to Luffy. Although Violet was initially worried about her, seeing her determined eyes, she could only nod in agreement. Bartolomeo also jumped in, wanting to accompany her, obviously to find Luffy. Thus, after Robin contacted Luffy through a din mushy, they decided to meet in the flower field area on the 4th floor. Immediately, a small team consisting of Robin, Bartolomeo, Rebecca, and Leo was officially formed to deliver the key. They utilized the ability of the Tuntata tribe's beetle swarm, which could briefly fly in the air, and headed towards the flower field area. This led to the scene that Zoro had witnessed earlier. The real-time comments floated across the screen. Can't stay in one place for 5 minutes, Straw Hat Kid. This is clearly ADHD. Bartolomeo thinks this is freedom and ease. This guy truly lives up to his title of brain-dead fan. Violet's words are really good. If it were me, I would also believe in the Straw Hat crew. After all, the world government and the Navy have truly disappointed us in this matter. The Navy and world government are indeed disheartening this time. They shout about justice all day, yet they turn a blind eye to Doflamingo's atrocities. No wonder the public is gradually losing trust in them. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fufufa, well said. Violet, I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Doflamingo looked down at Violet, who was also stuck by Treble, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that your words cannot change anything now. The ruling powers remain high above, and I still control this country. As for the Straw Hats, they are probably suffering from their inability to change anything right now. Marine Headquarters, Mariehua, Admiral's Office. Sigh. If this continues, it will only affect the status of the world government and the Navy in the eyes of the people. Sengoku sighed helplessly. That's why I said, just go and capture Doflamingo directly. If you don't want to take action, let me do it. Carp, picking his nose, said carelessly, just consider it compensation for me eating your sunbae. How about it? Don't act recklessly. You can't do anything without my orders. Sengoku glared at him, warning, I don't need you to do any compensation, and you know the upcoming situation well. We still need Doflamingo's power. TCH, Carp scoffed, given the current situation. Do you think Doflamingo would dare to come? Sengoku fell silent. He knew well that with the revelations coming from the sky, there was no way Doflamingo would come to the Marine headquarters for that battle. However, he could only keep using this excuse to convince himself. Otherwise, his conscience and sense of justice would no longer be able to bear it. Just then, a person rushed in through the door. Sengoku, I need to talk to you about something. Tsuru, you're here. Carp greeted the incoming person with a grin. That's right. The visitor was Vice Admiral Tsuru from Marine Headquarters. Carp, why are you here? Tsuru looked at him in surprise. Oh, I'm here to... Carp started to answer, but was interrupted by Tsuru. Forget it. I don't want to deal with your matters right now. Saying this, she turned to Sengoku. Sengoku, I'm here for. However, her words were also cut off by Sengoku. If you're here about Doflamingo, I can only tell you that I am powerless because this is a requirement from above. Tsuru was momentarily speechless, and the entire office fell into a dead silence. The Grand Line, Alabasta, Royal Palace. Princess Violet, Everyone from Dressrosa, your choice is not wrong. Vivi clenched her hands, looking at the sky, her eyes shimmering with empathy. Luffy and the others are indeed trustworthy. If you can hold on until that time, Dressrosa will definitely be saved like Alabasta was back then. But, as she spoke, her words suddenly came to a halt, eventually turning into a powerless sigh. Chapter 65. Sabo's Stance, Sabo vs. Fujitora. The video continues as the camera shifts back to Luffy and his companions, who are racing forward. Law, who was originally lying on the back of a bull, suddenly shows a determined expression, mumbling something under his breath, while Luffy's pupils dilate sharply. Finally, after continuous running through the chaos, Luffy and his group successfully reached the first level. He originally thought he would be the first to arrive, but to his surprise, Cavendish and others arrived around the same time. This scene not only astonished Luffy, but also shocked the Don Quixote family members watching from above. They clearly remembered that there were still 3,000 Navy soldiers and Admiral Fujitora guarding below. How did these people break through the encirclement? Before long, Baby 5 found the answer through her telescope. They were stopped by someone. The one who stopped the Navy was Sabo. Amidst the sea of flames below, Sabo stood proudly, facing Admiral Fujitora and the Navy alone. The real-time comments on the screen streamed by. Here comes that silencing technique again, Tian Dao. You really have one trick that works everywhere. Forget it. You'll announce it yourself later, just wait. Wow. Next, we'll see the confrontation between the Navy Admiral and the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. This scene is sure to be thrilling. Sabo looks so cool standing against so many. But as the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, is it really okay for him to abandon his position and openly oppose the Navy? East Blue, Goa Kingdom. Mount Gorbo. I never expected that this little brat Sabo would have a day when he makes people feel at ease. Dayton's face showed a mix of relief and pride as she smiled. The Grand Line, Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Sabo, you troublemaker, you're at it again. On a ship preparing to set sail, Clara pinched Sabo's face and shouted angrily, "This time, you have to listen to me." "Why should I listen to you? This is my personal matter. You really don't need to follow me." Sabo rubbed his face, saying helplessly, "Can I not go?" Clara shot him a glare. "Who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause?" Besides, at this point, her voice suddenly lowered, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. "I can't trust you to go alone." "Huh? What did you say?" Sabo leaned in curiously, asking. "Nothing. Anyway, you must listen to me, got it?" Clara grabbed Sabo's collar, her cheeks slightly flushed. Got it. Got it." Sabo quickly raised his hands in surrender, but his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the sky, murmuring, "I'm coming." Ace Luffy. The Grand Line, Amazon Lily, training ground. "Sabo, I will catch up to you." Luffy clenched his fists, the traces of armament Haki visible on his fists. "Just wait. I will become stronger soon." Marine Headquarters, Mariehua, in a heavily guarded room. "Sabo, it seems you've adapted quite well to the Mera no Mi's powers." Ace smiled with relief. "Now I can rest easy." The video continues as Fujitora, facing Sabo who blocks their way, asks in a deep voice, "No matter what, you one step aside, will you?" "That's right," Sabo replied firmly. "Anyone who wants to harm the Straw Hat crew and those assisting them today will not pass through here. Supporting pirates is your Revolutionary Army's job, right?" Fujitora pressed on. "Exactly. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, I won't let you pass." Sabo smiled slightly. "No, I misspoke. It's as a brother." At these words, all the Navy soldiers were taken aback. Fujitora's brow furrowed. "May I ask who this brother is?" Sabo didn't answer them, and the Navy soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at him. Rear Admiral Bastille quickly reminded them that Sabo was not someone they could handle. Sabo agreed, stating that no matter how many they attacked him with, they wouldn't win. Faced with his arrogant attitude, the Navy soldiers naturally couldn't accept it. Thus, one soldier privately pulled the trigger, followed by another. In an instant, countless bullets rained down on Sabo. However, these attacks had no effect on him. A Logia user. Not only that, but Sabo also retaliated effortlessly, and in a flash, dozens of Navy soldiers fell under his attack. Finally, Rear Admiral Bastille could no longer stand by. He swung his sword towards Sabo, but Sabo leaped nimbly, evading it with ease. seeing Sabo dodge his attack like a cat. Bastille declared he would chop off Sabo's claws. In response, Sabo smiled calmly. My fingers are. His fingers curled into claw shapes, dragon claws, meant to tear apart all arrogant tyrants. Saying this, he met Bastille's sword with his hand, gripping the blade tightly, and with a forceful squeeze, he crushed the sword to pieces. This scene immediately shocked all the Navy soldiers present. Bastille, in a fit of rage, lost his composure and swung his fist at Sabo. But Sabo swiftly grabbed his horn mask, causing it to crack. Suddenly, Sabo was startled and looked up to see a meteorite rapidly descending from above. Due to the presence of the birdcage, the meteorite was split into several pieces, causing the coverage area to expand significantly, directly destroying the entire street where Sabo and the others were located, affecting many residents. Thankfully, no one was injured. This immediately drew complaints from the Navy soldiers following Fujitora, demanding he give a heads up before summoning meteorites. Fujitora scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I'm going to summon a meteorite." The Navy soldiers looked at him speechlessly. At that moment, from the blazing flames ahead, a horn mask appeared. The next second, Sabo slowly emerged before Fujitora, holding the horn mask in one hand, praising his strength as indeed formidable. Then, with a forceful grip, he crushed the horn mask to pieces. Nearby, Bastille had already spat blood and collapsed. The Navy soldiers quickly rushed to check on his injuries. Meanwhile, Fujitora continued the previous topic, asking, "Earlier you mentioned as a brother, right?" Coincidentally, the previous user of the Mera no Mi, Fire Fist Ace, who died in the Marineford War, was also known as the Straw Hat Boy's sworn brother. "Are you one too?" "Yes. The three of us have shared a cup of brotherhood." Sabo replied nostalgically, "We have an unbreakable bond." This statement once again shocked the Navy soldiers present, who lamented how each brother of the Straw Hat Boy was more formidable than the last. What a headache these three brothers are. Fujitora sighed. "Listen well. As long as Luffy needs my help, no matter where I am in the world, I will drop everything and rush over." Sabo lowered the brim of his hat, his voice choking slightly. "I never want to relive those memories again." Sabo didn't continue, but Fujitora understood the unfinished words, immediately drawing his sword, realizing that continuing to ask would be too inconsiderate. "Anyway, you're not interested anymore." Sabo laughed. "Not necessarily. It's just that while the story is touching, I have no fine wine to accompany it." Fujitora slowly assumed an offensive stance and said. The next moment, an invisible gravity was exerted on Sabo. Sabo also pulled out the water pipe from behind him, transforming into a ball of flames as he charged towards Fujitora against the gravity. Bang! The blade and the pipe collided, instantly creating a powerful shockwave that sent the surrounding Navy soldiers flying. Chapter 66. The Dragon's Call. Luffy, who creates shortcuts, real-time bullet comments floated across the sky. Although I have seen the strength of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command before, defeating a Navy Vice Admiral so easily is still shocking. The identity of the Straw Hat Kid and his brothers is no longer a secret, but every time it is mentioned, it still feels astonishing. Finally, they're fighting. I wonder if the Navy Admiral will win, or will the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command win? East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Mount Gorbid. Go for it, Sabo. Give that Navy Admiral a good beating. The Dayton family watched the sky, excitedly waving their fists and shouting. Grand Line, Baldy Go, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Go for it, Sabo. You mustn't lose to that blind uncle. Clara shouted, raising her arms high. Why are you so excited? Sabo looked at her helplessly and said, That's just a future image of mine. It can't decide the present. Also, don't give people random nicknames. Who cares? Clara put her hands on her hips and said, I just want to give that Navy Admiral who causes you trouble a nickname. Upon hearing this, Sabo could only facepalm and, all right, as long as you're happy. At that moment, the transponder snail in his arms suddenly rang. He quickly answered, and a voice for Dragon came through. Sabo Cohen, I might need to trouble you with something. Grand Line, Amazon Lily, Training Ground. Go for it, Sabo. Don't lose to that blind uncle. Luffy shouted while swinging his fists. Navy Headquarters, Mariehua, within a heavily guarded room. With your words, I can finally relax. A hint of a relieved smile appeared on Ace's face. The video continued, and the scene shifted back to Luffy and the others. Their journey was not smooth, as they encountered numerous obstacles from the Don Quixote family, causing their progress to lag far behind Cavendish and the others. Seeing more obstacles ahead, an already irritated Luffy was ready to deal with them personally. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, swiftly taking care of those obstacles for Luffy and the others. It was the Vanka brothers. They had come to guide Luffy and the others to a shortcut to the upper levels. Under their guidance, Luffy and his group arrived at a passage. As long as they went through here, they could quickly reach the top. Without any doubt, Luffy rushed in without hesitation. Git and Abudra were so excited that they stood on the back of the bull, repeatedly thanking the Vanka brothers. However, one of them wasn't paying attention and bumped into the threshold, falling to the ground and fainting. Luffy, seemingly oblivious to everything, continued to charge in on Usopp. Just as Robin's phone call came in, not long after he left, the Vanka brothers finally revealed their true colors. It turned out that this was all part of their scheme. There was no shortcut, only a trap. Just as they were preparing to go in and capture Luffy and the others, a figure suddenly appeared behind them, easily taking them out in one move. At the same time, Luffy and the others finally sensed something was wrong because half of Usopp's body was submerged in water as they ran. Luffy quickly ordered Usopp to retreat, but unfortunately, it was already too late. A figure slowly walked in from the passage. It was Doflamingo. Seeing Doflamingo, both Luffy and Law were shocked. Fufufu, a bunch of useless people actually banded together. Doflamingo said coldly as he approached them, "By the way, it seems like the key to your handcuffs is missing, Law." Without saying a word, Luffy swung his fist towards Doflamingo, but Doflamingo easily blocked it and shot several strings at Usopp, knocking him into the water. Luffy and Law soon fell in as well, instantly losing their strength. Doflamingo looked at Luffy and Law in their miserable state and became especially angry. "You really have no sense of crisis. It's so boring. In this state, anyone could easily take you out." As he spoke, he spread his hands, laughter echoing in the passage. "Fufufu, those guys outside who want to kill me are making a ruckus. I didn't expect to find help in this situation. Your special ability. I have envied since the Marineford War. Straw Hat Kid, it's a pity you yourself are a waste." At this point, his tone suddenly became more furious. Even with a hint of jealousy, "Why did you choose this guy, Law? You should have had a bright future. You used to be colder and more cunning than you are now. Who turned you into this useless coward?" "Shut up." Law finally couldn't stand his words anymore and shouted, "I don't want to become like you. I have been redeemed, Fufufu, by my brother Corazon, right?" Doflamingo's laughter turned cold. "If you weren't a coward, how could you go meet the Grim Reaper with such trash?" As he spoke, he raised his hand towards Luffy and Law. Just at that critical moment, two figures suddenly rushed in from behind him, a knife and a fork striking Doflamingo directly, leaving him chilled to the bone. The newcomers were Git and Abudra. Unfortunately, this was just a puppet of Doflamingo. Then, the two quickly moved forward to lift Luffy and Usopp out of the water. After regaining his strength, Luffy learned everything that had happened outside from them, realizing that they had fallen far behind Cavendish and the others. Thus, Luffy immediately decided that since there was no shortcut, he would create one himself. He bit down on his thumb, and in the next second, his arm instantly grew larger, the dark armament color rapidly covering his entire arm like a tide. Then he slammed his arm upwards against the ceiling, and amidst the flying debris, a brand new path leading to the upper level appeared in the smoke and dust. Chapter 67, United Warriors Legion. Terrifying toy army real-time comments floated across the sky. Such an obvious trap. Even Straw Hat Kid fell for it. This guy's simplicity can rival that of the little people. Childhood, Corazon, redemption. Damn, the amount of information in the dialogue between Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law is huge. The Straw Hat Kid is still so reckless. He actually forced his way through like this, but it really fits his style. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Fufufufu, redemption. That guy Corazon, don't joke around. Law's lips curled into a mocking arc. What kind of redemption can a useless person who can't even save himself give you? Grand Line, an unknown island, polar diving. Mr. Corazon, thank you. Law tightened his grip on the demon blade Oni Kuri, his voice choked with emotion, but his eyes revealed unwavering determination. I will never let you down. Navy Headquarters, Mariewa. Admiral's Office. Redemption? Razanani, it seems that kid did not disappoint you. Sengoku rubbed his forehead. A trace of pain appeared on his face. It's a pity he may have chosen the wrong path. Perhaps. Carp, with his arms crossed, leaned back on the sofa. But in his mind echoed Doflamingo's mention of Luffy's innate talent. Perhaps this is innate, he said softly, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. Just like that bastard of father. Grand Line, Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Perhaps this is innate. Dragon put down the transponder snail after talking with Sabo and the others. A hint of pride appeared on his face. Luffy, make good use of your talent. There are many things in this world that you don't know yet, waiting for you to explore. Holy Land, Mariewa, Between the Flowers. The talent that gathers people's hearts? Joy Boy, this kid is very much like you back then. Im gently caressed Luffy's bounty notice, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Because of this, Im absolutely cannot allow him to continue to grow. Saying this, Im's fingers slowly curled, deforming the bounty notice. This world cannot allow a second Joy Boy to appear. The video footage continued. Luffy entrusted the injured Usopp to Jit and the others, then picked up Law, leaped up along the path he had forcibly created with his fists, and successfully reached the second level. After dealing with quite a few blocking minions, Cavendish suddenly appeared out of nowhere and offered Luffy and the others a ride on his white horse. Naturally, Luffy didn't hold back and jumped onto the horse with Law without a second thought. However, as they started running, Cavendish noticed that, at some point, another person had unexpectedly joined them on his beloved horse. It was Curly. Cavendish immediately asked Curly to get down. His horse couldn't bear that much weight. To his surprise, Curly completely ignored him and started chatting with Luffy. Upon learning that Rebecca had actually joined this battle, Curly was first shocked and then panicked. After all, she was also on Doflamingo's execution list now. But Luffy reassured him, saying that she had her companions with her, and there would be no problem. They had agreed to meet in the flower field on the 4th level. Then, Luffy curiously asked him why he was charging forward. Was he trying to get himself killed? In response, Curly appeared very calm, stating that as long as they could take back Dressrosa, he had long since disregarded life and death. And moreover, there was someone among the Don Quixote family executives that he had to personally take down. However, he still emphasized that he had already transformed back into human form, and he absolutely would not lose again. Seeing him so confident, Luffy didn't say anything more. Cavendish, left out to the side, watched the two chatting away excitedly, his face revealing a look of frustration, but he didn't say anything. Suddenly, from the smoke ahead, several powerful auras erupted. There stood the heroes like Bellamy and Heldin, clearing the blocking minions with overwhelming force, opening a straight path for Luffy and the others. At this moment, a small flashback appeared. It turned out that the previously arrived Bellamy and the others had encountered the executives of the Don Quixote family, and due to their individual battles, they had been defeated one by one. Thus, the strategist Dagama instantly realized that this was a war, and if they continued to fight individually, they would be picked off by the enemy one by one, and immediately suggested that everyone join forces. Therefore, in order to win this battle, Bellamy and the others accepted his proposal and decided to cover Luffy and the others to reach Doflamingo on the top level, while they would stay behind to deal with the executives and minions in front of them. This led to the current scene of unity. Under the cover of Bellamy and the others, Luffy and his group successfully broke through the defense of the 2nd level and reached the 3rd level above. However, what first caught their eyes was a sea of white fog. The next moment, massive toy soldiers, resembling nutcrackers, slowly emerged from the mist, looking extremely terrifying. Without saying a word, they launched an attack on Luffy and the others, but Luffy and the others easily dodged and knocked them down. However, just as they prepared to continue their advance to the 4th level, the toy soldiers they had knocked down suddenly stood back up. Moreover, one of the toys bit Cavendish's white horse, causing it to be unable to carry Luffy and the others any longer. Seeing his beloved horse injured, an enraged Cavendish immediately drew his sword and beheaded the toy. However, the headless toy body did not fall, but instead It groped around to pick up its head and skillfully pressed it back onto its neck. Meanwhile, more toy soldiers surged out from the mist, surrounding Luffy and his group, their damaged bodies rapidly repairing themselves. Real-time comments floated across the sky. I didn't expect Agama to not only play dirty tricks, but also have quite a big-picture perspective. Wait, where do these creepy Valley Effect toys come from? Could it be that Sugar has woken up? Damn, being beheaded and still able to put its head back on. These toys are too bizarre. Could they be immortal? Oh. Chapter 68. Pervert versus Pervert or Man versus Man. New World, Dressrosa, Royal Palace. These toys look so ugly. Sugar mumbled while stuffing grapes into her mouth. My taste in the future really seems to be getting worse. However, there are some aspects to learn from. Next time when turning people into toys, we can be a bit more aggressive. Sugar, that idea of yours is really frightening. Torpole excitedly squirmed his sticky body. If those toys bite people, it would be very dangerous. Shut up. If I weren't worried you couldn't protect me, would I need to go through all this trouble? Sugar glared at him, fuming. I can't protect you. You clearly fainted out of fear. Torpole retorted. But you were right there beside me and couldn't stop that long-nosed guy. Sugar angrily threw the grape stem in her hand at him, saying, that was your fault. Fufufu, all right. Sugar, Torpole, stop arguing. At this moment, a deep laugh came from the second floor, where Doflamingo said, let bygones be bygones. Now we have something more important to discuss. That is. At this point, his muscular body trembled slightly because he saw Buffalo circling outside the birdcage. In fact, not only him, everyone present also saw it. But only Doflamingo saw it particularly clearly, as Buffalo was covered in wounds, and a flash of anger immediately crossed his eyes. What happened? Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of eyes was closely watching everything in front of the royal palace from a crevice beneath the rocks. Riku King, Rebecca, and Violet. How could you all be captured? Cyrus silently shouted in pain. However, at this moment, he knew it was not time to go out. He had to wait. Wait for the best opportunity. Although he didn't know where this opportunity was, he had a vague feeling that perhaps the sky would create such an opportunity for him soon. The video footage continued to advance, and the scene suddenly shifted to the factory. Frankie, having dodged the civilians trying to capture him, successfully arrived here and was preparing to blow open the factory's main door with a cannon. But he was stopped by the timely arrival of and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, the little people who came to rescue their compatriots also arrived here. They asked Frankie to hold off as they had a way to open the main door. Frankie readily agreed and intensified his fight with On the other side, the little people began using beetles to convey messages to their compatriots inside the factory, informing them that they had been deceived and urging them to open the factory's main door. Thus, the little people, who had been deceived by the guards with various lowly excuses and bullied at will, immediately rose up in rebellion. In just a short while, they defeated most of the guards watching over them in the factory and sent a portion to search for their princess, only to find that she wasn't in the factory at all. Another group went to open the factory's main door, and just as they were about to succeed in opening it, a tall woman with twin ponytails and a vacuum cleaner suddenly appeared in front of them. Her character introduction immediately appeared. Don Quixote family, officer, Smile Factory director, Queen. Queen aimed the vacuum cleaner at the little people, and a powerful suction immediately pulled them toward the vacuum's mouth. Before long, many little people were sucked in, but despite this, many still tightly grasped the door handle. Try to open the door. At this critical moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, and Frankie and the little people from outside rushed in. The little people were naturally very excited to see their compatriots, and Frankie was also happy for their reunion. However, Queen, who was suddenly ignored, was extremely angry. She turned the vacuum cleaner to the highest setting, wanting to suck in all the little people, but Frankie blocked the entrance of the vacuum cleaner, saving the little people. This made Queen even angrier. She cursed at Frankie and swung the vacuum cleaner toward him, but Frankie caught her. Queen was momentarily stunned, then, unable to contain her shame and anger, she relentlessly punched Frankie. Frankie, however, showed no reaction and just held her tightly. Meanwhile, swiftly swam over from a distance. At this moment, a flashback appeared. It turned out that Frankie had just tricked him saying that there was an elderly lady in need of help in a nearby alley. So, he immediately left the fight with Frankie and rushed over, only to find that there was no elderly lady, just a bunch of stray cats. Immediately realized he had been fooled, but at least there was no elderly lady, so he felt relieved. His tough, yet kind action immediately drew cheers from the sexy ladies and stray cats that followed him. Then, he leaped into the ground and quickly swam toward the factory. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Inside the factory, while Frankie endured Queen's beating, he calculated Or's distance. At the moment Or approached, he suddenly threw Queen backward, causing their heads to collide with a solid thud, leaving both dazed. Queen, with a big bump on her head, got up from the ground and began cursing Frankie furiously. Without saying a word, Frankie stepped forward, grabbed her collar, and kissed her. This scene stunned everyone present. Queen, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, suddenly softened her gaze, and her attitude toward Frankie changed dramatically as she bashfully demanded Frankie take responsibility for her. To everyone's surprise, before Frankie could say anything, the standing Or spoke up. "Don't blame him, director." He suddenly barged in. "Is there any other way to silence a woman who meddles in a duel between men besides this? Just a kiss, and you get all excited." Frankie disdainfully replied, "She's just a little girl. Don't talk about love with me." "Exactly," Or nodded in agreement, talking about love with such an immature kid. Suddenly, the two spoke in unison. It's simply nauseating. Their tough guy remarks instantly earned cheers from Queen and the onlooking women. However, the two seem to be deaf to it, with only each other in their eyes. "I won't let you ruin the factory," Or said seriously. "Oomph. Real men speak with their fists," Frankie retorted defiantly. Thus, under the expectation of the crowd, they assumed their dual stances. Then, one suddenly turned around and threw several bombs from his belt, while the other tore open his shirt, revealing two shiny nipples.